How's you doing? Yeah, how's you doing? What is up? What is up? What is up? $628K more to go. On the way, on the way, on the way, baby. भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये कौन सी टीम में बे? Eternal Fire,
Fnatic, Eternal Fire, but most importantly here,
ये कौन सी टीम
it's
है?
gonna be the map veto, because of course, Billy, as we've already touched upon, there have been a couple of changes in the map pool that is available to these teams. But first off, the skirmish.
Yeah, exciting times. Nice to see
Nah,
Buster in. I don't even know what you would call that.
Locked in.
Oh my god, that was a shot, by the way.
Excuse me.
Boaster's I've been saying this for a while. Boaster, if you could get him in a 1v1 like this, he's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I just don't know why it doesn't
Actually pretty
translate
good.
to the
क्या?
Ice cold, by the way. Holy.
Maybe he needs to wear that on stage.
That's the
quite
scene.
funny.
You know, like people have like their good luck socks?
Yeah.
And this is like the good luck
Yeah.
suit.
The good luck suit. Yeah, I mean, I'm here for
I
it.
would also like to draw attention to Echo saying he thought Fnatic weren't very good. And that they were going to come top 2 in
हाँ,
the group. So,
ये क्या है भैया?
You know
I
what?
think that's something we didn't highlight, is that this team was speaking
क्या
more
है
crap
भैया?
than BBL were all the way through Ascension.
इसका
this
याद
is a
नहीं
team
मैंने
that,
सेटअप नहीं किया रे.
genuinely
करता हूँ
fired up.
करता हूँ.
Yeah, but I want to talk about the map specifically. I mean, Billy, I'm going to start
मैं
with you.
बोल दूंगा, मैं बोल
Breeze,
दूंगा, जब
Bind,
दोनों जगह live
and
रहूंगा, बोल दूंगा, बोल
Lotus
दूंगा.
in there as well with the couple of changes that we've seen on Lotus. Do we think we'll get to see that today?
Yeah, I mean, I
But
really
stage
hope so.
बड़ा
I think
नहीं
it's
लग रहा है?
exciting. I think, as you mentioned, Eternal Fire, they need to play like they have nothing to lose, right? We consider the group they're in. The first 3 games that they have to play, Fnatic today, they have BBL, they have Vitality, they have some strong contenders to
What
go
is
up against.
this?
But
You
looking at the
banned
maps
5
and the
citizens,
bans,
bro,
first of all
follow
here,
off, yeah.
I want to highlight the fact that Fnatic obviously banning Pearl, no surprises there. But I think as well, Eternal Fire banning out that Fracture, it's kind of
Stage
interesting.
बड़ा लग रहा है बे काफी.
I think we kind of expected it with it being new coming into the pool and the fact that this roster has never
भाई
played
नया
Fracture
Fnatic है,
together.
हार के आया, याद
Fnatic
रखना.
historically a very, very strong Fracture team too. I think that the pick for
हो
Breeze
सकता है
makes
अभी
sense. Fnatic
गुस्से
not
में हो.
looking too hot over kickoff, but they were trying to figure out Breeze, it felt like, during kickoff, and hopefully by now that they should realize that maybe putting Alpha on a duelist and
Yeah,
अलग लग
potentially.
रहा है
Holding
ना?
on to you
Stage?
really want to see that. Like,
No,
that is...
I think that's fair though. 'Cause
Find
after
your
the Jet
identity, get
performance on
back to
Breeze, it kind
settings
of
the
left more
meta,
to be
play
desired,
like
I
you
think,
have
and something
nothing
that Mini
to
had
lose.
highlighted about
Bring
Fnatic's
back
Breeze
the
throughout kickoff was
4-1
that
dead
tempo,
ball
that
from
pacing, right? Being able to lift that
Ascension.
up a little bit more and having that rather than these slow kind of
Aye,
plays. I
aye.
think as well, something that we have to
Meanwhile.
touch on are these keys to victories for both teams, right? We look at Eternal Fire.
मैं
We
करूँगा
want them to
predict.
come in full guns blazing,
कितना
considering
मेरे
the group
पास?
that they're in and the first 3 opponents they have to face. We look at Fnatic and want them to lean into their strengths,
दो.
to start defining the meta rather than having to follow suit and kind of fall behind like they did with this double
क्या
duelist.
गुस्सा चाहिए इस
Yeah,
मैच
players,
को?
however, are
Ascension
ready to
team
get
में.
things started.
वही team
Comfy
upset
in
करते
their
हैं भाई.
Razor Cherish, but
हाँ?
would like to dissect
अपनी
Breeze
Nongshim भी
first.
वहाँ से ही थी.
Breeze
हरा
further.
दिया
Oh
ना
my
सबको.
goodness. First things first, we look at this map pick and we're
New
been
husband,
talking about the fact
जब
that
मैं ads
we
चालू
want
करूँगा.
Eternal Fire to play like they've got nothing to lose. But on the flip
5 साल है.
side, we also are left wanting more from Fnatic. So is it going to be a matter of whoever is going to be able to hit the hardest
I
today?
mean, this is the perfect map to kind of play this style of meta, where you want to be aggressive, your
भाई
duelists
क्या
get to pop
गर्मी है
off. Like,
भाई,
this is a
क्या
moment
हो रहा
for
है
like
भाई
Fnatic to
दुनिया
show they
को?
can do the style that Eternal Fire. That's not going to be the first time I do that.
Eternal
Maybe
Fire,
the last one, though.
Echo,
And
EG,
it's an opportunity for
Outage,
Izzy
Nikki
as a new duelist
और
in
Fabian.
VCT to
ठीक
pop
है.
off on Jet.
Fabian
he's
नाम
a
देखा हुआ
Turkish
लग रहा
Jet.
है.
You're expecting very, very good. Alpha, yeah, ISO.
Okay,
बाकी
I
मेरे
kind
को
of,
नहीं मालूम.
do you know what? I like this. I like that they've gone in for that double duelist. How do you feel about the ISO on
I
Breeze?
mean, I think
Harbor?
it's
You
not
look shook.
historically
Harbor actually map
agent
match
you
है.
run on this map, but if we're asking them to
Harbor
innovate the meta and push it
actually
forward,
में
playing
map match है.
Harbor ISO,
Yep.
I can't complain yet.
ये
I
Let's
think
see
actual
how it
match
looks,
है.
though.
Bolster Harbor has to be something that comes to everyone's
I,
minds.
I think it's a great pick.
Yeah,
Like, I
really
think Harbor in this
interested.
meta is a really
Yep.
cool idea. I think Alpha
Yep.
historically on ISO, he likes to shoot people. ISO can shoot people. I think it makes sense on paper.
And you wanted to see him on the duelist, so You get exactly what you asked for. And it's not even April Fool's. Well, it is, but not really.
I think as well, just to touch on Eternal Fire's composition here, really surprised to see Echo on that
Why India Valorant matches
right?
don't
We
look
know
like
that this
this?
is something
क्योंकि
that's
ये
comfortable
VCT हो
him,
रहा है
maybe
ना?
adjusting to the stage, but I was expecting perhaps a chamber here, right?
Yeah, I
This is
think
such a great chamber
chamber
map
here
and
would be
something
good.
that we've seen him play recently.
Well, let's head over to our casters and maybe they can give us our opinion on the ISO, what they think of it. So, Mission Tom, take it away.
Bunks bhai, arc का पता नहीं.
I'm here with Tom. We're
No
looking
idea.
forward to the game.
Zero
Fnatic
idea.
Looking to, you know, show a different
But
face.
very
Maybe
soon,
have
very
a slightly
soon, very
disappointing kickoff performance, and Eternal Fire, obviously the new
Then
kids
let's
on the
start.
block, ready to take on the VCT stage.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for this game. I think that obviously
भाई मेरे
Fnatic
हिसाब
will
से
come
Fabian
in
को मैं
slightly
देखा
as
है.
those favorites, but
Fabian.
Eternal Fire,
Let me
Easy coming
check.
into the roster, I think is going to be really good. I'm super excited to get into this game. And Mitch, let's get it started.
Let's get cracking. And I'm from Ireland.
Ulf Esports में था. Ulf.
Oh, that's a bit better. All right. Well,
Ulf Esports में
I'm very
था.
excited to get this one kicked off, as you just heard me say, Tom. This is quite a
It's
decent
okay,
battleground
it's okay.
now for Eternal Fire to start off on. Breeze, somewhere that, I mean, Fnatic have shown some struggles, but it's not like Eternal Fire, or Ulf as they were
Running in
flawless on this.
Pune,
Change of
Sachi.
comps for Fnatic, change of roster
How
for
are they?
Eternal Fire. Let's see who's made that better use of the downtime.
Well, yeah, it really does feel like two completely
भाई
different
masterclass
ideas.
आने
Like
वाला
a
Breeze
much
का.
newer meta, newer agents
सीधा
comp,
copy
and
paste
then
मारना
one
ये
that,
comp.
again, you
सीधा
go
copy
back
paste.
however many years since Breeze was in the
13,
pool, and you could have seen it then and
4,
there. So
13,
it's more
copy
going to be
paste
who
मारना.
gets it right.
कौन किधर खेल रहा है?
I'm looking forward to seeing Izzy though. Echo as well. But it's Crashy's up top, looking for the opener, but Izzy
पूरा मत
already
मारना
with his
copy
first
paste.
opening kill
पूरा
of
मत
the
मारना.
tournament. I feel like there's going to be a lot of those.
Pretty decent chance. We'll keep
Nah,
tabs on it
चार
as we
बंदे
go,
थे
but
अपन.
already first blood against the old Kings of Fnatic. Remember, this is where they tend to bounce back, and we're certainly
भाई वो
looking
लोग
for a
क्या
resurgence
sexy
after
खेला अभी
kickoff.
लेकिन. Hello?
Fnatic even had Boaster talking about playing more aggressive, but for now, it's Eternal Fire controlling the pace, moving in towards this A site and challenging the man himself. Boaster surrounded, his teammates on the way, trying to chip
Help.
away and stay alive in the backside, but they are being demolished! Eternal Fire with a flawless opening to map number 1.
Yeah, not a bad way to go. And in-zone flawless for Eternal Fire in their first round in the league.
एक साल
And of
बाद
course, like,
Fnatic को
we've
देख रहा
already
हूँ.
highlighted some of the players last time out with Neki, who was playing, leading that sort of, well, mismatch of a
पूरा
roster.
copy paste.
But we spoke a
Eternal
lot about
Fire.
Echo. And if you watched Ascension, you might be going,
ठीक
oh
है.
yeah, I remember Echo, but he didn't play with Ulf at kickoff. He wasn't old enough. He's now
Perfect.
old enough to be able to play. And already a couple of kills onto the board. And that's the thing, I feel like there's a lot of expectation going into this game. The
भाई वो लोग
Fnatic,
एक kill मार के
well,
भागते
if they are going to be that team
कैसे
that
वो
makes
लोग
a run
हमारे
all the way
बड़ा
to
बेचारा
London,
वहाँ
which
पे.
is a long way away, they almost need
crazy
to
था.
blitz this game. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I think this Eternal Fire roster has a lot of very talented players.
Oh, this is a team that can upset even the best. Maybe prove that might be them. For Fnatic, presence towards this A site early.
वो
The default
आराम
being
से
spread out
मारा
by Eternal
भाई.
Fire, though, feigning the pressure on the A
Bhai,
site. We'll
clean,
send players
hello?
out elsewhere. Indeed, 2 for 2 on Izzy, although it's
pick,
against an
man.
eco. You know, the caveats there, but really confidence is a huge thing for Eternal Fire as well. You come in onto this stage up against Fnatic, and the more rounds they can tally up early, the more they're going to feel like exactly what Echo said in the interview is true. He was asked,
कसम, वो
you know,
लोग
where would you
पूरा
place
map
yourselves in the
खेल रहे
groups,
हैं.
put themselves up towards the top 2, and even said, Fnatic, they're not very
Shot
good.
बे.
Well,
Well,
they certainly weren't in
पैरा
kickoff.
मारा.
Ooh, okay, this is starting to get a little bit dicey. The round where it was only classics for Fnatic,
भाई shot है aim तो है aim तो है.
they've got rid of what were
Map-wise,
the
लेकिन-
weaker weapons. The Sheriff
ये जीता, भाई,
alongside, well,
sexy.
the gun that's now in
Map
Alpia's
presence
hands.
बहुत
The rest of them
sexy.
have rifles, though. Winning is going to be difficult, but any additional cost would be fantastic. And already, look how low at least Echo is. Down to a 2v2, weaponry firmly in the favor still of this Eternal Fire squad. And they will get the job done, but it was not clean.
Sound बड़ा
It
बड़ा
was
रहो.
close to a big response from Fnatic where they've got next to nothing brought to the table. As we said, confidence a big factor,
Oh,
but
by the
still
way,
a chance to
मेरे
recover
Q2
that
chat.
as they move into round 3, decently armed without too much of a cost to it. That's not the kind of fight you want to be losing up against the Classic. Oh my God, from downtown.
One enemy.
But yeah, for Eternal
मेरा
Fire,
गाफ
you love
पीठ
to
सब
see the
दुख रहा है बे।
attitude early on in the interviews. You love to see the energy down on the stage. But a 2-0 start, this is where things could go wrong as Fnatic take the
Ek
full
second.
buyout. But as we said, it's not like there's a massive gap in
Ek
terms of the
second.
firepower on most players. And Eternal Fire doing what they do best, the four-man group.
Free.
The death ball
Osbert is in the
moving
back.
towards
Osbert
top
is
mid,
back,
and a
boys.
challenge for Kayak any moment now. He can get out,
Oh
but not with a
my
shot to the head like
God.
that. Fabian following up with the body, and now
मेरे को almost 2 kill
the
दिख
site
गए थे।
under
No,
heavy
no,
threat
no.
with Crashies having a
Marcus
complete misread on the pace. They're already in their face.
Marcus.
And the aggressive play from Eternal Fire, it has given them what could be another flawless in Fnatic's first
असल वाले
bull buy.
Osbert देख रहा
Yeah,
था।
they've just absolutely obliterated them. And it's not like they did anything particularly complicated. Just moving together as a unit, keeping it nice and simple. I think especially on those like early attack side rounds, these are exact sort of plays you want to see succeeding. Like they haven't had to go for any fakes, try and play a ruse. They've just walked straight up short, straight down mid, and taken the fight onto Kayak. And it's another one of those players where we've seen him really have an identity shift in the sort of recent times because of how strong Yoru is to play mostly only Yoru. And well, so far that Neon doesn't seem to be going fantastically. Boaster will at least deny another flawless, but yeah, this really isn't the start that Fnatic were looking for.
Talk about these guys. We know that they've got the individuals, but it's not like on
Bell baja,
Fnatic
हाँ,
those
वो
are
मेरा
missing.
mobile का ringtone है।
Typically, right now, Kayak in that opening fight, he got decimated. Crashy's caught off guard. Alpha fell almost immediately. They are making it look easy.
Semi-finals पहले।
And the biggest threat was the anti-eco from what we've seen. Most damage done by Fnatic with classics in their hand. And now, well, they're right back there. They're not quite the classics. You know, the economy's building up slightly so they can afford some sheriffs, some ghosts, even a bandit in play. But this is not the start that they would have hoped for. When the whole narrative of this game is Fnatic need to win dominantly if we're to believe in the bounce back that we've seen from them before. Kickoff's always been the curse, but usually it's over by now.
Oh yeah, they've got
देखता
Vitality
बेस से
coming
वो
up
लोग
next
इधर
week.
भाग रहे हैं जो इधर का उधर भाग
I
रहे हैं
think
माँ
looking
कसम
throughout
सब
this
जगह
group,
प्रेजेंस
okay,
हर एक
maybe
का
I'd
दिखा रहा है भाई
Pacific on the low end, but I don't think there's any easy games.
It's another opening duel for Izzy, but this one doesn't go his way.
It's his first loss. I'm also really interested to see this sort of, well, it's not new, but this newer version of Harbor and EMEA, because it's just not played. It's not an agent that's popular whatsoever, and so the Boaster always been the one to sort of push the boat out. But Breeze has never really been that much of a success story. But now, the trade's looking fantastic.
Oh my God, कौन है ये?
Instead, though, it's right back to comfortable fashion for Eternal Fire in these early rounds, and Vekaj and Crashies just need to make it costly. They're not. Echo is just slamming them.
Well, yeah, he came in talking smack. It's good to see him backing it up from the very first barrier up. He's hunting down a bit more. He already got his ult, as if you'd be hunting for it. But he's looking for something more. And unfortunately, he pays a price, giving a rifle over to Crashies, and if he can get out of here with it, well, he can. He has the choice. He has the option, but he wants to make it more costly. Put a dent in that economy, and it's not going to happen. A 4-0 start to Eternal Fire. It is worth mentioning. It's their map pick, yada, yada. But the way that we're getting here, the last round in particular, not this one where they have pistols, but the one previously, it was far too dominant, and they just can't allow that to happen again.
Bear in mind, this is also Echo's first 4 rounds in VCT.
Yep.
That was his first death.
8-1.
He's 8-1 right now. A couple of kills around for the youngster. And well, you saw it in the interview just before. Incredibly confident. I think a lot of these young Turkish players coming up are very confident. You talk about these teams as a lot of the time being like scrim partners of like all of these other big rosters. And well, there you go. This is how he was playing over in Ascension. I'm sure later when we have that foot game coming up, we'll have the same for SOP. They were the two that when you watch that ULF team really sort of got them through into the VCT, but I'm glad to now see him take that stage, and I will be very excited to see SOP
Thank you so much for the phone.
Echo has definitely been a standout in these formative rounds early on the attack side.
Sound kam karo, kiska?
Eyes on Izzy as well. Some good early fights for him. Big boots to fill, that's for sure. I mean, SOP was the one that was promised, and he's been given to another team. But for Izzy coming in, making a name for himself in the league, and he knows he's going to have a lot of eyes on him. So far, it's been a good showing and a fantastic start for Eternal Fire. Fnatic, they've called a timeout. They've looked to reset. The change clear as Kayak comes into this round with an operator. 3 players, possibly 4, ready to blitz into mid. Fnatic are looking to fight.
Oh, command already utilized.
वापस गए
They
mid
may have
to
spotted
chat.
the boaster's ult is
वापस mid
ready.
to गए.
The Reckoning won't be coming down
अभी
onto them
अकेला
just yet.
निकल
But
नहीं
that does mean
सकता.
that Fnatic can look to play the retake already, though.
क्या?
First player lost the operator as well. Not
Mid
able
peek
to
करके मार
connect.
के
And
गया
Alfia
Uris.
trying to wrap back round behind. There are 2 players around this angle waiting. Echo sort of had his number so far. Shield activated, but he doesn't expect anybody that close. And Echo again just takes over.
Oh
He's
my
meant to be the sort of knife in the back, the lurker. He's been anything but. Front foot forward, and Fnatic, well, we talked about them taking a foot forward. Right now, it's looking like a step back.
Yet again, think about, oh, well, hold on. This off is under threat and taken down as well. No safe haven for Fnatic as Eternal Fire 5-0 flawless when they face the full buys as well. And this is ridiculous.
Another
The
in-zone
stage set.
flawless. It's crazy.
Oh my goodness. And for these guys, the fact that they set up for a mid-fight when we've seen multiple times that cage for the cross. No way to fight behind it if the reveal is broken. The A site under threat, pressured with only Vakaj there. He started the round inside of the spawn towards B. So he'd only just made it to the A side as the attackers did. That was a complete fumble after a timeout from Fnatic. They are at least able to buy up here. No operator in the hands of Kayak. It's a big piece missing, or well, maybe not missing. It's in the hands of Izzy instead. They've better armed their opponents. And this time, Eternal Fire, they get rid of that pacey aggression, sitting back and waiting for Fnatic to try something else.
I've seen the
neon
judge become very, very popular as of recent. So, if anything, this might be the gun of choice for Kayak, but it's safe to say that his start to this game so far, as a man who last year, especially in Stage 1 and Stage 2, is putting up MVP performances. Not quite there just yet. It is early days in the league, but expectations
ये कौन है
Fnatic
जैसी टीम जो सबको हराने वाली टीम को हरा रहा है? Language.
They're in a great position. I think he's been seen. He has. And again,
बाप रे!
Echo's walking into fires and eliminating both players. They were waiting and watching for that exact
Echo
fight.
is him.
And he still
Echo
comes
is
out
him,
smelling
bro.
the roses.
This is unbelievable. Again, it's not like this is an eco
God.
from Fnatic, but every round so far has looked like it, except the eco.
This is debut map.
An outrageous performance in Fnatic. They're already left to save, surely, if they can even manage that. Because guess who controls the A site, mid and B, everywhere in the grip of Eternal Fire, and they are not loosening it. Another spotted and dropped by Fabian. No weapon saved. Another in-zone flawless for Eternal Fire. And the Kings of old gone missing. 6 rounds in.
Oh my God.
And a handful of kills is all Fnatic have to report. Echo outshining the entirety of the opposition.
Oh
well, yeah, we are 6 rounds into his debut map in VCT. He's averaging 2 kills a round, which if you were wondering is insane. They have had 3 in-zone flawlesses, and they should have had 4. It was just Boaster saving on the other side of the map that managed to kill 1 player. Credits through the roof in case you were wondering, and now they've just shot! That's Alfia! You can't do that to Alfia! You can't just dash and kill him immediately! Under pressure though, crashes have done well. They have an advantage for the first time, well actually first time at all. It's the first time I think they've had an advantage. Maybe about to be a first round.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury put through. Left Izzy with next to no HP, an easy cleanup. The op swapped out as Audas now steps forward, but players on either side. It's a crunch, and Vakaj doesn't even need the help. Fabian left to do it all, and we could finally see that first round for the favorites. It all comes down to Fabian to see how much he can get done, but they are ready and waiting. And the first man to cross has to be Kayak. He gives him the space, 47 HP, an easy cleanup and a headshot to confirm. And
boys, they are back.
And it was a bit of a shaky
Nice
start
side.
with that dash in from Izzy, but they extended a little too far. Honestly, for Eternal Fire, that's just confidence. I don't mind them playing one round like that, but we're probably going to go back to the death
So
ball.
ulti
That's a whole
Opita.
different
So
challenge.
ulti
Yeah.
Opita.
Well, the worst thing is the flash didn't even catch. That was just him raw out aiming Althea. And well, the duelists on Fnatic have been having a horrible
So
time.
ulti
1 and
देखा
7, 1 and
कैसा
6.
सोवा
Like,
का
it's
ult
been
आते ही देखा
a
किसी
very,
ने
very quiet
सोवा
start
ult
from them.
crazy
That needs to change. But they've got around onto the board.
किसने
It's
देखा?
not going to be a 13-0.
सोवा ult क्या मारा उसने
Still have Boaster's ultimate. The kill contract also available for Althea, although I don't know if he wants to take a 1v1 at this point, but Izzy has been dealt with, and there's Kayak.
Kajak
Again, it's been rough so far. He's looking to still go. Althea now pinching
Finally.
alongside Dim, and they are getting rushed down. Only Neki
अभी यहाँ पे टाइम
remains.
आउट आएगा फिर ये लोग
A 1 versus 4.
मिड टू हेवी नहीं खेलेंगे बार-बार
Now, this is much better from Fnatic.
Door
The main
smoke
problem
करके
has
mid
been
लेके
around
फिर
mid. The
शायद,
fact that they're
लेकिन
able to
सीधा
cross
नहीं.
for free. Now we're seeing the reveal go in a little delayed 2 rounds ago. This time, and the last, it was a lot of presence around the door. Quick crunch in from mid. Because when they tried to do it with 4 players on top mid, that was the first solution to the problem. And again, that hinges on the reveal catching a lot.
भाई कजक आ गया
And
कजक
once
आ
it
गया
didn't,
बे
once it was destroyed, where do you go
Kajak aa
from
gaya,
here?
Kajak
They've
aa
just
gaya.
walked into the A site. So the adjustment to have that extra player
13
towards
and
door,
3 chal raha
it
hai,
pays
bro.
dividends.
Wow,
2 rounds on the
kasam,
board,
Cypher
many
wo
more
bhi.
needed. I mean, Fnatic, they want to start running away with this,
Cypher.
at least for the last 2 they have.
हैं
Yeah, much
अपना
better from
उधर
them.
कैसे गया?
And there's Kayak once again.
हैं
Fabian into the 1 versus 1, and Althea taking
I
it. Those
saw that.
double duelists that were quiet just moments ago have really started to come alive. Aggressively taking space with the operator, though, has dealt a blow. Echo, the space should have been heard. They should know exactly where he is.
Oh
It's a bit of a blip from Fnatic, but even still, he had to hit both shots. They're going to know where both are. Reveals onto Bekaj, who's trying to hold on, and while an early start with a 2-man advantage
Yeah!
crumbles at the hands of Echo. This guy is having a debut to remember.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
2v5,
just on air
2v4.
going to request the graphic for, I don't know, whether it's between maps,
2v5,
whether it's the next map, get a little sideboard is going.
God.
His stats in Ascension
Bro,
looked all right.
2v5.
Like he was doing his
Fnatic
job
to gaya.
as a Sentinel. Right now, he looks like a generational duelist.
We have new
playing
people
a
in
soccer.
town.
I
God
would
goodbye.
almost ask
16 and 3.
a question of Captain Cow. What is the greatest debut of all time? Because
Yeah, Kata had a really solid map
Yeah.
1.
Hey,
I remember.
2v5 Fnatic
had
के
some
सामने.
great
Fantastic.
debut.
This is ridiculous, man.
I think
Ascension
Navira,
team.
going back a bit, but he had an insane debut. But yeah, 16 and 3.
भाई एको
It's
कौन
up
है
there. It's up there.
Yeah, you'd ask the question, can he keep it going? But he just did. That was a huge round.
Fine.
Oh, he's even the
Abhi
fact
tak
that he's
mara
alive
nahi
is
wo.
ridiculous.
Bhai,
Look
usne
at the
do jan
damage
ko
done.
loke, hello.
5 and 9 HP. Both duelists hanging on for dear life. And the A site being overrun. Izzy's made it through. Still a man behind.
भाई ये भी मार रहा है
Well,
अच्छा
not
easy
anymore. A pick for Neki, and now this can bring so much value with the
भाई
late
नहीं
play
नहीं
from
वो लोग का
Odas. He
शॉट
doesn't have
नहीं लग रहा
pressure
है मान
on
ही
his
नहीं सकते
shoulders
भाई ड्रोन
anymore.
का
The spike planted,
ड्रोन
they'll
के
look
साथ
to
उसका
cross
एम हिला
in.
के
And the
दो
man who's caused them
जन उसको
problems
मार
working
रहे
around
और
those doors
वो
already
दोनों
dead,
लोग
but
है
in comes Odas, dealt with by Vikash. Advantage swings their way, damage done. But it's
Oh,
Neki
shit,
that has
mara.
to pull this off with no
Crashes
idea on the
marega.
final player. There's the info, but the connection
बकज मारेगा
goes the way of Fnatic. A 3rd round, much needed. They're going to trail
भाई वो
at the
लॉकड इन है भाई
halftime.
एको जो भी है लॉकड
The
इन है
question is, by how much?
Vakash does well there.
ये
Like, his
EMEA
late
की
push
NS
through,
की
winning that
बिफोर
initial battle,
उल्ट
but
का
then just
गड़बड़ हुआ
allowing
फाइनेंशियल्स का हाँ क्या
to hold on to at least a little bit of additional
मेरे
space.
को नहीं मालूम लेकिन
An incredibly close round, but
एको का
I wouldn't
फ्यूचर
mind
बहुत
close. As
इंसेनली
long as they're
ब्राइट
getting the
है
rounds onto the board, 3
इंसेनली
of the
ब्राइट
last
है
4 after a 6-0
कितने साल का है
deficit,
वो
starting to look more and more doable, but I hate to just be a broken record, but you look at the trap play they set that was only on Echo, and the fact that he does, what, like almost 300 damage, it's really scary how good he is looking right now. And not shying away from
भाई
the same fight. He's
इम्पॉसिबल
going back and forth with it
है
again.
वो
2 rounds left in the half. Still possible to be a commanding
ये लोग
lead
अभी
for
तक बी में
Eternal
गए
Fire.
ना बी
In the worst case
एग्जीक्यूट अभी तक
scenario,
नहीं
they've got a
मिड टू
bit
है
of
और
a
ये
margin to work
दो ही
with.
स्ट्रांग है
Going into
Beast
the
split
next,
किया था
pressure
बस
put on the Boaster yet again. He's got support. Kayak's off now, rotating through, looking for an angle around the back. And he's
क्या
got it posted
18
up. Cloudburst pushes him back a moment. Echo trying to sneak his way, slither into the back lines. And Boaster's the one to fall for it. He doesn't stop there, but he's put to a stop by Alphayer as they keep fighting their way back into this. The off shot missed, but they were out of ammo. Kayak gets a second lease of life. Lucky to still be drawing breath deep into this round, but it won't be the case for much longer. Eternal Fire, another on the board. 8 guaranteed and a 9-3 half on the horizon.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये कैसा पॉसिबल है? मिड का साइफर मिड पे केज डाल के रिकॉन तोड़ के ए आके बैक साइड आके पहला किल मार रहा है. फेवेन अच्छा था, फेवेन को देखा है मैंने.
Up in the retake because of the way Eternal Fire are playing. It's brutal, it's brute force, and it's working.
This is a game.
Oh my Mata Rani. Oh my Mata Rani.
At least Neki, the one to
You
find
did?
the opening. The Kings of
Cypher
All being
it!
put to bed. A 5 versus 3. The A site showing no signs of faltering for Eternal
भाई
Fire.
अब फिर ये लोग गेम अलग खेल रहे हैं, फिर मैं
I mean,
चूकते हूँ.
it's been a piece of their
कौन
gameplay
सा
from the
साइफर
word
ऐसे
go,
खेलता
but
है?
they're not expected to be up this close. Kayak manages to round his way back over to his teammates so the trades can come through, but even still, it's Eternal Fire miles ahead in every fight. Crashy's tagged on the other side of the Cosmic Divide and he can't even break through. They are waiting, a firing squad on the other side, and he will meet his doom at their hands. 9-3. Eternal Fire showing up in a level I don't think anybody expected.
No, it's been an insane first half. Echo finishes at 18 and 5, and well, it's going to need to be one of the classic comebacks if Fnatic are going to turn this. We'll find out after the break.
वो कैसे खेलता था ऐसे? ना कोई नहीं है. भाई ये मेरे को ना उसका याद दिलाता है. ये याद है स्प्लिट में चेंबर लेता था, मिड पुश करके मिड उनके मुंह पे टीपी डालता था, वो डालता था ट्रैप चेंबर लेके. अकेला जाता था, कुछ तो करता था, ट्रैप डाल के लड़ता रहता था, भागता रहता था, कुछ तो करता था. इंडिया करे तो सब गाली देते, मैं ही पहले देता. भाई ऐसा नहीं खेलते, ऐसा खेलते ही नहीं भाई. वो मर गया, एक्स्ट्रा एंगल वो लोग को देखना पड़ेगा पूरी टीम को. मिड पुश का कुछ मालूम नहीं है वो लोग को, फ्लैंक का कुछ मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा वो लोग को. साइड रीटेक वो लोग के लिए इजी हो जाएगा फनेटिक को, लेकिन ये दिए जा रहा है, मारे जा रहा है, और ऐसे नहीं मार रहा है, उसका टीम का यूटिल जा रहा है. और लोग बैक साइड जब ले रहे हैं ना तब वो पीक ले रहे हो, ऐसा रैंडम पीक नहीं ले रहे हो.
Wow, a game of
ऐसा
legacy
हाँ चलो
versus
टाइमिंग
hunger
1 2
and
3 ऐसा
Fnatic.
करके पीक नहीं ले
Well,
रहे
they're the
हो.
ones going hungry. Starved for rounds, 3 on the board after the first halftime. We knew that Eternal Fire could do the damage
Team
up
के
against
angle
even
के
the
साथ
best.
पीक मार
But
रहे हो
for
bro,
Fnatic,
what the
after
fuck?
kickoff, this is where we expected the bounce back, and so far they have fallen flat on their face.
Yeah, this has always been their
ये
sort
बोलना
of story.
जरूरी है.
The kickoff performance was
Kickoff अभी
poor,
चालू है उनका.
and then we expect them to come back. They've had
ये
time
dance
to
दिखाना
work on all
जरूरी है
their
अभी के
flaws
time
and
पे.
their issues, and you can
इतने
see
तब
like
दिखाओ ना
kickoff
भाई.
last year, 2 Series 1 versus the
क्या बात
8
है?
in Season 1. Obviously, there are more games, but even still, it was a significant turnaround that takes them to events, and then they make the finals of those events. It's not looking great. Now I will admit, like Breeze for
सनक वाले शर्म
them
करो.
didn't look like a great map. I think that's why it's been picked.
Echo
In.
map,
My
Crimson Desert
expectations
खेलते.
for the next will be completely different, as it's their choice. But it is a damning sight to see 5 sort of youngsters, a lot of rookies on the stage, running it down, and the one that's brand new and played
क्या
his
आपने
first
Schedule
half in
2 का plan बना
VCT,
है?
dominating you.
Dominating, very much so. Every fight's felt like it went their way. Now how do Eternal Fire manage the defense? And already you can see Izzy feeling confident out here looking for some picks, and he hears that ISO shield and gets the hell out of there. It's the right call. Keeping that fight nice and ranged. The pressure won't be put on, but movement towards the A site now from Fnatic. Blood in the water. and they can swim right in to fill that space. It's odd as it's
Bro,
going to be pretty much isolated if they can close that distance quickly with the rotates cut off. But now he's going to be helped, tries to pounce with Neki, but it's Alfier finding two. And things falling back into the hands of Fnatic, at least for now.
Login करके.
Yeah, Echo's desperately low. Is he still healthy, but going to split up and look for clues. But on the other side of things, Fnatic are not just waiting to be surrounded. They are watching every angle. The pre-fire not quite landing, and Crashy should have him dead to rights. That leads Izzy, a man who's been on Eternal Fire for quite a while, but not with this set of players. First comes easy, but the next two you have to feel are going to be much more difficult. Sitting back, Alfia on the site, and Crashy's just playing, running all the way, making sure there's no chance of a defusal, and even going to close him out in the end.
A pistol round and a much-needed one for Fnatic if they're to climb their way back into this map. Again, this is the pick of Eternal Fire. They will feel confident in their bind that's coming up next, and historically being a better map for them. But you don't want to go in with just a handful of rounds, and Eternal Fire feeling like they're the better squad.
Allez les frères.
Yeah, allez les frères. But this was where Fnatic did most of the damage, Tom. This was one of their most competitive early half rounds, was just with Classics. I wouldn't hold my breath for the same on Eternal Fire.
No. I think with all players on the other side having a weapon of sorts, with Kayak being the only one with a weaker gun, like they come out of this one with 4 players alive, so expectations incredibly low.
Yeah.
For Eternal Fire, but I think Fnatic will know it as well, that you can't even really afford to have a quote-unquote bonus round with how far behind you are. You don't want to give Eternal Fire anything. You almost want to replicate that 6-0 start that the Turkish squad had. By the looks of it, well, it's either an attempted play to catch them as they exit, or just dying to the spike.
W B bye, W B Straj bye.
Yeah, it seems that's very much what they're going for. Just tucking away. Looking to make this costly. 3 players I see moving towards the attacker, or sort of defender spawn, but the rest, well, they could be in trouble. Alpha looking for orbs, finds himself 2 with his death. And Boaster, he's not going to make it away, is he? Oh, just about. Slips his way to safety. Wonderful stuff. As a 9-5 scoreline shapes up, Fnatic, this is where the big test comes. Rifle round for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they have on the attack, because I think, especially ISO and the ultimate in play, you can pick someone out of a position. You can make it so that even if you lose, they'll be dead on the site. I also think with Boaster's utility, this is where he can make things much more difficult for opponents. Especially that high tide can section off angles that regular smokes can't do. I also want to see if he can hit much with the Storm Surge. We used it late at the last bit of the round to sort of catch players on the exit, but didn't really have much impact when it came to that defense.
I think they're going to just fire Alpha's ult through off this drone. Ready to roll. And
there
it is. They caught on as the shield was up. Even if he finds one, he's not getting much more after. Decent damage, but Alpha won't fall. Comes back into the fight. Ready for a brawl as Fnatic find themselves the plant, the man advantage, and it's Eternal Fire knocking on the door.
It seems like part of the game plan. They were looking to get orbs for that ultimate in the last round, and if you can remove a player from defensive positioning, it becomes so much harder to even have any sort of delay. Echo in position, but they are losing fight after fight, looking much better from Fnatic. This attack side execute goes perfectly. They'll only be 3 rounds behind.
Well, this is exactly what Boaster promised earlier on. Said, you remember back in the Summon FC days, we were capable of now known for running the clock down, rather.
Yeah.
Bringing us to 15 seconds without even having the spike on a site. But they used to have that little flair to them back in the days of Mo, 40, and Shaq.
Come on, boys!
You used to see them play some very direct styles, and that's what we get in this one with the ISO ult.
You're quoting ancient texts at this point.
It looks like the same old style towards this A site, but a standard split.
Kayak and Alpha haven't spotted the players on site. It is a 3-man stack up, make it 2. And Neki, you gotta wake up, bud.
Hey,
You've just been turned on. Kayak clearing up. They're leaving
Chun
just
chun ke mara,
Fabi.
chat.
Maybe a chance for a flawless of their own, unless he can make this one costly.
4 बंदे थे मस्त मारा
Poster just going to play from behind, not even take too
Ek aur
much of a
flawless.
risk. In fact, he's just looking to keep himself alive. He's going to make the curve a little bit more solid.
Crash
It won't
को
be
point
flawless,
देने के
but
लिए
it will be
वो
very clean.
लड़ा
7 to 9.
नहीं
I like that. Yeah, he's just giving the ult orbs over. Like, I don't want that smoke. Fair enough. Good work by Boaster as well, just sitting in that position. They go for the split 2-2 with him left behind in mid. You see it there in the replay on the map. Him catching Echo. There it is, actually. Thank you very much, folks. Catching Echo on the rotate around what could have
भाई एक
been
मेरे को वो राउंड देखने
danger
का जहाँ
for
पे वो
them.
लोग
'Cause
प्लांटिंग नहीं
again,
करते
on that
पांच
attack
बंदे
side, it
जिंदा
felt
रहते
like
और हार
Echo was
जाते
so good at sensing the space that was being
तब
left
तक
open.
थोड़ा वो
He was
vibe
slipping
एक
into
missing
positions
है
to
वो
catch
वाला,
them off
Fnatic
guard,
वाला.
to isolate duels against players who just were not ready for him to
But
be there,
Binks
which
double controller
you expect
खेलते
from
हैं
like a
ना,
Neon
तो
or
वो
something like that, but he was doing it here in the
Astra,
Sentinel.
और Harbor और Viper.
Playing Cerebral. This is going to be a more direct play on mid to fight through the orb. What a mistake! Fabian has eaten them alive! In this play, the brakes pumped on it. The B split no longer stands any hope, surely. What a round,
क्या
man!
तुम लोग
So many
लोग
just
ने वही
talent
देखा
today.
तो
Because I
मैंने
was thinking,
देखा
that's a bold position to take, but hey,
planted.
fortune favors them. That's what they say. Even still, though, 2 standing. Crashes in a clutch. But that smoke's going to be they're going to line up. All right, they're just going for highlight reels at this point. We're going to have another one by the end of the day. 10 rounds for Eternal Fire, but I do look at that round and go, okay, how repeatable is a 3-man spray down?
It's almost a 4-man spray down with the
भाई
ISO shield as
देखो
well. Look at this.
रिवील भी हो रहा है
He did not see Kayak. That's the nastiest thing I've ever seen. Look at that! You nasty boy.
God,
And then a collat to close it
The
out.
worst thing is the collat almost feels underwhelming just because of what happened before it, but the collat's pretty cool. You know, it was nice, but it wasn't what Fabian did.
bro.
Well, that's one way to push to double digits. Fnatic, though, still have the credits to fall back on for this round and the next.
है बे
So there's not going to be an easy
Turkish
path to
aim है
12.
बेचारे
See if they can do it the hard way. Already Izzy up on the corner, and it's Alpha.
उसको
Caught
दिक्कत
without his
कैसे दी?
shield.
मेरे को लगा नियॉन ने
Taken
देखा
down with
रे
the first
Oh,
blood
dear.
from Izzy. Finds it hard to take down the drone, but you know what? Body shots are all he needs. Oh, that's it's cleaning up the first and second wave dealt with.
इसमें
Pressing
नियॉन
fire.
नर्फ दे
You're
कर
not
रहे
getting
हैं
my teammate. You're not getting anywhere near
क्या
him.
मारा उसने भाई
Oh dear, wow. It wasn't 3, but it was just as pretty. A quick double tap.
Hello?
And I thought the drone would pick him up, but I don't think it did. I don't know if the drone had already been fired, so it couldn't quite shoot
ड्रोन
again
है
in
उसके
time. but
सामने
I
नियॉन
thought
स्टन
Odas
डाल
was
रहा है उसके
screwed.
सामने
Back-to-back rounds where
Slide
players look
कर रहा है
like they're in
उसके
positions
सामने।
where there should be no chance to
और
survive.
उसने दो मारे
Izzy wanted a highlight of his own again, but this time has fallen. Spike going to the other
वो
side of the map,
टट्टी
but
के
let's not
गांड
pretend
नियॉन जो मेरे गेम
like
में
it
है
is
तो
open,
देख रहा है
even though
क्या
there's only one player here.
कैसे
There's
खेलते
a couple
नियॉन
of trips.
एटलीस्ट
There's a cam in the corner.
हाँ
The cam is, well, just like us, is watching both.
कैसे यूटिल्स डालते देख रहा है क्या
I think he's even just moved the trips around.
Last player standing.
Yeah.
30
Yeah,
seconds
no.
left.
No utility
Spike
needed for
down
that one.
B.
Echo on a tear. What a round from Audaz as well, up close.
ये near to में हाँ
Shutting the
assistant
door
team
in
में वहाँ
Fnatic's
था
face just as it felt like they picked up some momentum, and it is the big boy, the Odin, to close out the round.
चैट ये तो
Not even
अपन
on the
आउ
floor.
में जा रहे
It's
बे
not worth it. 11-7, a 4-round gap, and Eternal Fire getting very close to closing this one out convincingly. And you can sit here and
मैं तो
say
मैच
it's their
stream ही
map,
नहीं
they
करने वाला
can
था
find and yada yada. Sure, I've said it all,
Enemy.
but the
कौन सी
reality
टीम है
is,
ये बोल
it just
के
doesn't matter. This is not the way this story was supposed to go. And you can see it on the faces of the Fnatic players. They need to make a big change here. The timeout to hopefully course correct before this is too far gone.
Yeah, well, it did look like the drone was actually stunned up as it came through, but it meant that they found out he was there as they pushed through the smoke. And at that point,
अगर ऐसे खेला तो
he's going to have an
जीत गया बे लोग
opportunity to get a
लंदन
double.
सीधा
The surprise fact that the
बाकी
reveal
कुछ देखने की
wasn't
जरूरत
in
नहीं है
play. And that's helped them out quite a bit. And that's a couple of rounds now where
हर्ष
you're
भाई
going to
रेडियन
look at
पहुंच
it from an
गए
Eternal
आपका
Fire
कब
point of
होगा
view
हर्ष
and
भाई
go,
रेडियन पहुंच गए
what
ना
a crazy
नंगा
spray
नाचूं
down.
मैं
But you're going to
नंगा
look at that as the coaching staff of Fnatic and go,
समझ रहे हो
why have 3 of my players pushed one guy and died? Why have 2 of my
एकदम,
players pushed one guy and
fully.
died when we put a drone through it? Like these are
Fully.
things that could have gone your way
बिना
if
boost हुए बात है
your players were able to react quickly enough to what was going on, but they are being caught. And that was the same in the first half. Eternal Fire were able to stop their retakes by getting in their face, while they're stopping their executes by getting in their face.
Yeah, and a big part of it, I think, is that Izzy opening pick. The last man you want to be losing there really is Alfier, the guy who's got that second lease of life, who can go take a shot to the face, trade those with you, and he's going to be just fine with another shield primed and ready right after the
Bro,
kill.
they started losing the
Him being
moment Binks
dropped
had come back.
that early on,
Language.
well,
मेरे
you
पे
might
मत
just see
डालो
that
अभी ये
shield go up
चीज.
before he rounds the corner in future. And indeed you do. A bit more caution this time. It won't be thrown to the wind.
सीधा
See
execute.
if Fnatic
चलो फुल अच्छे टाइम पे
still be
है.
swept away.
Recon अच्छे टाइम पे
Fury
है.
to clear. Oh,
और
good tag
sexy
on
मार
the
रहा है.
first, but no second connection.
और
Auda's still
जिंदा
going
है
red.
सब में.
Never mind.
गजब अचानक से यहाँ पे आ
They
गया
weren't
2
just
वॉल के
sitting
बीच
pretty, they
में.
were moving off of that ultimate.
Last player standing.
You could say what you like
साफ
about
कर
how this has
दिया
gone
बे.
for Fnatic so far, but when they've had the ult for the execute, they have been sublime. Hunter's Fury, it worked. Use the
Bro,
kill
साफ
contract,
कर
it
दिया
worked.
वो
And this
लोग ने.
time, in-zone flawless off the back of it. An
साफ.
immediate
इतना बाप
reaction
pull डाला है.
after the pause. 3 rounds
इतना
the
बाप
difference once
recon
again,
डाला है.
but we're waiting to see if
So
Eternal Fire have
alt
another
dodge
combo
हुआ है,
make
थोड़ा ही
or
लगा
break
है.
it.
लेकिन
Well, I
वो
think
लोग
that's a
ने
big thing.
साफ
Think about
कर
the round
दिया.
before where
साफ.
Izzy is left to freely take an opening fight inside of main, and then Audaz is left to freely take a 1v2 as they come through the
God,
wall
babe.
that they put up. This is not something that
बोला था कि नहीं come
most
back.
players will struggle with if you're able to stand your ground and
बोला
take
था
the
कि
fight
नहीं.
that you wanted from the get-go. This time there's disruption. And we saw it, as you said, with the kill contract from Alfier previously. That's what opened up this A
Clean,
site.
babe.
Now,
Clean round, clean round.
they have the ult from Boaster at least, but they are starting to wane in that front. Can they find that same success with the straight-up aggression when those pieces are missing? And with Eternal Fire calling a timeout, I really like this timeout. This is the first one that they used, so they still have a backup in case Fnatic do close in the
अभी
gap.
Fnatic pressure
But
आएगा
this is
उनके
really
मुंह
the
पे.
first time that they felt danger. A gap of 3. The chance here to really close the door in Fnatic's face once and for all.
Well, one of the coolest talking points, of course, with the Turkish scene is the
Language,
coach we have
Samrat bhai,
at Eternal Fire
language.
from Fire. He is the guy that
EFF good ember?
we've seen the photos of him and
Yeah.
Alfia earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Like, this is a guy
बहुत
with
सारी
vast
team के
amounts of
against support कर
respect,
सकते
someone
हैं
who's
इसको.
very well known for bringing up
team
that
लगा.
sort of young talent. And we now get to see like,
Binks
what he's
भाई
come up
देखो
with. Because
green
that wasn't
rank
immediate.
पहुंच
There was
गए
a
हैं.
pause in the last round. That was a
हर्ष भाई को देखो
reaction to
red rank
what we
पहुंच गया है.
just saw.
बराबर
That
रिया
was
जी.
a I need to do something here and now to make sure that we close out this map, because Bind, it could be a completely different story. So we'll have to wait and see.
अमेरिकाज कब से
If they
चालू हो रहा है
found the
by the way
answer, but
Lavis?
also credits
next week
now on
शायद
the
ना?
line for Eternal Fire. This could start a
हर्ष
streak.
भाई
for
chat
Fnatic.
miss किधर है?
Oh, Izzy. He was focused up on main, thinking his
Mando?
back was covered as Echo was there to support him. But a nice smoke popped into
मेरे को
play
नहीं
by
दिख रहा है,
Boaster.
हर्ष मत
Blocks
खेल रहा
that
है.
vision. Gives an easy opening to Fnatic. A big player removed from the equation.
पहुंच गया वो
They
Radiant.
move towards this A site, though still plenty of players close by. Eternal Fire were thinking
Oh,
about
wow,
re-clearing mid,
yeah.
but although one does, Fabian stays close by, looking for the fight. Doesn't step through the wall on the flash.
It's you and
Nade to deny, but he'll be caught
Yeah,
now by
Fabian,
the
yeah.
ultimate. In a battle with Alfier, not a place
That's
many
me,
people want to
that's
be,
me.
but he wins it.
अच्छा ये वाला
He will be
$100.
dropped as soon as he comes out, surely no. In fact, his
Bro,
teammates
bro,
create the
bro,
space.
bro.
Fabian wins that fight and
भाई,
pops
ये round
the
भी
ult
निकाल
ready.
सकता है.
Now the fight
Spike planted.
further towards the back site.
3
Flash
to
popped
लेकिन
as
ठीक है, 2
Vekash
to
can't back
possible
off.
है.
There's no safe ground for him to go to. And the info
मेरे
falling
को
into
सच्ची
the
में
hands
दिख रहा है
of the
उसका क्या वो
remaining.
mod है मेरे इसमें.
Fabian showed us an insane spray down inside of middle
Emo.
not that long
Player
ago.
standing.
But a
Ema
big task
push
now.
to
A 1
Radiant just
versus
to
2.
see
And it's
you
Crashies
nanga
and
bums
Vekash
by.
to close.
सच्ची लिखा उसने. ईमा क्या होता है बे? ओ ईमा. ये खुद को जेंजी मान रहा है क्या ये बंदा? ईमा. ये रहा. लाइव चैट नहीं होगा. ओ मेंबरशिप नहीं है ना बे टिक मार्क करने के बाद भी. छी भाई इसलिए तो इग्नोर हो रहा था. छी छी भाई.
Well, Fnatic were not here. They didn't show up. The first 7 rounds, it felt like nothing but Eternal Fire finding success. A blip on the radar was all there was to report.
गए
But now, oh my goodness! Now you start to think that Fnatic, of course, correctly, they found their way back in the game. Oh, a flurry of frags for Eternal Fire, a return from Fnatic to put this into a 3v3. It is a chaotic round. Izzy completely caught off guard in mid. The problem is that Viper's Pit. The numbers even, the weaponry favored to Fnatic, but if the pick goes down, this is going to be a really difficult round.
The expectation was after those 2 kills came in on B that there would be some space to be taken. Instead, it was a quick reaction from Fnatic to go back the other way. 2 players within the pit. Fragment trying to force them out the back of it. Kayak, he's still sat behind. Weren't expecting him to be here, and it puts a spanner in the works. They had a chance to maybe surround their opponents. Fabian trying his best, but again, a back-to-back round with a Veccash triple takes Fnatic to within 1.
Yeah, back-to-back triple kills.
Hashtag OP, 1 second रुक. मेरे को at least subscribe कर दे. हर खेल रे. Subscribe कर दिया.
That's so rough.
अरे मेरा जोक वहाँ तक पता. Love you, Alpha.
Okay, I think he's doing all right.
He really doesn't seem too upset.
हर स्केल रे तो already Raiden पहुँच गया. आज
finding their way back on the attack side now. Another direct play being teed up. They're going to blitz straight in towards this A side.
आपको 18 साल होने के लिए और 14 साल है.
They've got numbers, but they're not looking to fight. They want them to come in. Look where that trip was. Never mind. And there's going to be no chance for it as Echo gets dropped at least in a trade. And the AWP now making itself known. They've got to be careful of it as Crashes just swings out Dome's necky. Yeah, but they're not going to be so cautious. Man advantage now for Fnatic, and they can take this where they want.
Yeah. Izzy's firing shots into his own cosmic device. I don't think you're going to get anyone there, but I appreciate the effort. He's so locked in.
Sorry,
He doesn't realize that he's safe for now. But yeah, that safety that they created, again, if this was old Fnatic and there was 20 seconds left on the clock when they started that push, that would have been great. Instead, they've now gone, well, we can kind of just go wherever we want now. We can sit here and wait. We can rotate off. We don't have to push into the 3-man stack. We don't have to even risk crossing back over the wall that was there because you've put something down to protect us. And the site is very open.
Had to be a gamble either way from the attackers, waiting for the re-aggression on that A site. It doesn't come in, so they decide that it's likely Eternal Fire of stacked A at this point. Move it to the other side, and a free plant will be acquired.
Should be a save, right?
At this point, yeah. They'll be 11-11 if they lose, and if all their credits are thrown at this round, that could be a map that started out so dominant for this young squad. All of a sudden taken out of their hands. They will wait for one more round, one more fight, but
Happy
the winds have certainly changed direction, filling the sails of Fnatic and pushing them towards this map victory that would bind up next. Be a terrifying prospect for what looked like a confident Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's kind of rough because I think in most circumstances, if you're like a young team, you come up against Fnatic and you go, hey, yeah, maybe we lose 13-11. You go, it's not too bad, it's a bit annoying, but the fashion in which they lost it would be worse. Like 9-3 up at the half, getting yourself some early rounds, like getting the momentum back relatively quick, and then you have a couple of closer clutch rounds that don't go your way, things start to slip, and Fnatic are just getting better and better as they go. Like we've started to see Veccash really step up to the plate. Kayak moved up that board as well, and going into the next map, their choice. I don't feel good on it. So this you said earlier, the first pause utilized a little early, or in a spot where you could basically still have some wiggle room. Wiggle room is gone. Second pause.
I think they've done well to save them up with the big advantage that they had, not calling it too early, not panicking. But now, maybe the time for panic. It is the last stand of Eternal Fire on a map that seemed destined to fall into their hands. They may need that with Bind up next, somewhere Fnatic should look a lot better. If they go in with a map in their back pocket and all worries start to fade. And the stage 1 team that we know, the kickoff curse fading, well, that old story just comes right back into the limelight.
Group bugs by language.
We'll see. Fnatic,
भाई आ गया बे Fnatic come back.
after that first half, already got to
वो
be
भी जब
feeling
वो लोग
pretty good
ऐसा
about
मार
that
रहे थे
backside.
बे ये
It definitely
वाले.
seems like the set plays that they've had with this composition on the attack have
Huh?
been very, very good. Like the amount of space they're able to section off, the smoke angles they're able to create using that harbor.
चल स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो मेरी
Looks
जान
like-
के टटो.
Even with a bit of a mixed buy, there's again going to be some attempt for aggression. Patiently waiting with that operator on Alpha, yeah. But with the judge in hand,
ये
I
लोग
can't
push करने वाले
imagine
क्या
Orders
smoke?
is going to go that
वो
much
ऐसे
further.
चिपक
No, you
के
just get
वन
him
वे.
embedded on that corner. A star down so he can get himself out if pressure's put onto him. Pop that smoke up. From here, I'd almost like to see soon Fabian stepping away. He wants to be the
सब
bait
जगह से
to draw
push
them
मत कर
in.
रहे.
And in fact, they are coming back towards this. There could still be a chance
भाई
for
लोग A पे
patience to
बकचोदी
pay
करके
off.
B जाएंगे
Passive
क्या?
setup on the B site. Trip covering the way through, but there's the problem. I mean, Fabian's here.
वो तो
He should be
अपना था.
breaking that. That's the plan ruined. Odas shouldn't get anything from that corner now. It might even be spammed out. Indeed, that's what they're trying. It's a battle of wall bangs in towards A main. And the op on Izzy is about to get an opportunity. Kaya
अभी
coming
मिलेगा.
back into a space he cleared not long ago, but now ready and waiting
ठीक है.
was Izzy, but the shot
पर है.
doesn't land. And
They know
Kayak-
there's 3A.
Yeah, exactly. Off this, the
अब ये
info's
लोग
there.
B
The
कैसे
B
जाएंगे
site's the
मेरे को
clear
देखने. 30
target.
सेकंड है. ये लोग को सोवर रिकॉन है.
This time, though, he does
वहाँ
land
पे
the shot.
ट्रिप पे
Man
कैम
advantage
है.
found. Gives him a
कैसे
little
वो
bit
लोग
of space
करेंगे
to
मेरे को
cross
देखने
back
का.
in, have some extra presence on this side of the map.
अब
Echo
जाके
trying to
ट्रिप टूटा है.
reclaim the space he gave up earlier as he knows that
ये ले
execution is
recon.
coming in, and he's got a lot of space.
कैसे
Managed to
कैसे
find the
लोग ये
gap
राउंड
around the
जीतेंगे
edge of
मेरे
the
को देखने
utility,
का. ये
and they're
ले.
not ready for it. Perfect movement from Echo.
हाँ?
Last player
And a man who
standing.
started this map so strong, went a little quiet in the middle, looks to
हर
end
words
the same
एकदम
way he
सूची
started.
लगा दो,
Crash
हो
used
गया
4
कुछ भी.
seconds,
मेरे को
no
नहीं आता,
chance
मैं
of
क्या
victory.
करूँ?
Maybe hoping that
Mudezi
someone
after
walks back
seeing
into his
this,
crosshair, but that will
Gujarati saying,
not be the case. Not anymore, as he's seen him.
भोजिया.
I want
मतलब?
keeping 5 alive.
मतलब
It gives that opportunity now, Mitch, to close out the map that maybe they should have done
मेरे
a
को
while
इतने
ago.
आता है. भाई लोग निकाल
24
लिए
and
बेचारे.
14. And it's not just the
वो लोग
success
30
he's
सेकंड
had
में
every
साइफर
round,
के
but
साइड
how
में
he
जा रहे हैं
gets
जहाँ पे
there.
सोवा है. कैसे
Look how
जीतेंगे
smart he is,
भाई.
moving around. He
Stars
started this on the
भी देखो.
backside. That should have been a free punt. I don't even
आज
blame
पर
Boaster
stars
for
भी
going
देखो
in
बे.
for it. But one cage popped up, and that's where you have to start suspecting that this guy is slipping his way in your
Huh?
back lines. Because when his utility goes up, it feels like he's behind it. He's around it. He's finding those blind spots. At least in overtime, guaranteed now for Eternal Fire as Fnatic come in. Just the rifles, no op to play with. And Izzy going to be a danger in the back of their mind. So we get that drone through. Fabian needs to get out. But they have left Audaz.
But it's not going to be a
completely under the
surprise. You can't do the same thing 2 rounds in a row and expect it to be a surprise. They know this is the most awkward fight ever. There we go. Eventually, a lot of assists. It will be the kills going the way of Fnatic. Kayak in position. A man trying to lurk behind them, but he's been caught as well.
Not blind.
Oh no, it is OT. It's not going to be the nicest way to get there, but we are
दो
going
प्लेयर
there.
को तो कुछ
Yeah,
दिखा
just
ही
great
नहीं.
use of Boaster's ult, and I think these more direct plays for Fnatic, be it with Alpha, be it with Boaster, or be it off the Hunter's Fury from Crashies, those ultis have been used to
भाई
great
exact
effect
strong
to
तो है बे
break
Fnatic
through,
का. किस किस्म
smash
की जा
through
रहा है?
the defensive line. Great work from Fnatic, unless they manage to fall to Izzy,
कसम
and off
भाई,
in a
exact strong है
1v5,
बेचारे.
not the favored weapon. Definitely not a
Exact
favorable
strong
scenario.
है.
Overtime
Heavy strong है.
confirmed. And back to the defensive side for Fnatic. We didn't need to see this one again.
But this is the thing. It's like when you
मुझे फंसाओ काश
it's not
दोस्त के लिए.
mentioned. You
हर्ष
go
भाई,
in with a set play. The set
ऐसा
play gets
कर
seen.
आप नहीं ले
You
सकते.
can't do the set
वो
play
सिर्फ
again the
aura
next
वाले
round.
लोग
And the
लगते
second Fnatic realize that they have,
समझ रहा है?
they send the reckoning through because it's a giant
अगर
wave that goes
तुमने
through
नहीं लिया,
the point the guy further back is and you at the front.
या
Like you
aura
are left
नहीं
with
है.
without a hope in hell.
Fabian was
लिया
still
तो
hit
मैंने
by it.
बेच
By the
दिया.
time
Yeah,
they
yeah.
dealt
Thank
with
you.
Audaz, they got out on site, and Fabian still couldn't see a damn thing.
Like it has felt the reckoning has felt
भाई,
like a very
exit strong है.
situational
Fnatic आ
ult.
गया,
Yeah,
लेकिन
that was
comeback
the
हो गया,
perfect
chat.
situ- Like you gave
was
them the greatest
Huh?
situation for that ult.
Yep. And again, telegraphed it as well with the previous round. There we go. Boaster, obviously been watching some Rose VODs, coming in with the Odin for main. Not finding success with it early
I
on.
think this is humor.
posted up and waiting.
Yeah,
Now, this
Jace.
is where all the trouble was
Yeah.
for this squad. Be it Echo coming through mid, late. But this time it's a completely different look. They pressure A the same as they had in the past.
Crisis
Get some
कौन से team
utility
से
out
आया
of the
है? I
defensive
can't
side, and then
remember.
they send Echo, a man who's been so successful in finding the gaps. Well, he
TRX, dude.
is looking for it around B or mid. He's going to go through. And this is a big danger. That guy's just been bailing them out of a lot of bad situations, but he misses the timing. And now Echo can slip his way into this spot. It's being watched, but a game of patience. Echo usually wins those.
Energy मेरे हिसाब से.
See, I like that Kayak's playing such an off angle though, because Echo is
वो याद नहीं
incredibly good at sort of pre-firing
As
these
in Fnatic
positions, and there you
Crisis
go.
को
Like,
याद हो.
he's not quite ready to react to such an awkward
Come back,
position.
boys!
Bose has been buying time, but now they're going to go straight through it. You can spam as you like. If the bullet hits your head, it doesn't matter.
30
Wall
seconds
gets
left.
them out, gets them past Dizzy. That operator null and void at least for now, and the rest of the team just barreling down. Hot flash out, they swing, and Alpha
Oh,
comes out with two.
Dano.
He's done well to keep the advantage in Fnatic's favor. Even still, though, Becky just around the corner, the cross being held, and Kayak a little bit further ahead of everybody else. They know at least where one of the opponents is, but Izzy can almost just wait. He can just almost wait for his teammate, but now his teammate's gone. They have to have an idea where he will stand, and the double swing needed. Just Vekash once again, an immediate headshot, and Fnatic now,
Hello,
first time,
hello.
got themselves the lead.
You could see how patient Vekash was there as well. He was so close, a step away from death, but the patience paid off. The shock dart to clear out the back. It all starts with dropping Echo like
That's
that.
gross.
The danger of Alpha with that shield online. You got to kill him twice, and he does just the same to you. 2 under his belt before he falls.
He got hit.
Hey!
Huh? गाली दिया.
Yeah, he just said hey. He just said hey.
Nothing else there.
And then
Can't lip
after
read
that,
that
he
one.
said, what you up to? I'm good, you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Binks back. कैसे हो? मैं एकदम बढ़िया. Game volume is
13
low.
to 12. The first time we see Fnatic in the lead. It very much does feel like the winds have changed in their favor for Fnatic. This is their successful half.
Yeah.
And it's the same bloody setup.
They won't
I'm not
think we'll
sure
do
I
it a
like
third
this.
time.
Here.
But the push up through B main, hold on. They've got
he's
2
running,
players
he's
wrapping
running
up.
though.
Echo's being heard, but the
my
op
God.
doesn't hit the shot either. Oh no, it's falling apart for Eternal Fire. Izzy gets one, but immediately
B's open.
dropped by Boaster, and the B side,
Echo के
it's wide
सामने
open. They know that.
तीन
They've
बंदे
already
आगे
cleared
हैं.
it out with Kayak. They know
दोनों का
who
एक
likes
दूसरे
to
का
play
सामने है,
around
लेकिन
there.
तीन जन
The
कैसे
spike on
रुके
its way.
देखा क्या?
Fabian has no
इसके लिए
clue the Kayak will be there so early. How
Where
have
did
Fnatic
get
recovered
out to
this?
get
A
random
9-3
or
half.
any start?
Barely
Start ही है,
anyone
random
hitting
नहीं
shots.
Overtime
And
में there
now
is
look
nothing
at the
but it's random. कौन
Thrive,
आर
well,
लेगा?
mostly thriving.
किधर execute
2
करेगा? कौन
versus
angle hold
3
करेगा?
that still favors that attack,
Nothing
and
is
Neki
random.
alone for a little while.
भाई
Fnatic
please
just running that
2v3
clock
हैं,
down,
please,
patiently waiting.
Please.
Gap. Is there a gap? No, not anymore. Boaster spots him, spam through, won't get anything, and now it's left all onto Ordaz. It was a slow start.
भाई
for
अल्टू
Fnatic,
रुका भी
but that
सकते
attack
हैं.
side looks sublime. They will be managing to take that over the line in a
उसने अल्टू का
14-12
main वाले को
fashion.
blind नहीं
And
होने
now
दिया,
they
hello?
need to head towards buying.
No shortage of blows dealt by Eternal Fire. They did the damage, but fell at the final hurdle. We're down to the sideline interview to see how Fnatic feel after that sensational comeback.
और comeback.
Alpha,
Eh,
I
अब
have
भी लग
no
गए,
idea
AFK.
how you guys
अब
were
भी
able to
AFK
pull
लग
that
गए,
one
bro.
off, all right? But more of the
अब भी
showstopper,
लग
I feel,
गए
was the
AFK.
fact that you picked up ISO. Talk to me. Is this something you guys
अब
were always
लग गए.
planning? How long have you been ready with this?
I think we've been ready for a long time. When since Breeze out, we just played different comps, but the ISO suit more, and we were looking good on practice, but I don't know what happened today. So,
भाई याद रखना आज के दिन 2 ही टीम्स ने कमबैक मारी है, वो भी ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर तरीके से. Just saying, just saying guys, just saying.
What map are we playing?
I'm
क्या
riding
स्कोर
on
था?
the wave.
6061.
They're drowning. I'm riding it.
Mom, I wanna go home.
Oy, ay, ay. क्या कौन से ये हाँ क्यों नहीं हो रहा डोमिनेशन बता यार नेक्स्ट मैप किसका है कौन जीतेगा नेक्स्ट फैनेटिक का मैप है बी
This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
फैनेटिक ही जीतेगा लेकिन मेरे को और देखने का एको को मैं एको को फैन हो गया भाई They call us the comeback kings नील भाई फैनेटिक को सपोर्टर रख के
Red Bull gives you wings.
हाँ जीती है फैनेटिक जीती है मिनिमम 10,000 dinars मेरे हिसाब हाँ एक सेकंड ये आज मतलब अपना बोला है शायद किसका कमबैक बोल रहा है तू मेरा ब्रेन लैग हो रहा है आज 2 कमबैक हुआ है भाई इतना गलीज बंदा है तो सच्ची थैंक यू मैं सब बेचता हूँ सुपर चैट बेचता हूँ मेंबरशिप बेचता हूँ सब बेचता हूँ फाइनली गाना सुनने मिल रहा है इतना टाइम हो गया भाई कम बैक टू मी नाचो 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 चले क्या नाचो नाचो
Welcome back, everyone, to the first day of VCT EMEA Stage 1. I'm Jinu, joined with Billy and Kakuka. Welcome.
Hey, girls.
Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Great game, though. I mean, Eternal Fire starting off strong, then Fnatic found their footing. So, for the first game from Fnatic and Eternal Fire, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that this is a very Fnatic way of doing things, as in you start off a little bit slower, but then they picked up the pace. I was a little bit concerned, like we could see in the faces, we could see the looks, there was a lot of reasons to be worried. We already have and are surprised by Fnatic, using the ISO. We just heard in the interview that this has been a long time, prepared for a very long time. So I wonder what else they have prepared. I like the fact that they're going into a different approach. Yeah. For the overall, I like the way that Eternal Fire started off so strong. They looked like they had everything. They were just doing a little bit of the death ball, the 1 and 4 time and time again. And Fnatic, sadly, was falling into some of the mistakes that we saw in kickoff, taking isolated fights, not really setting up for success, not really moving or doing a lot on the defense. But they picked up the pace, which is important.
Yeah, I think something that they were struggling with was even trading off of one another as well, and something that we didn't really get to touch on during the agent select was a lack of agent that would be able to play that operator. And like, yeah, you could argue like a Neon would be able to play it, but we only really saw Kayak pick it up a couple of times. Something else I wanted to highlight was this Harbor on the defense specifically, being able able to theory craft around that. And then when we think about their attack as well, every time there was a harbor wall, it was pretty much a straight sight execute coming in from Fnatic. So yeah, I think the comp that they decided to come up with was really interesting. And thankfully for them, not having that kind of defensive operator kind of got them over the line eventually. It didn't look great on that defensive half.
We saw a lot of, the defense half, it was, as I say, very, very slow. I don't know if it was like lack of ideas, because Alpha was saying in the interview, we were doing great in Prague. I don't know exactly what happened. Maybe they got a little bit nervous, because for them it's a lot to lose. If like the new kids in the block have a very good performance against you, probably that started getting in our heads, being like, why are they just walking up on us? Why do I open a corner and there's 4 people looking at me? So for that side, I understand that maybe it was a little bit of the pressure in Fnatic, but we just saw a lot of A hits.
We did, and that's just rinse and repeat, or the majority of the map that we were looking at this time around, Billy. It was A hit after A hit, and if anything, even Eternal Fire was comfortable doing that.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, to touch on Fnatic's A hits, it was really nice in the way in which they were using their utility to fight for that A main space. Something that we didn't really see come up from them on the defense, which I thought was interesting, considering they have that ISO wall to be able to block off that field of view. So yeah, I think going onto that A site, it clearly worked out well for them. I think we saw some rounds where Alpha were kind of able to adapt and recover by fighting into that space, but Fnatic were able to have the upper hand in that case.
I think that by the time that we got to the overtime, we probably see Fnatic's original plan. We saw Alpha spearheading most of those retakes that they were doing, and just seeing how actually having the shield on ISO could be a difference maker. On this A hits, we saw the use, and I think that this is a good example. As you're saying, Billy, here's the harbor wall, and then we have the neon, and then we also combo it with the ISO. It's a lot. That's a lot of util, girl. It is a lot. But also for the side of Eternal Fire, we did not see that much adaptation onto how they were playing on A, knowing that all of this utility was going to be dumped on them. And for the comparison of the two, even though Fnatic was not successful in most of those retakes when they were on the defense, probably because they had lost a lot of players by the time that it came to it, the plan was there of like avoiding and just leaving that space so they can then play for the retake. For the side of Eternal Fire, I think that they were still too honed in of like, let's stop them in the tracks, and it's like, you need to think of plan B now.
Yeah, Fnatic needed also kind of think of plan B when we saw how dodgy it started things off, but we have a coach confession ready as well to see how they approach this map specifically.
Fnatic have a long history on Bind. Have the Yoru and Sky changes affected how you were approaching the map?
Yeah, I think the Yoru changes probably affected everyone. You have to be a little bit more conscious of the information and the way that you're stacking sites, because you can't have a get out of jail free card with your macro anymore. And
Yoru koi nahi khelne wala hai, koi bhi nahi khelne wala hai Yoru.
Melee neon changes and stuff like that also had a big impact. So yeah, definitely, and I think it's the same for everybody else. And you'll probably have to wait for 5-10 minutes maybe until to see what we actually come up with.
Not that long. He got it wrong. Okay, that was recorded 10 minutes ago, so it's very short from now on.
All right, we're gonna look forward to those changes. But Yoru has been a topic of conversation that we had earlier today as well, Billy, when it comes to the changes and nerfs coming through and how teams are going to look to utilize it. We're now going to be heading on to Bind. This is Fnatic's map pick. So we saw them cook on map 1. Are we expecting another thing on map 2?
Yeah, I think so. I think something to bring up the Yoru, like you're mentioning, is they did run that Yoru double duelist on this map previously. And that was with the Raze, so it's kind of a question of, do they stick with that Yoru? Do they lean more over towards like a Waylay perhaps, which is obviously viable on this map? Yeah, really just as a question of whether they stick with that kind of approach.
Yeah, Bind is a map also that we've seen a maybe regionally. I think the Heretics Liquid, like we have teams that came up with those double duelists already, making them look very good. I'm also looking at the controller roles, and if we're going to see any Sentinels, because when we speak about all of these things, for example, for the side of Eternal Fire, they were playing the KO. I also want to see how much KO we're going to see this season, because I think that it's a little bit underspoken. I know that the initiators were highly nerfed, but if somebody could make a KO work, that would be so interesting, and so like it has such a big personality for the region. I know that probably the only person that likes the
Binks
KO
by how to become a Valorant coach,
not by asking. He's not playing today. My question also is, with the new additions plural onto Eternal Fire, we did see them playing the Bind here, so probably expecting the changes.
No KO though, so
new game mein koi skin nahi hai. First skin hogi life ki.
I mean, when we're looking at Alpha on Waylay again, I mean, you don't seem too happy, but that was...
I am happy. It's just that it's one of the roots, you know? I think that Alpha is a player that you can put in many things, but I want to see those things be limited this stage. I don't want him playing 6 agents. I don't think he needs to play 6 agents. I just need him to excel at 2.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think, like, obviously, both teams deciding to pick up the Sky, given the recent
भाई
changes.
बोल यार कैसे मेरी जान कट गई सब बढ़िया गजब है बाबा लॉन्ग टाइम नो सी ये क्या नाम है
Eternal Fire, though.
Beast
Looks as though they're
exploring
gonna lock in the melee. Yeah, they are. So they have kind of
और membership
steered
किधर
away
है?
from the composition that they ran previously. They've now opted to pick up a Neon. I wonder if that's for Izzy coming into this roster and
इसमें
playing with
वेले
this core. I'm going to
वापस
see Echo
अपडेट
on that
नहीं है
Viper.
ना
He's great
नहीं
on Viper, but
मेरे
again, like, I'm
को
holding
recent
on
वेले
to
का अपडेट
Crumbs,
आया है
hoping to
नॉर्मल
potentially
गेम
see a
में
chamber come
आने वाला था
It's
लेकिन
also
आया क्या
identical comps, and something we touched upon
वेले
earlier was that
update
we
है कि नहीं
wanted
पता
to
नहीं ये
see
वाले
something a
इसमें
bit more different, specifically when we were
Mostly
looking
तो
at a
नहीं
team like
आएगा।
Fnatic.
I think that this is different, you know,
सिर्फ
because
Euro और
they're
Sky
taking
वेले
strong
में तो doubt
approaches
है
to these maps. You know, this is no half decision. It's not half baked. It's
आ
already
जाए ना
there,
तो
and
वेले
I
इसमें
want to
नहीं
see
रहेगा
if
वेले अपडेट
this is
इसमें नहीं
one
रहेगा
going to work or not. How it flows for them.
इसमें नहीं है वेले अपडेट
Vekash had an incredible resurgence towards that map. He was warmed up a lot. I think Crashes on Sky is absolutely brilliant. And as we were saying, Fnatic has a lot of history on this bind. This should be technically comfort for them. I'm looking at the other side of how they're going to be challenged.
क्या चेंजेस है वेले का
It's
वो
now
सीधा
the balls
डाइव
in
करके
Fnatic's
स्लो में
court,
डाल
and Eternal
सकता है
Fire need to fight for a chance to
Slow
stay
पहले हाथ
in
में
this
equip
first
होता
match,
फिर
because
डालता है
at the end of the day, every win equals one championship point. Can Fnatic close this out 2-0? Let's find out as we're
थोड़ा
ready to head
YouTube
over to
content
Captain
creation के
Shazam.
चक्कर में चैनल ने इनके साथ थोड़ा खेल रहा
Well, it's fair to say doubt has changed sides
ठीक है
now that
ठीक
we
है
move to
membership on
bind
the way
a map
done
in the
in
back
this
pocket of
exploring
Fnatic
by
and one that they didn't look to stand a chance in. From the second barriers went up, it was Eternal Fire with full command over every round, but then side swapped, and so too did momentum. For Fnatic, this is where they should just be closing it out and showing us that dominant form that we expected coming in today.
Yeah, the expectations are high. Of course, the way they ended kickoff was a couple of defeats on this exact map.
Depends on
struggling
how
a
you
little
play.
bit more on the defensive side. So I think them starting attack will actually benefit
Leon
them,
में
because it's
चाहिए
probably where
बेचारा।
they'd like to be.
हाँ
I'm curious though again on the Eternal Fire side. Obviously, the comp we saw them play
और अभी
fairly
तो
recently
Molly
in
lineup
Clash was
भी
very,
आएगा
very similar to this one, other than the obvious changes. Sky out, or Sky in, sorry, for the Fade, and then Neon in for the Yoru. Still that early aggression. Already taking space outside A. It gives them quite a good idea.
That stun makes it so uncomfortable for Fabian, you would expect, but he manages one before Alpha, having dove into the back lines of the cleans up the defenders. Leaves Fnatic with what should be an easy plant. And this is more the meta I was expecting to see in most of our games. The Neon, the Waylay in the Sky, so powerful. Look at that from Alpha, playing deep, taking a pick, and getting right out of there. You thought it was scary when you had to hit him twice, but when he can hit you and disappear, I think it's almost worse.
Getting back in is not going to be easy. Alpha's ace will not come through. But that time has been ticking for quite a while, and the post-farm of this Fnatic side has always been something to fear. Their bind was ratty for generations. And I think any team with Boaster, that will always be the case. Or as the time has already gone, and Boaster is there on the close. A pistol for Fnatic, no chance at a 6-0 deficit like the last map. And as we've already mentioned, this is the map where we now expect things to go their way.
No, I mean, if you're tuning in just now, with last map, we hit overtime. And after the first round of overtime, that was the first time Fnatic were ahead in the entire map.
Who is the victim of dying for sun? Me. Perfect.
He's giving himself a TED talk.
It's also good to see Fnatic can still do Fnatic things. The comebacks, they were looking dejected. The faces were void of any form of happiness. And now, as we saw towards the end of Breeze, they started to have fun. They started to loosen up a bit as the rounds came their way. Bit of a shaky start there. Bit of a shaky follow through as well. Good stuff from Eternal Fire, just with classics, and a bit of aggression to find the orb to start with, and then a double. Trading out won't be easy, though. To keep that ball rolling will require a lot of luck. Maybe the position of Izzy, if he tucks in, could have gotten something. But, yeah, they know he's there now. And, well, I'd imagine that means Crashies doesn't go into those angles by himself, but he's happy to trail plays. Well, Izzy's wrapped all the way around. He's now behind them. Did they hear it, though? Because they're watching it. There's a chance that Crashies was close enough to hear the sprint through Bath.
Neon under pressure.
Be right back.
Izzy quickly in behind, but...
Watching.
Oh, yeah, but the planter is completely open. Luckily, Boaster, well, better weaponry, more health, and a classic that was unkind. Even the secondary player coming around for that angle, not going to find anything. And what started as a little bit dangerous,
not bad.
quickly turns to very little. Fnatic 2 and 0 rifles kept through into the next round, and this is now where we look to Eternal Fire and see if they can get themselves onto the board.
Yeah, very different start for the favorites of Fnatic moving into this, and don't expect it to be all too easy on this map, even though they chose it. 14-12 on the previous. Echo having one of the strongest debuts, especially in that first half. He was untouchable.
Possible hai.
Yeah, he would definitely. I don't know if he closed on 16-3, but he was there. I remember seeing that stat line. For Fnatic, it's not a weak round by any stretch of the imagination. 4 rifles to play with, and it looks like they're gearing up for this B hit. We talked about them bouncing back mentally. Let's listen in.
Peek and long. Wait, I can't. Push me back. You can go back maybe if you want. Yeah, probably rotate that, bro.
Yeah.
I'm going 5 of you.
I've left. I'm baiting left. I think he's trying to look for a kill. He might walk into hookah.
And long shot.
Nice. Just wait. They didn't wall up. I think I would just walk out.
Dealing with the chaos, but they expected it only to be Whaley on that side. Echo backing him up with the wall still to play with, but that was accounted for. You heard Boaster say it there. They know the toxins are ripe and ready to roll, but a reposition. Echo wraps around towards the elbow. Look how far away Aldas is as well. We talked about this man's debut, and it's time to step up to the plate once again. They've made it past the wall already. Holding his ground should be a tough task. He finds the first, no trade. They're slow to react to flash. Good, but Echo's even better. A double, and now the advantage for the defense. Crashies with it all to do.
Plant in, gives him a chance. Immediate fight coming, but Echo is just too quick with it. That first map might have not gone the way of his squad, but he definitely made a statement in that map. An important round. Of course, this was the bonus. This was a piece or two missing from Fnatic, but one that, well, it started magnificently from Izzy, but it looked like it was going to go Fnatic's way. It was only Echo on this side of the map that managed to throw a spanner in the works.
I love it. The energy from this guy showing up yet again when Eternal Fire need him in those early rounds. A big 3K there.
Jinx मत कर, मैंने क्या भाई?
A bit ahead of the party on that swing around. He's had a tough
मेरे पे तो
showing in these first couple of rounds. Indeed, in the first half of the previous map as well. Took him a long time to get going. I think he was 1-7 or 1-6 in an alpha.
Obviously.
Sharing those stat lines. This time much more direct from Fnatic. That promised aggression, but Alpha has to cancel. Kayak doesn't have that luxury. He'll be caught in the open, dealt with by Fabian. Audas here to help.
Spike.
And his body's on the floor for Fnatic. But it's theirs, not their opponent's. Alpha being cut off here. The double TP taken by Eternal Fire. It could be a mistake. In many moments it would be. But Echo and Izzy, they combine for the advantage. 3 versus 1. Crashies at least punishing a next player, but 1v2, Spike down. It's an easy round. No flashes left as well. He's gonna have to run that clock down to get them back 25 seconds.
Technically देखा जाए है तो crashes दोनों का info है.
Strike online as well.
आने वाला है मतलब दोनों का info.
I wouldn't mind it.
Give his position.
If anybody else, maybe not. But with crashes in a clutch.
सच्ची बात भाई.
Find out that in for the flash though. Came online early enough. Now looks to make the move, looks to try and find where these players are hiding, but they're going to swing him together. Wonderful fundamentals from the remaining Eternal Fire players. And again, we see that early aggression putting a stop to what Fnatic had planned.
Yeah, it was a tough round for Crashies. I think he did the right thing by not popping the ult out.
Actual question, why Cypher in the
considering how they played it together. No smokes left, so there were none for the flash out. I liked his idea. Wait for my flash to come back online, but unfortunately they had the same idea on the other side. Neki pops his, info's there, the round's already done. 2-2. Eternal Fire showing that they've certainly still got that brawl ability. even here on this map, where Fnatic should feel that bit more comfortable. And what I like about this is we're playing an even stronger aggressive dive with the Waylay, with the Neon, with the Sky as well. Those supportive flashes can be so strong, even for clearing angles, let alone for blinding up those players. And they dealt with the dive perfectly. Kayak ends up completely isolated thanks to, I can't remember who it was that had pushed up on B long, but him coming back immediately forced Alpha to just take the TP.
Exploring back, thank you for the membership.
And Kayak in pursuit of that kill, well, he doesn't have a recall. He doesn't have a TP. He can't get out of there. He's stuck in the mud, and they dealt with him beautifully. And from there, it's just a domino effect. The double TP was a bit risky, I have to say. The advantage they had, that had me worried, but they made a meal out of it.
That's their style of play. I think passive eternal fire. I think if that's what you're hoping for, you're watching the wrong team. And even though they're up against an eco, that doesn't seem to be changing. It is early aggression from Fabian. Of course, they've got the smoke down, but even still, even once his ability to recall fades, he's like, I'm still going in the smoke. Like, come on, I'm still going to push it. They want to look to hold on to a lot of ground in this part of the map. Of course, the double duelist for this team didn't necessarily feel as natural as some others. Like we knew, especially when it was Sop, that he was always going to be the man to watch. They tried Chamber on Echo at a point. Fabian, even when they had players missing, it seemed to play that role incredibly well.
Seemed for a while like the old order would be restored. Fnatic claiming this map. A decent start with the pistols. Good stun as well. Orbital strike put through. Pressure on for Kayak as he tries to get out. Necky's there waiting. Trades. Not when you want it around like this, where Fnatic has so little to work with, and they keep it competitive. A 2v2, rifles to be retrieved, and a plan potentially to be found. Fabian could catch them going for the TP. And in fact, he's going to catch Alpha, but the TP's not going anywhere, is it? A recall right back into the open. The pressure on for Vikash, not close to his ult either.
You see Alpha's reaction. The second he clicked the button, it was a reaction click, and he goes, yeah, I'm dead. Yep, that's me done. Vikash 1v2. Looking for it all, but again, perfect synergy of those players peeking together. Fabian. It kind of feels like it shouldn't have been necessary. Well, the problem is, I think the player who's gone to go and collect whatever gun they wanted doesn't have his ult, and the one who was about to defuse does. So they're now just holding it a little bit. They'll take their time to go retrieve, I'm guessing, an operator.
Yeah. Should be off from that spot there where we saw it dropped. And nice work by Necky. And again, Necky and Fabian having to dig deep like that isn't really what you want to see. See Alpha's face.
That was trying to get gone. One city, one.
Yeah, because he hadn't got the weapon. His teammate did, but reality is
Bring back आपका Phantom से breakup हुआ है आजकल आप Vandal use कर रहे हो
came in with pistols. They made good use of a bit of aggression. The dive in from Alpha alongside the stun, and they got an orbital strike out of the other side as well. So altogether, ult economy and credit economy damaged pretty heavily. That's a success for Fnatic. Now they have to build on those foundations.
Usually दिखाएगा Phantom.
Early Viper's Pit. It's already going to completely
change
the dynamic of this round. There is plenty to play with. Those Seekers still online from a while ago. And Izzy already aggressed past the smoke. How much further out does he go? A little bit wary that the potential of somebody to swing as he goes to peek. It seems like Vekash is very much aware that somebody could be this close. Even pinging the angle, maybe seeing the scope. It seems like he's so locked in on this position that he is convinced there's somebody here. Flash is coming. There should be no way out for Izzy. The stun, and actually gets away.
It's the stun, man. It just gives him a huge margin for error there. The wall not great, but he'll make it around. Seekers hunting them down. Fnatic not giving up on this. This is the direct play yet again from this squad. Using the Sky. Necky's out in the middle of nowhere. No man's land. In goes the old Fabian diving with it, but Alpha and Vekash able to pick up all the kills and leave this site in the hands of Fnatic. One man lost.
पहला तो बचा कैसे
With Echo on the other side, all
बचने के
alone,
बाद
1v4.
फिर भी उसमें दम है कि और उल्टा घूम के डॉग तोड़े और उसके बाद उसमें ये भी दम है कि वेने डैश में उसको मारने का ट्राई करे
struggling for the cash and Echo
और
being in the
उसके
same boat,
बाद
saving his
उसमें ये भी दम है कि एल्बो से एक और शॉट ले.
In terms of the damage done and the chances they gave themselves, even with that low buy, burned up a big ultimate from the defensive side, and now they come in here. Oh, indeed, yeah. And then now they come in here with Viper's Pit out of this round, available for the next. The chance to completely shatter the Eternal Fire economy.
In fact, it was even 3 because it was the Neon ult. They used the convergence.
Hey, लेकिन players तो heavy है.
Yeah, in this one, yeah. I was speaking about the previous one.
Players तो heavy
so that's 4 ults in 2 rounds.
It is
burned up out of them for no success.
A lot of ultimates gone. And at this one, it felt very panicky. Like, obviously for Izzy, this whole round was pretty much spent running backwards, like just util ults. Like they even put an orbital strike on top of him here, just as he thought he might finally be done. And then his teammates trying to react to almost help.
Neon was in that spot.
Yeah, he was just gone.
There you go. He managed to escape. Unfortunately, it didn't really change the round. And I think the fact that Bekaj does well. Take space. Very aggressive. Well, you can see the spams were already there. The aggression was tailored. Fnatic are adapting to the plays that Eternal Fire are trying to make, and they're adapting fast.
Yeah, look at that momentum shift. Even the attempt to dive in with the Waylay, which should normally be in and out quick as you like. Not even having to prime that stun, just drop it on the floor and quickly recall. Yeah, they don't even get a chance to prime the stun. Again, singing the praises of Bekaj is just too easy. The guy is sensational, especially. I want to see him be a Viper main. Especially in this and the previous meta. Feels like it has a home on almost every map for Echo. You found yourself one kill, 1 orb, but Fnatic certainly won't be crying over the credits lost.
आज के दिन माना तूने मतलब
Eternal Fire have
तेरे को समझ में आ गया रहेगा कि कौन है
for the next round. They're already in the spawn.
कौन है असली पापा तेरे को कुछ समझ में आ गया रहेगा बेटे.
His way out, and the first one goes his way. That's all she wrote. 4-3, and Fnatic looking dominant now.
Yeah, they're looking very comfortable with what is being thrown at them.
We
saw it the last round with his position being very clearly telegraphed and forcing him back consistently with utility. And then in this one, the attempted double dive into mid. Like they are spamming into that utility. And there you go. Like the reads on what their opponents are going to be doing, starting to become a little bit too telegraphed. And that's something that we've always given credit for Fnatic, like their ability to play those defaults. And, okay, sometimes they run out of time because of how much they do it, but if teams continue to push them, they're very good at sort of soaking up that pressure. And for Eternal Fire, we now need to see another level to the defensive side, because if that's the continued plan, I fear it's only going to go worse from here.
Yeah, I think that's fair. They've been very wise in terms of how they've held their timeouts, but this is definitely the moment to put one through. As we said, even when it was Fnatic on the eco, they had such a strong chance of taking it.
What do you think Valo Mobile can reach the fan base as BGMI?
Since then, it's been nothing but dominance.
I think
Fire throwing their into the wind
Play Store mein aana
with little real reward.
That's what I think.
It's almost played it.
Play Store mein aega na, uske baad I can think more.
Coming, and then a chance in the previous to play a little bit more aggressive. I do like the idea, but you have Crash who sat there saying it's too obvious. And that's a problem. If Fnatic got those reads early on, yes, it's the moment for a timeout, but it might not be the moment for course
much love,
you don't have a lot to work with in this
round.
Weaknesses. And the judge in play in the hands of Echo. Expect that to be in Izzy's hand, but maybe it's for good reason. Nice shots to start. And Boaster, the one that's dealt with.
भाई ये लोग का exactly plans है यार क्या करने का है?
An old faithful, and after that early aggression, it's an immediate rotation back in the other direction, trying to put the stack onto the A site, maybe expecting their opponents to react off the info they have. Tiger being sent out into the showers. Like this is a desperate attempt to just find out anything they can, but in the meantime, Fnatic have just stopped. They've paused. They've sent Crashies to maybe even try and commit the ruse. Instead, though, the Seeker's being expended. This should give it a decent idea as to where they're currently waiting. And with Echo in position with a charge, that's not the gun you want to rush into.
And that's why he has it. No intention to move from that spot. Now with a rifle in hand, He's a thorn in the side, in the back perhaps of Fnatic, who've only got the Cavs left. That could be enough if Echo wasn't blitzing out to take him down. And Eternal Fire, after the timeout, a very nice low-buy round. You know, their previous aggression might have been readable for Fnatic. They certainly seem to think it was. But this one, they hadn't got a Scooby-Doo what was going on. Very well
अगर 3 बंदे जो उनका पुश करके मरते भी थे ना तो भी जज वाले ने खुद को नहीं दिखाया था जज वाले का काम तो उधर ही बैठने का और गन्स गिराने का जो लोग उनका आते हैं क्लीन अप.
And you realize if Izzy's here and he was there at the start, you know, this site could be a little lighter and that sells the route for them to run right into Echo.
Good work in the low bite. A huge victory.
Not busy.
Who said that they've done well to deal with Izzy a lot so far. But this time he will be able to land the shot. Space taken. A very committed push, and Izzy being given those isolated fights. This time not being run down. This time not crumbling to the utility. With a 2-man advantage. Fnatic don't even really have a safe space to fight. Izzy's just still going, giving him the freedom to fight. Well, only one man standing. Neki will immediately close out this round. Lead taken back by Eternal Fire, and I don't know what was said in the pause. It definitely wasn't anything about slowing down, but it worked.
Yeah, this is now starting to look much better for that defensive side, and Izzy with freedom. Oh, we need to see more of this. The problem is Fnatic will start to play that more direct play, start to dump utility to push him off angles. You shouldn't be looking that upset. That was a great round.
One of you died, not good enough.
Will tells me back in Esports में आज मेरा उससे call है.
Great round from him, confidence builder. And now something for Fnatic to be scared of, as that op has shown itself to be a terrifying foe to face off against.
It seems like he's willing to take any angle, even using the corner of the smoke. With what's in play, this feels risky, but there's a second layer. Do they expect order? They do. They expect him in the corner, but it doesn't seem to matter. He reacts quick enough, not quite the second time. Even still, Izzy is there to deal with. Back for more, dodges an operator. He's dancing with death, but surviving alongside it. Finally, Kayak granted the release. It seemed like he was hunting for, but now there's another that needs to be found. Boaster, a 1 versus 3. He's turned it to 2, needs an instant headshot, and he's not gonna get it.
I love that movement from Izzy. The fact that he just goes, I wonder if there's one back. Zips in, zips out. Yep, there is. Can't even get the op shot off. Autos was so well there, but Izzy stealing the show with these shots. You think you've got him cornered, boxed in under pressure, but pressure makes time.
I hope कुछ नियम देख रहे रहेंगे कैसे खेलते हैं. Unlucky बोलने की जगह पे और चुत्ते बनाने की जगह पे.
Favored first half, and the attack side, thinking back to the previous, that's where they've been able to hone their skills even better than what we've seen when their opponents are pushing into them. Oh my goodness!
These contact plays again and again. When you finally get the first, you go looking, you go trying to hunt them down. Izzy's popped his ult behind them. They already have a huge advantage. He doesn't give a damn.
Disgusting.
This is reminding me of those supermassive play days. The run and gun, the out-aiming of opponents. The pause almost feels like it was bait. Like, yeah, mate, we're going to change up our game. No, we're not. We're doing this. We're running at you. We're putting pressure on you. We're fighting you in every corner. We're in positions you're never going to expect. Mountain to climb, but at least they found a little bit of footing.
दादाजी यहाँ से दे.
Toxin screen down.
45 seconds, spike down, an op that you know is waiting around that corner now in the hands of Izzy. As terrifying as can be, and look at the timing. The game sense from these guys battling through that Ascension system, and here off Merit. You can see it's not misplaced with Fnatic. Almost locked in now for a loss at the half. The question is, will this rifle be carried through? I think Crashies is hoping that it is, so he can have at least something to play with, but it doesn't look like Eternal Fire giving any quarter. No mercy shown as 7-4 on the board. Fnatic, they really got a streak of rounds going. They got some momentum, but that has been shut down completely in the last few.
Oh my
Blink, can you miss it?
I didn't see it live, and I had X-ray.
7-4. And you mentioned the sort of earning of spot, but the funny thing to me is that 10 and 9, the guy standing, the guy performing, Izzy, kind of wasn't meant to be here.
Yeah,
he's the one that's joined with Eternal Fire, was already on the roster in the tier 2. Before Sop has found another home. And while no surprise, 10 seconds into the round, we already have multiple deaths. Even another hand on that operator, but they're going back in the other direction. Fnatic trying to bait some of those early rotations. There's still a judge. There is a judge, while players on the other side have 7,000 credits. Echo has... Well, he's heard the people like the Neon judge. He likes the Viper judge.
Has he? Yeah, I was going to say, has he got a backup weapon? Oh my goodness! Monsters just... He been in. He didn't even expect someone to be there, I think. Oh man, and into the pit he goes, Echo falls, but the cascade afterwards with players is going to easily deal with Bakash. Crashes, he's
भाई दोनों Brimstone के साथ timing हुआ, hello?
Some info to play with.
Yeah,
the Cabbages on their way, finding both players. Crashes knows that he has one player isolated, but no longer. They cross back. They've combined forces, the fusion dance on the side, the high-low, separated.
$2,000
A triple from Fabian, 8 rounds from Eternal Fire, and the bounce back is very much underway.
What a pause. A pause taken. They went 5 rounds in a row. I don't know what happened from 5 set, but whatever it was impressive. Nonetheless, they had a good first half in the last map. Let's see if they've got the stones to close this one out after the break.
Wingman World while
चैट ये लोग बहुत अच्छा खेलेंगे मेरे को लग रहा है चैट ये लोग टॉप 3 है क्या इस बार हाँ कि it's too soon
have a Kit Kat. Wingman World while wanting a well one break. Let's go.
too soon है ये लोग टॉप 3 अभी है EMEA में EF or is it too soon to say मेरे को स्ट्रेट अप टॉप 3 लग रहा है जिस हिसाब से मार रहे और खेल रहे Too soon? इतना स्पीड में कैसे हो सकते हैं लोग मेरे जैसा रिएक्शन टाइम है ना PS ठीक है अभी कभी स्टार्ट ऐसा था भाई वो देख के जो फील होता है ना कि कुछ तो है टीम में वैसा वाला फीलिंग आ रहा है नियॉन इंडियन ओरिजिन है क्या EF का नियॉन नहीं पूरा टीम है पूरा टीम
Welcome back, folks. A game
एक
still well and truly underway here as Eternal Fire lead 8-4, and a big factor of getting them back into this is those early fights. We saw it on the last map, but here it had a very different flair to it from this man, Izzy.
Yeah, he was someone that, even though obviously the circumstances of him joining the team were a little bit weird, it's nice to have him in the league. Like, he's been someone alongside Spear, who's now in the academy side, that will really bright sparks in that Eternal Fire roster. And the fact that Sop's still in the league on another team, it feels like the best of both worlds, because both of them are fantastic duelists. I think we saw some of the best of Izzy in the last with that Neon on the defense, but they're definitely going to need him again on the attack side. That space taken alongside Fabian, who both of them have been fantastic, needs to be the same here. And a pistol, well, it'll be a warm welcome.
Attack side's been so solid. Eternal Fire. Different comp, they're up. Second lease of life. A triple Eternal Fire. Well, it seems like that plane has been stuffed out at least in round number 1. Unless Neki and Echo, which, look, certainly not the players to question. He's managed to make it to the backside as well. Well, that's all we'll get, Neki.
Sorry. As he knocked, he was reloading part of that fight. This has now become a 1 versus 2 scenario.
Does he hear him?
No.
Oh, he's
Now.
Just outside of range?
Doesn't look like he's hearing it.
Just outside of range.
Because of that,
Hello?
B-site is going to be for free. They think they've got him locked in.
मेरे को सुनाई दिया कि उसको सुनाई दिया.
Oh, sat watching.
Rashid, hello.
Hearing anything? He must still just be lurking around showers, just waiting.
One.
What we'll do is when he plants, we'll go and surround him. And while I think
left.
Poster might have heard something, because now he starts hightailing it to the other side of the map. Early flash. Don't know if that caught.
Does he hear him this time? No. Necky's playing so far away, but there it is. There it is. The steps heard just as the shift key is pressed. That will be his death sentence. Really good job, though, to find all three in Bath. I'll be honest, the second I saw Echo die, I thought this round is done.
Yeah.
No question about it. But Necky really managed to breathe some life back into that. 8-5. A pistol round for Fnatic and a much-needed leg up as they climb back into this match.
Basically, both pistols won by outplay. I think it was in the first half. He went diving in and killed everyone. It seems like he's been very good elsewhere, but getting both pistols for your squad, and you're only having 5 rounds is definitely not an ideal scenario, but at least it's given them an opportunity to climb back. And we've already seen it in the last map, like a 9-3. Well, curse, but it almost seemed like it was curse for Eternal Fire in the end. Now they have gone for a fairly hefty investment. Izzy out with the sniper in hand. We look on the other side, and there are a few light shields in play. One of them is Alpha, but more importantly, even if he gets anybody, the chance for these pistols to catch him.
Already 3 ice cream ये हफ्ते में खाली है.
कुछ ने खाया मैंने, कुछ ने खाया, एक ने खाया मैंने. एक ने खाया मैंने. कल कभी? Oh my God, झूठी?
In here, if anyone's going to get past that
भाई भैया.
You think it's because Fabian went
Straight up, झूठ बोल रही है. मैच देखने दे, झूठी माँ कसम. आइसक्रीम के लिए झूठ बोल रहा है. Oh my God.
I mean, the space taken, the old mass
आइसक्रीम
walk
के
up by
लिए
Echo.
झूठ बोल रही है भाई.
Corners,
But
something
by
that
use
you
my
bet your ass Fnatic are very used
I
to
need
facing,
a
but it looks
consent to
like
share
there's
a
an opportunity.
surveillance in chat
Classic
will
up
take
close,
30
right click,
seconds.
dangerous, and he got 2 of them all.
It's
One
only
miss,
for
and
educational
that's why
purpose.
Vancash is still alive. Otherwise, that could have been an opening pick. And off that damage, looks like they're looking to at
I
least
think
put
Discord पे
pressure
आप दे
here.
सकते हो प्रीत भाई. I think Discord पे
They have a chance to take
एक
TP,
link
but
wing section है
loses
वहाँ पे वो
Fabian
सब कर
commitment to the
सकते
A
हैं.
site.
If I'm
The
not
pick
wrong.
already
Mod को
under
बता,
their
mod
belt.
को
The
बता.
wraparound
Not
from
in chat.
Necky is ambitious. They will
Not
at
in
least get
chat.
plans out of this.
प्रीत भाई देखो तो 5 euros of the fonts of the dollars
That's
पर
kind
जान
of
कर
what
रहा
makes
है.
this worth it.
शर्म
Is
नहीं
that
आई
along
स्ट्रीट
with what
लिखते हुए.
damage Izzy can do. All does is kind of almost just watching, trying to make space, trying to play off angles, try and be weird, basically, and allow Izzy to hopefully do the rest. Smoke's creating awkward angles. There already is.
Balance. क्या loading screen हो रहा है भाई? Hello, नेट गया पंकु? Hello?
Was trying to bait in that maybe he's going to try and push him just later on. It will be the
No,
hold on to
obvious
the
comeback
sniper.
क्या?
Actually,
Fnatic
that's
का?
really not
ये round
bad at
क्या हो
all.
रहा है भाई?
Yep.
अच्छा अप्रैल फूल है.
All in all, positive. Have to find those solutions. We've seen them try to play the snake in the grass. Again,
loading हो
it
रहा है?
is easy to find those openings for the squad.
एक बार refresh.
जियो भाई.
refresh भी slow हो रहा है. Hello?
गया था.
Hello?
We'll fight for an outlaw in any judge positions, but
अब अगर loading हो गया
for Vancash
तो तेरा
and
भाई
Boaster. And crashes. It's 4 light shields, in fact.
This
Fnatic
is being played as a bonus. There's no doubt about that. Most with a decent start. Gives space to crashes, but it is just the trades. Quick rotation looking to come through from Kayak. He needs to get close, and he does.
क्या हो रहा है?
Vancash does the same.
बॉस मैंने round ही नहीं देखा इसकी वजह से.
This defusal, he knows eventually he's going to have to run. And
Okay,
Kayak's
अभी
just
अगर
holding the
loading
angle.
हुआ
That's
तो
an easy
अभी अगर
kill
loading
for
हुआ
him.
तो अभी loading हुआ तो
A
जाएंगे.
very fast round. And one that Fnatic will take all day long. 3 in a row.
What is the way for SQL value to play in EWC computer?
Yeah, very good job to climb back into this one. Kayak, I don't know how he gets away with that. And now knowing that Hook is clear, that guy can just sprint at that planter, taking him down. Risks the measured ones.
VCT में कैसे
and you can see the frustration on the other side of the stage. A timeout called by Eternal Fire. This their second timeout of the map. Their last chance to search for answers. And Fnatic have been finding those answers on the server. This is where they will have prepped a lot. So it's no surprise that they've got those protocols to fall back on. But seeing them think on their feet and keep pace with Eternal Fire while pushing them into the corner, back against the wall, it's worrying. It's concerning. But then I think a last map, you know, or last half, sorry, when Eternal Fire called this timeout, the game changed completely.
Yeah, they did manage to win 5 rounds in a row from that point, but it just seems like that second half is eluding them. Map 1 looked like it was theirs to lose, and they did. Map 2 is starting to feel a little bit more of the same. It's a weaker purchase
ऐसा एक आवाज आता ना वो आवाज का क्या कर वो आवाज का वॉल्यूम अगर बंद होता था ना तो अपन इमोर्टल 3 पहुंच गए रहते थे सुनना
इसके पहले वो नियॉन को मार देगा मेरे को उस पे भरोसा है तेरे पे भरोसा नहीं है मेरा सेंटी नहीं मैं नहीं मार सकता
मैच देख फैनेटिक का थोड़ा बहुत तो सीखने मिले देख कैसे मारते हैं 1 2 3 देख कभी मारा ऐसा ये देख 4 4.5 ये ले
Until Fabian puts a stop to it. A little more needed and nothing else found. 8 to 8 in a blink and you miss it. What in the world is that?
He's expressing himself.
All power to him.
We're going to get to see his emote at the end.
Come to Papa, come to Papa.
See, I'm going to be honest, of all the things I expected him to say, that wasn't it.
You weren't expecting that wasn't...
No, come to Papa while doing that.
Well, that one's going to be immortalized. 8 to 8.
A slow-mo gif's already been made.
भाई यहाँ पे स्लो रहता तो मार रहा उसके भाई स्लो रहता तो 2 किल थे उसके वो बोलने वाला था
Fnatic stalling out in that defense and Crashy's on the wraparounds being completely caught off guard.
Yeah?
What? How's he gotten that one? Well, that's the only pick that they have.
The range get upgraded and I didn't
प्यारा मार रहे बे Fabian भी.
Okay. Careful,
a bit risky.
Careful.
A bit shaky.
This round should be guaranteed.
ये कैसे possible
But a healthy
reloading
Kayak and a confident one. And they've got the credits that he can go for this, or he can go for the exits. And I think that might be where he's heading. Looking to try and cut them off as they look to leave the site. Maybe expecting that a certain position would be freeze, be in a great position, but maybe just a little bit too late. That will be the lead reclaimed by Eternal Fire. Once again, Fnatic getting back into it, seeming a little bit more difficult than expected, but that fast pace taken again. Like, that's it. I think Fabian on these sort of entry rolls, just superb.
Yeah, in and out. And like it's Kayak's head, he's shaking it all about. Looking good for Eternal Fire. 9 rounds on the board. You'd be fuming if you're Echo there, but at least it didn't get too much more costly.
Back at it.
Looking for double digits. I'm not seeing a direct play being set up here. It's going to be pressure put on towards B-Long. Attempt perhaps deny that orb. The Alfie are so close to his, but he's hunting it down towards the bathroom. The op trained in on this position. That's a big problem if Echo gets curious.
Maybe expected.
I'm out of here.
They threw a snake bite down there as well, so it's clearly something they've had an idea about, these aggressive positions being taken, and instead, Alfie is going to man his host in heaven instead. Nonetheless, still plenty of time for either side. Info sent down B, but look at the rotation already from the defenders. 4 players going to be in this side of the map. Alfia looking for a timing, and he's found it, and that's a spike down.
Huge drop, and they flood in right afterwards. The ult not landing. Alpha side steps and takes the kill. Kayak and himself fighting for the triple with an in-zone flawless. We're back to neck and neck. Fnatic not going to let Eternal Fire run away with this. And the big thing is, that round was a big investment from the attackers.
A hard reset.
They get nothing out of it and nothing left in the bank. This should be the lead for FNC.
Yeah, the expectation is that, but also again, I think Crash is the unsung hero of this round. That Tiger timing, clearing out all of B, or just before they go for the rotation, you see 2 players get into spot just as the play comes through because of the info he found.
Blinded.
Landing. Oh my god. एक सेकंड हेलो
falling apart at the seams,
टीम फ्लैश हुआ है उधर
वो लेकिन 2 मारने के बाद है ना वो फ्लैश इसलिए कर रहा था कि टीममेट को बचा और वो वापस टक इन हो जाए.
That's only all that is left. Guardian in hand.
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि 2 के बाद वो रुका ही नहीं और एक बार फ्लैश जो निकला
completely out of the round. But it should be very hard to find any value from this point. No need for Fnatic to overextend. Double the manpower, more than double when it comes to the weaponry in play. Flash online in 10. He's going early though. He's walked through the smoke. That's an easy punish for Boaster.
There's no way out of this. Oh, that's hoping that maybe he can catch Soul with a fake plant, but there we go. Fnatic are going to claim the lead, get to double digits, and again after a massive deficit, an 8-4 in the first half after a 5-round streak. They have brought things back once again. And honestly, a lot of it has been down to the resurgence of Kayak. I feel like in the last 4 or 5 rounds, he's just been insane. Like the Judge multi-kill, retake in the last round, aggressive positioning in this one. This is the guy that people pay to see.
I would love to hear from him why he thinks it was such a slow start in both maps now. He's really found, but genuinely, it looks like it. Like he's finding it hard to land on his feet in those first couple rounds.
They didn't come to Papa in the early rounds.
I see.
Now they are.
Now they are coming to Papa.
They are now coming to Papa.
Understood. Okay.
If you didn't watch a couple of rounds ago, we sound very weird.
Well, you led that one, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Well, this is the big challenge. This is where Eternal Fire could be left in the dust, up against the Kings of old, sat in their castle, and from what we've seen in both maps, ladders have been on the wall. But Fnatic, they wait till the final moment, and they kick those on down. Start at least. That guy's down. Kayak slipped through. Gets nothing for a while. Survives a long time. But when he's dropped, it's a disadvantage for Fnatic. It's an op walking through.
Oh my god!
He got one for free.
He still doesn't know that
chasing him down. TP'd back, but he's this man living many lives in one round, and now he knows right where that other player is. All the while, Crashy's waiting for an opportunity, and it's about to be given, but the shot doesn't land. And Alpha has to do it all. A reload needed, surely. 1 bullet left. A shorty to work with, and as he swaps weapons, he finds himself peaked by 2. Double digits for Eternal Fire in a very important round 1.
It's just... It's funny because Eternal Fire with the round, but I felt like the highlights there came from Alfia. Like, it just... Crazy stuff.
Gladys तो स्कैमर्स का 3 मौत पर आज तक नहीं आया. मैं तो पहले से बोल रहा था.
Running through the smoke, hitting a wall bang. It makes no sense, but solid trades. In the end, an Echo in that backline, safe pair of fans.
Do you see the way this guy kills people?
Well, is Echo.
I'm not even sure who he was talking about.
Well, is Echo.
Oh, yeah, I think it might be Echo.
Good chance he was. Good chance he was talking about Echo, yeah.
That is nuts. Just walked straight down mid, eviscerated Vekash, and then just walks out like nothing happens.
He's Echo.
Yeah, you see a Viper with a pit online in that position. It's usually terrifying, but they didn't get a chance. to do anything.
He's
kept for later. Eternal Fire. They'll flood in off that space. They know.
Oh my
All right,
God.
don't go near Kaya. You show him a pixel and you no longer have a head. Back to a 4v4. Couple of ridiculous kills, but the post plant is going to be in. Viper's Pit available for Echo, and there you go. He has to leave his safety.
Oh shit, ये बड़ा kill है.
Crashy's now taking space, but also could reveal the positions of the remainder. And look how low Echo is in the corner. He's not going to survive. Caught by an operator. The remaining defenders of that spike surrounded. Well, nowhere left to go. It's all on to Neki. First comes easy, but he knows there's another up above.
Crashes locking
them down. Again, Fnatic will reclaim their lead.
Yeah, listen, your ranked teammates in Crashy's position, they're either swinging that dry or they're using their flash and singing Maroon 5 as they run it down. But he has the patience to sit behind that box. And that's disgusting. Oh, he did. He popped the Viper's pit. That guy loses the pit. I thought it was an orb we caught.
No, he ran into the pit.
Oh my goodness. And right after hearing Crashy say, you see how this guy kills people, and then he does that? Outrageous. 11 on the board for Fnatic. Eternal Fire, you know, they have very much put some bumps in the road. They have made this an uncomfortable journey for Fnatic, a team that the majority of people out there, whether they be fans or analysts on our desk, you would think that this is going to be Fnatic rolling, that it needs to be them rolling, but Eternal Fire, they have shown us that flair. This double duelist, the Sky, it's working wonders for them. The final hurdle where they fell last time, it may be the same again.
Well, yeah, this buy also absolutely sucks. They just gave the rifle over to Izzy, by the way, and he is peaked and died immediately. No chance from here onwards unless the utility can do an unfathomable amount of delay, which I'm going to go ahead and tell you it can't. They are not in a position to really do anything from here. The same bite's already gone, and already players just waiting to get that defusal done. Eventually, Echo will fall 12-10.
आज सफने डायरेक्ट डोरमेट है
away from the 2-0 that many would have expected, but the
इसमें इतने सारे स्मोकर है फिर भी ब्रिम लेने का क्या रीजन है? ये अच्छा स्मोक से.
There's going to be people out there going to the LRC. Oh, it was a 2-0 to Fnatic? Yeah, that was expected, but this game was anything but
obviously it's an easy point for my Pickums.
Yeah, it's going to look the same. My goodness.
Eternal Fire.
They came out swinging. They brought them to overtime on map 1, but even that was underwhelming considering the fact they were not for Fnatic to do this again. Give them a chance, hang the carrot in front of their face before snatching it away. Echo, he's made some space. He's already up close, but Vekaj, he's the one to shut him down. Whether he was ready or whether he reacted, it's fine. They've got the sight and the plan to come through from Eternal Fire at least.
Well, it's about to get a little bit more difficult. I don't think that's hit onto any. Oh, it was. Eventually, Izzy strikes. A quick double. Giving them the man advantage. OT still very much possible, but maybe not without hitting shots like that. Izzy is left to try and close, and they both got caught by the Tiger. Both stunned up. Solid util to back up the duelist.
Welcome to the cast. Those membership मेरी जान के today. www by W. आज के दिन finally हम लोग को
Alpha was bloodthirsty there. He dropped out ahead and started shooting his own teammate. He was willing to take anyone out.
नहीं थे.
Sounds like a Spanish caster. In the end,
love you, Preet bhai. Love you. Thank you for the guys with membership मेरी जान के
spark of hope. Fanned into a flame as they push towards 12. One more round for this attacking side. Go get your gun out.
Can't say anything because first month का मैच है मैंने देखा पहले ही देखा.
Hiding in the smoke will be caught.
Echo gets away with it.
Such an annoying player to come up against, and they're not even planning to go in this direction.
He's made it on site. He's just walking through utility. Like Outfear, I don't think he's seen him. I don't think he has any idea Well, maybe no. He's watching mid. He has no clue. Veka should just walk down to the open. Veka's got to be so confused. A second ago, you just saw him kill your teammate, and now Alfia is the only point. Oh, that hit. Ordaz is down to 5 HP, and he's trying to go through. The risks he's taken on this agent have been impressive. But can they do anything more? No, Boaster caught, and the remaining 2 sectioned out. Fabian is still pressing forward.
But yeah, by 1 second.
One more flash just came online. I don't need. Oh, I didn't think he'd get a chance to use it, but there it is. Popped a little too close.
Flash
still able to see.
Sky ka.
Takes that kill for free. Alpha 1 against 3 with a chance here to close out the map, but no quarter given by Eternal Fire. 12 it will be another overtime. They bought themselves a bit more runway.
WhatsApp group में आ जाइए मेरी जान के टोटे.
It's a weird scenario to be, because obviously when you get into this group stage,
WhatsApp group में आ जाइए, WhatsApp group में आ जाइए. Premium top notch.
But Fnatic we've already mentioned.
और stream को like कर दो मेरी chat, जान के टो, stream को like कर दो.
They taste defeat here.
को ने ग्लिचल दो मारे, वही मार रहा है बे वो.
An insane matchup, potentially even put them 0-2. For Eternal Fire, though, this is a statement. Like, you come into a group where it's an utterly stacked group. If you're looking at the sort of like history, but also the teams that have been built, BBL, Fnatic, Vitality, GX, Pacific, there's a lot of no easy games. But at the same time, at the beginning of the day, we heard Echo say that BBL might be #1. But not only did they put themselves #2, but also that they think Fnatic and Vitality are bad, which to come in on day 1 for you, that's a bold statement.
Yeah, only able to play in this league since 5 days after kickoff ended. He's already playing confident, speaking confident. Maneki and Fabian and Echo, the man we're talking about, all dropped in the blink of an eye. Fnatic putting up one hell of a fight in that initial. Oh man, they didn't got the pick with the plants. Now what do you do? How do you fight back through this without Echo to just walk in and dome that, guys? It should be a near impossible feat.
Huh?
He's not even put his orb down.
Yeah, but something we spoke about when
the fuck
Vekash joined this roster was the replacement of Chronicle. There's a lot of things you can talk about that Chronicle has that many other players don't, but the main thing was the clutch gene. Winning rounds when you needed them the most. Well, I would argue that the obvious one with that is overtime. And it's like you put him in these rounds, that is where you seem to deliver his greatest hits. That's going to be a hit to the confidence of Eternal.
ऐसे कुछ लोग हैं, ध्यान से सुनना. 2 जन का हुक्का में इन्फो आता आया, इन्फो आया. अपन बिलोंग में है अपन बिलोंग में. फिर जिससे हम बोलेंगे स्मोक कर, बोला जिससे स्मोक कर. कहाँ करूँ? एक आवाज आती है. नहीं, 2 बंदे हुक्का में है. कहाँ करूँ? आवाज आने के बाद ए में कर, काउंटर आवाज आता है. फिर बाद में सोच में पड़ जाते लोग कि 2 बंदे हुक्का में है तो ए में स्मोक कैसे करूं, समझ लो. फिर जब भी 2 बंदे से बात कर रहे थे पे 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 वो हुक्का वाले साइड आ जाते, समझ लो. फिर अभी क्या 3 बंदे साइड में, अपने को नहीं मालूम. अपन जब साइड में जा रहे तब हम लोग देख रहे राइट में, साइड में जा रहे राइट में देख रहे, साइड में जा रहे राइट में बंदा ही नहीं, क्योंकि वो लोग निकल गए. ऐसे कुछ प्लेयर्स हैं, इसलिए जिधर इन्फो मिला डायरेक्ट देने का, समझ रहे. प्यार में गिर गए पेंगे क्या भाई. उसने जो बोला ना, प्लीज आई लव यू, ऐसा मैं कभी किसको सुना नहीं. पता, एक रहता है आई लव यू जो तुम लोग बोलते हो, जिनका ब्रेकअप होता है, तुम लोग जो बोलते हो. एक रहता है प्लीज आई लव यू,
और एक होता है
Look to take it. They've been taking names, they've been doing damage, but falling at the final hurdle. That was the theme of map #1. They had them on the ropes, but let them slip through, and now Fnatic, they may do it yet again. Steal this out from under Eternal Fire. But this attack side, especially on Breeze, it was the main strength of Eternal Fire lay. It was direct hits, it was overwhelming Fnatic, but they spread in a default, at least to start.
Seems like Fnatic have the right read. Again, at the credit to Crashies. He's got so much info. Like, he's just jiggle peeking over towards B long.
Kaisa Binks bhai upgrade karna chahiye please yaar Pradhan bhai. I'm just 2 off from my goal. 7 cast those members are loading screen. Kaise bol. Pradhan bhai le lo yaar. Mera le lo. क्या हो गया मेरा इंटरनेट कहाँ जा रहा है क्या यहाँ पे तो चल रहा है क्या हुआ
flurry of frags as they break through the defense and Crashies left alone. He has to go for it. And why not? 2 flashes to work with.
speed test देखो तो
have to walk through the flames or run that clock down that little bit further. And he has got a 1v1 offered up close. Fabian, low HP. So much more to do after, and he won't even get the first. 13 to 13. The attack is the safe haven for Eternal Fire. And we'll run this OT one more time.
That has got to be a really infuriating round. Because that is you having a full stack on the site because of the early info you got and just getting battered. Like, it wasn't even close. Like, on the entries into the site. And, okay, a slight win for Kai, but I think at that point, when you've already lost 3 teammates, I don't think that's the defining part of the round.
Now, hold on. The last time they did this, it was read by Fnatic. They found it predictable to play that aggression with a slightly lower buy. This time, Eternal Fire, they're going for it right away. Double TP, and the rest playing towards A and back. This is an unusual round, if ever you've seen it, but trying to thrive in the chaos. They'll send Alpha back at least, and now they're flanked completely open on the side of Fnatic. They have to push and press forward. The thing is, there's nothing really stopping them from doing that. Audaz is the only one here. Molly is a weak attempt to slow them, as the site will be overtaken. Essentially swap sides with the defense.
I think they were hoping for a fight, and the fight never really came. They do, however, have a lot of positioning. Not anymore, though. Albeit springs into action.
Oh, short, bae.
Quick enough, even while slowed. Now the remaining 2 defenders have a tough ask ahead of them. Molly, they might just get it to half, but that's really all she wrote. Unless there's a catastrophic error from the Fnatic side, and it's not going to be happening. A clean round again. It seems like the attack side is everything at this point. 14-13, a defensive round needed.
He looks so, Alpha looks so frustrated despite getting himself a double on that entry. He's slapping himself in the head at the end. Pretty clean double as well, but the trigger discipline from that guy.
भाई ये last है G का VCT में. If yes, तो next year SSL को मिल सकता है क्या?
And he waits until he's got the kill shot lined up. 14-13. Fnatic again with a chance to close out the map and the series and leave Eternal Fire wondering what if even one more pistol went our way.
Not seeing anything.
मेरा चैट पढ़ो आप खुश हो जाओगे ये चलो मेरे को एक चित्ता बनाना अपग्रेड करूंगा करके
teleporting away. Fabian putting in the pressure and has already done fantastic work, and he's gonna just dive in, and his teammates are looking to try and put pressure on the other side of the map. He was meant to be the ruse, but the ruse has gone so well they've started to question if that could just be the take. Fabian again on the entries, and well, the 1v4 for Crashies didn't go well. How about the 1v5?
Yeah, he just pushed down B long to see if there was anyone there, and all of a sudden, he's left alone. The snake in the grass and an end zone flawless this deep in the series, this deep in overtime as well. Eternal Fire, they're not giving up on this. And Fnatic, they're gonna have to fight back in another OT where the question remains who will be the first one to take that defensive round. So far, it's been nothing but attacker success when it comes to these OTs. And a lot of that has come down to the Waylay entries and how much success Alpha and Fabian are finding there.
Alpha definitely the score leader, no doubt about that. 30 and 18.
भाई एक मैप तो जीतना
Talked about him.
कैसे बॉट भाई इमोजी आ
Picking up that duelist.
ये strong emoji है.
At times, it almost feels like it's silly to put him on anything else. Till you watch him play a Vice and still drop 30.
दोनों हो सकते हैं, या फिर WhatsApp या फिर G पे.
Seems like he's going to have to pull out a little bit more. It feels like that first defensive round might just be enough, but as we know in OT, anything you can do, I can do better. Almost always there. Fabian, a bit of trouble, but the counter utility will hold them back for now.
All up the slow, making it a little bit less effective on the dash.
Thank you for the 50k GP.
Don't give up that line. At least one player will. Izzy literally got around that corner just before the force of Fnatic swung, but now they're breaking through. Izzy to fall as well. Boaster on the double. And that should be it. Fnatic with a plant coming through any moment now. They give it to the brim.
What way अच्छा है यहाँ से भगाने का
They're just going to clean up rifles in hand.
जैसे मैं ऐसा करूँ ना उसको 100 रुपए जीपे कर देना यहाँ से चले जाएगी then I can sim क्या बोलते हैं
15 to 14 another chance to close the series.
It's just difficult to sort of deal with the paciness of these hits. It's a battle of the short.
ये जाएगा लग रहा है 30 हम दोनों का अटैक स्ट्रांग है.
Just trading out on Dizzy, there wasn't really anywhere for him to go. Another opportunity for Fnatic, but as I said, it feels like whoever solves these defensive side rounds is going to be the one to take the map home. I think Alpha's lack of operator almost feels like a part of it. He was so good on the defense with it. Well, for now at least, he's just gone through. He's diving, looking for Izzy, but it feels like, yeah, he just has to escape.
He gets the stone out of Izzy.
Point system है उनका.
Fnatic stack up towards A. They had 4 players here, but got overrun completely. Sitting back on the site, so aggression starts out their play towards short, and now the walk up on back. Izzy's been checking
Thank you, Botman. Thank you for the 6,000 मेरी जान जोड़े कैसे Botman open the chat.
One Kayak and Alpha that he faced into.
OP कर दो Botman का पकड़ लो मेरी जान जोड़े phone.
Huge advantage early on for the attackers.
4v5.
And it's already been a struggle for defensive rounds to be found.
There's moments for either side to rush through, an angle not clear, but the trades again quick enough. And Boaster with a martyrdom at least makes it only down to 1 crash. He's definitely been seen. They know exactly where he is. Fabian makes sure that this goes no further. Or Berlin's final boss.
Love you, Botman. Love you, मेरी जान जोड़े. Love you, मेरी जान जोड़े.
3 players waiting on the other side. Not even going to make it around the corner. We keep on going. 15-15. Eternal Fire. They've been put under pressure. They've had a lot of map points up against them at this stage, but it doesn't seem to faze them.
And that's the impressive thing. We know about a team like Fnatic that they can go down and always bounce back. We've seen it a million times. And with as tenured a roster as you've got here, there is no surprise. But then you come up against this young, hungry Turkish squad. Some of their players only just allowed to step foot on our stage. And they lost the player that everybody hailed as their secret weapon. And yet here they are, standing strong deep into this series with many chances to have closed it for themselves. They might not have had that map point here. I believe they did back on Breeze. It's been narrow margins that keep Fnatic alive in this series. Yet alive, they are 15-15. The attackers winning every round in overtime. Could this be where it changes as Izzy steps forward, has a clean way out, and the orb up at just the wrong time. Fabian stands to take them all. Stunned up, won't get more, but the trade outs, they make this possible. Perhaps the best defensive round we've seen in OT, and it could all come down to the position of Neki, tucked up close.
They still have time. Heal for Alpha.
Panko de Tomater. Arak Badu ko Autos.
And Alpha gets his ult off the orb.
30 seconds left.
A chance to clear not only this corner,
Nicky और गया Nicky और
the back of the site.
Nicky भाई गए नहीं बचा.
He's going to try and hide it. He just avoided it. Nobody's checked. Neki still just sat here because of it. He gets 1 for free. Even still, though, Crash is still standing. Echo has just been waiting patiently, but he's trying to save place.
10 seconds left.
Echo just waiting.
I think
trying to sneak his way out. Play down as quietly as he possibly can. Position not revealed. No idea for Crash. Will just about 33 HP a little bit of luck. Eternal
Let's
Fire, that
give it
chance
a
to
shot.
burst
Let's give it a
defensive
shot.
round.
After the opening going against them as well, with Izzy dropped like that, they did so well to trade out. Fabian hooked in that corner, getting himself too. That was everything that they needed. Auda's at least trading himself out, and they think that it's open. The Flash even caught him, but they just assumed he's elbow or side and maybe tucked in right after. Never did they imagine that he'd be that audacious.
That's both of the most impactful kills in this round came from Fnatic not clearing an angle. Just the assumption that there wouldn't be anybody there, or that maybe they'd be panicking. And because of that, the Eternal Fire has not even been gifted. They have taken the round, grasped at it, and now they just need to do the attack round. But as said, the second it seems that the team managed to get a defensive round, that's where things switch. And I mentioned it in the last. Alfea's operator was a huge part of their defense and hasn't been seen thus far. He now has it in this round.
Perhaps that's a sign of the desperation of Fnatic right now. Again, a squad that many would pin them to dominate. But Eternal Fire, they've pulled no punches. This isn't a game of mistakes for Fnatic, with the exception of the previous round. There's been perseverance from Eternal Fire. They push into this side, overwhelming at least the front lines. Crashies were doing so well, holding it down, but dropped.
Side में control smoke क्या कुछ दे दे.
He did enough damage to make this favorable, and I'm surprised to see Echo stepping forward. That is a brave play, but the reward found on the shorty out to close it. A double from Echo with Neki on the final shot. It's 17 to 15. It's 1-1. Another map needed to separate the legacy of Fnatic from the up-and-comers Eternal Fire.
दो-तीन दिन पहले एक गया था देखो चेक हुआ है कि नहीं मेरे से
You had to push both maps to overtime. What's so difficult about Fnatic that you're needing all those extra rounds to close the map out on them?
I think we are playing so easy, but we are losing to chaos rounds, you know? If you don't lose the chaos rounds, we can win easily all games. I think like.
भाई वो भी अच्छा प्लेयर है लेकिन. EVIV वो भी प्लेयर बहुत अच्छा लेकिन
but we are losing chaos rounds. They look like this.
कुछ अलग है.
Okay, well look, maybe you'll get that in lose. Maybe you'll get that 13-3 you're talking about, but I'll let you go back, join the boys there. We're gonna head to a break on the other side. We are gonna see that map 3 decider.
Debut game में 2-0 कर सकता था Fnatic को. Debut game में. So fuck. Easy. यही एनर्जी चाहिए लाइफ में. ओह माय गॉड. सोचो बे डिबट गेम में अभी नहीं चाहिए मेरे को. अभी नहीं चाहिए. नहीं नहीं चाहिए. अभी मैं चाय पीऊंगा. ए तेरा 2-3 दिन पहले का चेक नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
हाँ खोल
नहीं
खोल
चल
खोल नहीं तो खोल
अप्रैल फूल से
खोल और कहा
मैं आज बनने नहीं वाला 2 घंटे बाद जैसे अप्रैल फूल खत्म होएगा मैं खा लूंगा. अप्रैल फूल बोला तो तू चल.
मैं नहीं फूलूंगा.
क्या है ये क्या है ये
आइसक्रीम है भाई टूट गई अंदर.
कुछ बचा ही नहीं है इसमें. बता आई थी बात.
खोल तो देख. खोल
नहीं.
अरे खोल भाई. नहीं है अंदर कैसे डालूंगी मैं. पैक्ड है पूरा वो. अबे वो पूरा पैक्ड है. बंकू मैं कैसे डालूंगी अंदर. तो वो तूने मांगा है. ये पिघल गई है इसमें.
चेक कर जीपे चेक कर.
नहीं तो खोलो. देखना भाई स्कैम हुआ है अपने साथ. दो स्कैम हुआ है.
Pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me come to the pen. Walk away for me to the proof. We're going to break a jam loose. Array me from cocky pan. My pocket food food. Break a right point. I thought you shoot well pork.
क्या खोला तूने खोला अभी.
मैगली बाप रे कैसे कौन ये
अरे
शिट
क्या क्या दे रहे
ओ शिट मैं तो यार अप्रूवल हो गया यार ओ माय गॉड कौन तो कैसे तुमने प्रैंक करने का सोचा मेरे को हां भूल गए क्या मैं कौन हूं हेलो
Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. 42 sleep with this one punch. Mr. Tien, go to Nico, ski to one punch. You wait to go to mama go one punch. One nanti go choko sako come one punch. One day, one life, one do it one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the old shark. You just catfish. Kevin said, Pameka Kwanjik. Summer and phone the competition for love, cause I'm the best, bruh. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. When a hoop don't sleep.
अच्छा ट्राई था एंटी एक बार एंटी लिख दो अच्छा ट्राई अच्छा
Welcome back everyone. We got a series on our hand, I guess, for the first matchup that we're seeing here at VCT EMEA Stage 1. That was honestly such a back and forth, and for a second I truly believed that Fnatic was going to be able to close it out, looking at the individual performances that we were seeing coming through. But Eternal Fire Mini, they took Fnatic's behind.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how they played. Like we kind of set up, like this team is like hyper aggressive. They're going to play that kind of death ball. And I think honestly, there were times in that game where I just thought they had more firepower.
Yeah, I think in many occasions, there's a few of the instances that I think we can easily highlight on the attack. I also think that the trust that the players have in themselves, like the confidence, is definitely showing for the players in Eternal Fire. And I've seen Fnatic shaky a bit. Also, I don't think, I think I see the same issue that I was seeing on Breeze. A lot of those fights do not favor them. But also, there are some moments where they're like in a 2v1 and Eternal Fire still gets the kill because they have that firepower and it's expected.
Yeah, and also some egos that we see come out from the side of Eternal Fire as well, where we're like, okay, there's no way that they're going to be able to make this happen, but they do, and that's again kind of like issues that we've seen from Fnatic from even during kickoff, where it feels like some of that discipline where it's like, okay, you gotta stop now, like you have the numbers advantage, just take it.
Yeah, it was very strange that like there was some attack rounds. I thought they played with more pace Fnatic than usual, but then a round like this, it's like you're against Ghosts and Boast is just in the middle of no man's land, and then they decide to scale into Hooker, which is like a very close angle. And of course you're going to get rolled by a shotgun here. It's like all the things that we're asking about the pace and stuff was a bit better.
Yeah.
But then some of the fundamentals were just really bad at times.
I think that the context for this round is also very important. It's off the back of a timeout, so you see that there's going to be a plan in place. I think that this opening from Hook, I think that we see in every single Giants game, because it's supposed to what they do on the defense. Seeing it here, I mean, what I mean is like, it's something that you expect a lot. And then not only they have that kill, they go and use the drone on the other side of the map, the Skydog, and then they just walk in. And Echo's just waiting, who, by the way, is absolutely stellar today. I love the fact that he's having this performance, but it also something that we do not see in the clip, but we could see live. It's also the ultimate situation that Fnatic had.
Yeah, they were about to scale up on all their ults. So like if they had won that round, they could have closed that half really nicely with ults. And then what ended up happening is they had all of those ults left on the last round and only managed to use 2 of them in a 2v4. And so like that half could have gone very differently if that round played out properly.
Yeah, well, hindsight 2020, Eternal Fire just was playing so aggressive, so quick, so fast, and it felt like Fnatic was at times getting pretty overwhelmed with how they were approaching these rounds.
Yeah, we were highlighting that coming into this meta. We assume, well, we can kind of think what some teams would have an easier time doing and adjusting. But I think that this is a lot of what we can expect. This incredible double height, super fast executes onto you. And I think that this is a very good example. For Fnatic, you have to make a decision, right? You either flawed, like this, for example, is it a miscommunication? Is Alpha expecting the Vekash picks with him? And then you have another player playing in showers. But this same thing happened many, many times where there is a very, very explosive execute that is literally meant to at least get one of your players and put you in a very complicated situation as you push forward or whatnot. For Fnatic, the retakes were working so well for them, or at least they were intending to do them much more, that when we met kind of like in the middle, it just looked awkward for them, like not comfortable. Again, the composition is made and those executes are made to make you feel uncomfortable. Why doesn't Fnatic have a read onto that?
I think one thing for me is that like Eternal Fire are used to playing this playstyle. They have reps on
China
it,
se line
and
मेरे लिए वो
it looks
jacket.
far more natural for them when they're doing the explosive stuff. And they're even like executing into stacked sites sometimes that Fnatic are unable to hold. And I think it's because Fnatic aren't used to having to think about team fights in this way in this meta. And I think that might be one of the big things I'm looking at going forward is even when they're stuck in a site and they're not winning, why? Like there's got to be something about the individual kind of agency these players have that's like not quite working with each other. If that makes
Maybe
sense.
chemistry? It's weird, no?
Yeah. No chemistry on
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like their bread and butter. But regardless, we also have another confession from the coach to see, well, I'm wrong. What are we expecting from Lotus? How was everything meshing together?
Lotus has been a stable in Fnatic's pool since it came out in 2023. How do you think the latest changes will affect how the map plays out?
Just from like playing it, A feels a little bit different with the changes, and outside of that, well, obviously we've seen like a variety of comps, so I think it's going to be much more like versatile, and that should make it a little bit more interesting.
Much more versatile should make it interesting. If we look at what we saw on map 1.
Dini, do you remember what I said to you when we saw Alpha then going on the ISO after the Neon?
Fnatic.
Do you remember what I said? I said, I love the word versatile,
but
to me, it's a lie.
I don't mind
it's a lie. In many times, it just means forcing someone to do something they don't.
He was very
good.
And it wasn't enough. Insane. It was one of those alpha maps.
Juice se leke,
What do you want him to say on this map?
sab kuch,
Vice.
A to Z.
On Lotus?
Vice?
Yes, I would love to see him playing the Vice. I think that we saw it a bit during
जीता तो upgrade करूँगा सच्ची डन
I like it.
डन है EF जीतेगा ये match.
Oh yeah, I think I would like to see him playing Vice. Maybe
वैसे भी
it's time for
Regins
Becca to pick up the
है.
duelist.
So like the classic
The Jet?
Fnatic.
Yeah, the classic Fnatic with
It'll probably be Neon, I guess. Kayak. Yeah, that makes sense. I think something.
What would you like? Would you agree? Do you okay? Would you be deceived if you see him playing Killjoy?
I would be very disappointed to see him playing
Well,
Killjoy.
there you go. So we're sorry to ruin your day.
Because the question is how is the Killjoy going to deal with that Neon and Raids on the other side? Eternal Fire have a very explosive composition. They're going to dive in deep. The Killjoy doesn't have much to deal with that. The Veto is very interesting. How do you think that's going to play out?
I want to see, like, they're starting on the attack, and I'm a little bit more interested to see how they how it will work on the defense. But maybe because of that, I'm more interested to see how aggressive they're going to be. They have the double dive without the waylay, though, having the I want to see if he's just going to be playing out of pack, because having Echo out of the pack, it seems foul.
I don't think he should be out of the pack. I think Eternal Fire's comp is set to be extremely aggressive on both sides, and that Veto is probably not a huge anchor in this. He's probably going to set up some more aggressive fights potentially, and I want to see that. I don't want to see him playing very passive.
But it felt like Fnatic was struggling with the aggression that was thrown their way from the side of Eternal Fire. So would you say when we're looking at this agency like that, they are playing to their strengths?
Fnatic.
Remember, आया है तो
yes, Eternal Fire playing to their strengths. They're just all in. Like Sky is pretty all in this meta on the Lotus. I feel like double Duelist and a Veto. I think these are all aggressive fighting agents.
I want to see Kayak that we're getting glimpses of, but I need to find that consistency.
Well, this is it. His opportunity to show us that consistency is ready. Head on to our third map of this series, Lotus, coming up next with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
I bet these guys feel like they've already played 3 maps, a lot of OTs in those first 2. And Eternal Fire just about being able to clinch out that previous map. It was a tight one, 17-15. And for Fnatic coming in as the favorites, it doesn't seem to have made any difference.
Echo's turned into everybody going, is it always like this? And the Fnatic fans are going, yeah, it is when it's us at least. They are known for their long series, known for their OTs, and known for having to make those comebacks. It has been a slow start to each half of Fnatic, but this is the map that, kind of alongside Icebox, they made their name. Like, this is where everybody knows them from. They had a streak that was undeniable, and okay, the comp has changed slightly, but not a whole lot. They've kind of kept to what they know. The other side of things, a very different look.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see how Echo's going to be playing. There's a lot of discussion about it, but Eternal Fire expected to play a little more direct. It will start with him playing on one side of the map, and 4 trying to pressure towards A main. Crashies has managed to take no damage. and spam out Fabian right off rip. That's about, whoop, that, I think he tried to jump on the platform that used to be there. Not there anymore. Few changes to this map. Odin players, well, they're really struggling in these days. First Ascent, and now this.
Could spam the other wall.
Someone has to stop them. Don't even start, Tom. You're gonna make me angry.
Oh, good. That was the goal. I'm glad it's gone. Screw the Odin. Map's been improved. Wonderful stuff.
Light rage bait, but it is working.
It's also what I believe. Fights back and forth, but it is an evening up from Eternal Fire. Not for long though. Crashy's still waiting behind. Will allow them a plant. Oh, faithful one, maybe not. Kayak a little bit ahead of the curve. Is he now left to try and turn a pistol? In the last map, it was Alfia pretty much doing everything in the pistol rounds and closing them out. This time, hasn't really had to do too much. We'll see if the Turkish duelist on the other side has a chance.
Oh, Izzy has been very impressive, but the death ball on the other side should put a stop to any chances. He does isolate the first, but fails to convert the kill. Kayak's still alive. They know where he is. As slippery as he can be, Crashies is on the hunt. 3 kills from him in this round. His sheriff laying down the law as Fnatic find a 1-0 start.
Yeah, there was a lot of the time when I see like Vito play, I think that's going to be a big talking point. Because, again, expectations initially was that this agent could light the world on fire. Never really happened. I had a few moments here and there. But I feel like especially on the attack side, it can be difficult to really find that same level of value. On the defense, I think expectations are he's going to be able to get into aggressive positions. He's going to have trap plays to make things awkward. He's going to be able to deny a lot of these early takes. But I want to see if he can have the same impact, because Echo has been fantastic. He's been so good at finding impactful kills and just being a general annoyance. So if they lose that, that's a worry for me.
They've done such a phenomenal job on the side of Eternal Fire, keeping themselves alive in maps that definitely were hitting the mental boom. You can see it even from Afro and some of the coach.
He's just walked on to see.
He has indeed. But they've managed to fight through all of that. Come out looking relatively strong. Now, Seaside taken, an outlaw that you have to push back into. There are definitely problems on the horizon in this round, and the question is how much can they get? They shouldn't win this on Eternal Fire, but they could do a lot of damage.
Oh, blend देंगे वो लोग.
I'm now ticking in their favor.
Oh my god.
Fnatic were pretty much all set up for the retake, but there goes the sniper. There goes a lot of the real chance to do damage in this round. The clock becomes their greatest ally, and maybe the only one they have left.
पहला बुलेट में देना था, किसने दिया पता नहीं. उसके लाइन में था, उसके लाइन में नहीं था.
In fact, it will be not a single player
पहले कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में किसने दिया?
being able to do any relative damage to the side of Fnatic while keeping everybody alive and in zone flawless. We'll put them 2-0 up.
Yeah, a lot of dangers in that round. Seaside taken. You've got an outlaw that you're up against as well. It did a ton of damage off rip. But the paranoia just hitting that little bit late. They can't convert off of it.
8 seconds
execution.
Or is
it was their head on the chopping block. Here is where things can change though. We come in with Eternal Fire, sitting with rifles for the most part. Odd as, you know, there has to be someone biting the bullet for that outlaw. It was a reasonable investment. It didn't quite have the impact we were looking for. And now Audaz is the good old team player to bite that bullet. Fnatic have got a decent buy, though, across the board. With 2 outlaws brought through, it is only going to be Fabian that's one shot to that. But even then, a 140 tag is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, or if they both hit him at the same time, doesn't matter.
Indeed. They are playing together, so yeah, there's always a chance.
The 1-2 punch. We haven't seen an early start for Fnatic. There's always been a 9-3 half, an 8-4 half, and then a climb back into it. So they can win this bonus, it would be huge, and that's one hell of a start. In fact, a double up of openers, an attempted reaction, but well, even with the vulnerability, it made no difference. So wow, the last one was nice. They decided to do it twice. Another in-zone flawless for the side of Fnatic. That is a clean start to this.
Well, this game has been back and forth. There's always a streak at the start. Someone finds momentum. But for Fnatic finding it, that's where I get very afraid. Double in-zone flawlesses. This is a team that we've seen bounce back. We've seen we've seen them climb back into games, but once they get the reins, it's very hard to wrestle those back out of their control. The 3-0 start. Well, looks like the warning bells are ringing. And we've got a timeout 3 rounds in from Eternal Fire. They're feeling the pressure of a series that could slip away. It's early days, but that's almost why this is most surprising. Normally you see these pauses held for a little bit later. In fact, Eternal Fire saved theirs till, I think, going into round 20 on map 1, albeit if you call the pause 6-0 up, I'd have some questions. The panic button hit this early on. It certainly shows us that things are not going according to plan.
Yeah. And obviously, with this being the third map, there were decisions made by Eternal Fire to take it here over, I think, the last 2 maps in the pool were Haven and Split. Obviously, one of them would be removed by Fnatic anyway, but this is a map that if you come in versus Fnatic, you have to be at your best. Even though we haven't seen it in the pool for a while, I think this is the map where I think most, including myself, would argue Boaster does his best calling, especially on the attack. I think the mid-rounding they've always had has been fantastic. So from an Eternal Fire standpoint, it must be something that they've been doing well in pracs, expected to beat, but clearly from the coaching side, it's like, okay, not even just, okay, we've lost a buy round to a bonus, whatever. There must have been something either in the communication or the way the players were reacting to it that goes, okay, I need a pause now because otherwise I can see this spiral.
Better to get ahead of that issue. Well, there's Fabian down already. It's a very low buy from Eternal Fire, so not too much of a concern. We're seeing Echo not with the pack. He's been waiting for aggression, waiting for space to be taken on the other side, and Fnatic are not given those opportunities. Safe rotates through spawn, keeping to the space that they know they own, especially up against those lower buys. When they were on a low buy, obviously they were happy to push up, they were happy to take those engagements, but no advantage being offered up to the opposing side. Now, late play through from Echo with a Sheriff. He does stand a chance of catching them off guard, but traded out immediately. Now we look to another hero of the round. Izzy will not be him. Taken down by Alpha. Gets his knife out. Okay. Audas, better kill. A second goes his way. A tag onto Vikash. It's looking a little bit risky. But jump into the angle. We'll get him. That frag will find 4 for Fnatic. Phenomenal damage in the end, though.
Yeah, and they needed something because those credits are already starting to get out of control for the Fnatic side. This is where it's only going to get tougher and tougher. Like, they have enough credits to buy straight back in with an operator. They want a bonus in the midst of it as well. So damage is nice, but they now need to start converting it into something. And it's only going to get tougher and tougher. I think as well, it's worrying for me that Fabian's quiet so far, because in the last map especially, he was the best player in terms of those opening picks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the difference. I mean, the pistol, he got shut down instantly, but not having a waylay to fall back on, you don't get to dive in and find info. That means you have to body check, and that's exactly what the hell am I watching? It's exactly what we saw happen for Izzy there. Goes through to see what's happening. Gets himself shut down by the op. Kayak, a lot of impact early on. Snakebite almost counters that paranoia. They're cut off, or indeed losing health as they go through, risking being taken down while vulnerable, but a risk that's paid off. A plant for Eternal Fire, and a shot that doesn't quite land for Kayak. He's sent running.
Backline has been cleared.
अब लग गए oh my god Fnatic हो गया था
I just left them blind. A singular shot, but Neki just there's nowhere to go. A nice shot onto Kayak. It was almost a distraction. Another retake for Fnatic. They have been happy with getting that opener, playing the retake every single round. It is showing the level of comfort that they have on this map.
Neki was really close to that as well. That was like a wrist breaker of a flick to get back onto Crashies, and he was pretty close for a 180. But in the end, that's the problem.
भाई
You
कितना
play slow, you
प्यारा
don't
था
know at what point the utility has to be committed to force them back, and because of that, there are constant windows for that operator to find openings. Play that bit more aggressive. And of course, the fact that Kayak being on the waylay, he can really push that, you know, the angles that he can be on won't just be conventional ones. He can play much more aggressive with a one-click solution to get right back out of there.
Fnatic is Fnatic, baby.
Obviously on the op too. We can't overlook the echoes. The Omen opping.
This is the problem. You try and go diving in, and two of them have died to the combination.
भाई उसने कहाँ से spam दिया देखो एक बार.
There's nowhere else to go. We mentioned it. What can be done to try and basically stop anybody just running through all of that utility? Well, it turns out if there's a snake bite alongside the orb and then alongside the utility of Killjoy, that does quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean already when you're
looking at पूरा दिन का frustration दूर हो जाता है. Love you.
Insta decay, you get hit by the alarm bot, and then land
you guys
yourself.
don't know how to walk, bro. Walk.
Smack bang in the middle of the net.
It sounds like, you know, the corridor monitor, like at
love
school.
You,
like the guy's
love you, मेरे
do you not know how to walk?
Oh goodness. That's all, well, a little bit more damage taken right off rip. They thought they had that Gash cornered, but he ends up landing the kill. But then there's a response. That Gash is on fire. He's just dropped Spike. They can't push off the nade. I didn't expect Kayak to run, but the nade was kind of forcing his hand. They have to fight back into this. Favored, and that Gash catches them with their knife out, and then they're looking the wrong way. Bolster easily shutting down Fabian. The showstopper. Well, there's no stopping this show. On the defensive side, 6 in a row, and a 2 versus 1. Half HP on Izzy. Spike down in the open. He can try to run his way in there, but this is going to be a difficult round.
The fuck?
At this point, he's just trying to sell the idea that he's somewhere else. But Boaster is just locked in on that angle. The second he sees anything, Akash will swing back the other way. He is going to have to try something a bit more risky, otherwise, yeah, he's just walking to his demise. I thought the 6-0 at the start of the day on Breeze was going to be the biggest lead we saw. Not the case. 7-0 for Fnatic. Well, okay, this one was at least a little bit closer.
Come on. We saw that from the other player's perspective as Audas threw the paranoia. We saw it hit Bekash. The fact he was just full spamming it, and then the showstopper looking the wrong way because they know where one player is.
Fastest in the West.
Fastest in the West. Can we pull up his stats from map 1 and 2?
Yeah.
We see that?
ना करो ना भाई. ये क्या बात हुई?
Hold on a minute. We got some good players west of England, so let's relax. Don't ever disrespect McNuggets like that again. 7-0 and a timeout, a second timeout for Eternal Fire. This is where you can see that the pressure is mounting on these players. They're being tested like never before. They've already played BO3 in those first 2 maps, more or less. And now, pushing all the way to the third, perhaps that energy's running out.
भाई लेकिन मजाक सेट कर मगर ये मैप पे भी ये
success previously where many even said that they're playing to their strengths with this composition.
बहुत अच्छा दिख रहा है. Map wise,
there's not a lot of
जो लोग वो कर रहे हैं ना वो अच्छा तो है.
Running riot across this map.
No, they're getting openers with the operator.
सब जगह से पड़ रही है वो बात अलग है.
They've been so quick to crunch. If you try and go towards that B
लेकिन
site,
7 round जो आ रहे हैं कम से कम 4 round तो.
There's not really been any control. They try and fight for the C site. They have to run through all the utility. And Fnatic even seem to have the read on what they're going to do. They are set up with a convergence path ready and raring to go. This could be perfect. If they push this smoke, they're going to be met with an ult.
Yeah, the best part is if Boaster's showing the off, or indeed the jump peak like that, you don't expect a player on the right. Now here comes Paranoia on the left, ult on the right, and Alpha surrounding them all. This is wonderful from Fnatic. It's like they have the playbook out in front of them, and the fastest gun in the West, self-proclaimed, finds himself another as Izzy falls. It's all on Audas. A timeout, their second timeout, their final chance to touch base with the coaching staff. and they come out of it to a complete anti-strat. And the man himself, the leader of Fnatic, with a triple. That is devastating.
It's a perfect setup. You literally couldn't get a better setup if you tried. That was just knowing that, okay, we've had so much sort of love over towards that C side of the map, our ability to push through the backline.
One ping.
One ping.
But yeah, just being able to catch the fires on B, the adaptation from Eternal Fire makes sense. You want to try and take that ground away. So they set up with a convergence path, they trap them in an impossible scenario. And again, this is why a lot of teams opt to try and avoid them on this map. Kayak has been caught. That's a gun in hand. But they have to almost win this round. Like, you're looking at a low buy and going like, okay, maybe they could do damage. No, not anymore. Damage doesn't mean anything anymore.
Okay, lockdown goes in. That's going to slow the B take at least. Send them scattered in another direction. A rifle picked up for Izzy. And Alpha steps forward. He's got a nice spot now. The off drawing their eyes as he's good for one, but the flash is perfect. Neki does well. Boaster has to back off, create a little bit of distance, a little bit of space, and he doesn't go for the dog. Straight onto Izzy through the smoke. Wonderful work from Boaster. He said he's unstoppable with the off, but now he's gone to the Sheriff, and he is putting them away. Another round for Fnatic. The flawless streak continues. An Eternal Fire, they look like they're out of answers.
No, they're even getting the openers in some of these rounds. They're even starting them strong. By the way, Boaster is 11-1. Like, that is the point we're at. A screw it, I'll do it myself sort of vibe. As his operator has been impressive, but as you said, it is just the constant repositions. It looked like there was an opportunity to deal with him here, but just never got the chance. Backash with the cover, maybe 3 as well.
I whiffed twice. We don't talk about that round.
we don't need to. Crashy saved his ass as well. That C's that went through stopped them from pouncing on him, and there he is, down and out early on. I was going to say the outlaw in the hands of Alphier. It's not going to find any success. Flashed off the angle on C, but look how hesitant Eternal Fire are. Echo closing in a lot of distance towards this A site, but he is in trouble. Luckily, his TP's position just close enough for him to get out. Very nicely done. A little bit of aggression that should leave this side of the map lighter defended, although it hasn't. Alpha's the only one there. B side very much double down on. And now, as they make it through that wall, these players are isolated. A TP taken to the back of A. This is a chaotic round from Eternal Fire. They're running the gauntlet, but they found themselves a wide open site as a result of that C and B.
उसका aim भी अच्छा है, decision making भी अच्छा है, बहुत
no worries with the economy. They will be risking it for a biscuit here, and the only post-plant ult available is Echo's ability to evolve, which I don't think will be too helpful here, unless he wants to run through a snake Instead, though, almost just needs to be patient. Echo waiting, watching. He doesn't win the fight. An opportunity gone, but Neki quickly responds. Izzy with operator in hand. He's got a freebie. Not looking the right way. And now Alphier is all that stands between Eternal Fire in their first round. That first round that they've been hoping will come quite a bit earlier. He can look to make this one quite expensive, but 2 will survive. Finally, they reach the board for the first time in the third map. That mountain is taller than ever.
Yeah, you saw the instant priority shift there from Alpha, where he just doesn't want them to get away with the op. Going to try to contain them as much as he can. And TP from Audaz, though, put a spanner in the works. Nicely done by Eternal Fire, as you said, though. That comeback is going to be tough. It is a steep, not hill, but mounted decline.
Yeah.
8 rounds down, the half isn't done yet. It's been nothing but success for Fnatic. The off back in the hands of Boaster, and he has been virtually untouchable with it.
Okay. Evolving allows him to get straight past the C's. The problem is that C aggression has succeeded once again. Something Fnatic have just thrived within. Already gaining so much space across the map. Prowler obviously doesn't connect onto him. Echo's getting so much space. His ultimate is helping him
भाई
out.
मेरे को लगा अंधा नहीं करता है, लेकिन उसको ढूंढ भी नहीं सकता है क्या? What the fuck?
Where this player is, but that's the space they were looking for.
क्या?
With Crashkings being the
मेरे को
only
लगा
real
उसको
defender of
at
this
least
side of the map.
पकड़ता है, लेकिन अंधा नहीं करता रहेगा, bro.
For a plant, and well, it will.
What the
really nice
fuck?
usage of Echo. Echo's ultimate being put through there. I think that it takes a little bit of getting used to, right? You don't see it all too often. You pop that Prowler through and you think you're safe, but not even close to it. This is going to be a second for Eternal Fire. And if they can get it to 9-3, hell, Fnatic did it over on Breeze. You got to believe if you're the boys in the chairs, but from our perspective, it's certainly looking a near impossible task to start to inspire some faith, though.
Yeah, I do think that, again, for an 18-year-old, Echo's sort of read on the game is fantastic. Like, the fact that he knows the space delay comes off the seas. I can walk through that. I know for a fact that if he's going to check for info, it's probably going to be up a Prowler. Like, he takes all that space with perfect timing, and then even reads that, like, okay, I've wrapped around far enough, let's go back the other way so I can't get spun on. Just clever stuff from such a young talent. It has been a rough map, though. And as I said, the expectations on the defense, I think that's where his utility belt helps him out a little bit more. It's not worked on the attack.
recon में नहीं होता है, लेकिन ड्रोन उसको देख सकता है, समझ रहे हो? टैग नहीं कर सकता ड्रोन, लेकिन उसको देख तो सकता है. Same Prowler, उसको देखना चाहिए, टैग नहीं करना चाहिए. Recon उसको obviously नहीं देख सकता. उसका फेड का.
Waiting for his opportunity as Boaster walks through the eye draw, and that's where Vekaz chooses to strike. Timing perfect, and another for the Viper on the other side. Fnatic seems set to bring this to double digits as we close out the first half. Echo so impressive the first two maps. A stellar debut from this man, his first series on the stage. And he's finding more impact, more value for this squad. But still, 3 big names to take down. Boaster up top, watching for the cross, but Crashies waiting to strike down below. They combine in that crossfire. And Echo got away with this in the previous. Crashies won't let it happen twice. 10-2 at the halftime. A different story from what we saw in the previous map.
Yeah, there's going to have to be an incredible turnaround from the side of Eternal Fire, but we've got to wait and see if they'll be able to do it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
कौन सा राउंड था? Yeah.
Well, this could end up being a game of what-ifs for Eternal Fire. So close to closing out that first map. They had a chance, but it slipped through their fingers. And then to take map 2 in OT, a 2-0 to Eternal Fire. That's a world we were very close to seeing. But on this map, there's been a lot of forces standing in their way. Vekaz, not the least of them.
Yeah, for sure. I think you go back to kickoff.
अरे लेकिन इतना डिस्टेंस में तो पकड़ता है वो भाई. हेलो, क्या बात कर रहे हो? अल्ट भाई बाबू अल्ट में भी पकड़ता है उसको, वो ब्लाइंड नहीं होता, पकड़ता हूँ फिर भी है वो। कुछ तो सीन हुआ इधर भाई, ये तो पकड़ना चाहिए भाई, क्या बात कर रहे हो? मिस
up to be will be 3, make that 1 as a double found by Alpha.
कोई बोल नहीं सकता था
Lights
गेम
out
चालू हो
start
गया।
from this man. He is making his mark when it comes to pistol rounds.
Yeah.
There's a reason Fnatic are doing so well in them.
Well, yeah, I think the last one earlier in the
Kuch to left right
map
ho jaa,
was
kuch to
the only
left
one where he
right
didn't
hua
really
hai.
do too much. He got a singular kill. I think he got 4 and 3 in the one before. Yeah, he thought about it. Thought about the knife kill, but realized that with how this game has gone so far, with OT being the theme, maybe it's just best for the execution. And while Bekash is just going to opt to take space, bear in mind he's on 3 HP. So just planting himself in a maybe a bit of an off angle or aggressive position.
101% है, 101%.
So there will be a player on the site. However, incredibly low on HP. Would almost have to be a mistake. Come on, having that refract available is enough to escape any danger. Orders 1 versus 3 to try and turn this pistol. Kayak already holding. We'll have info.
अरे ये वॉल के पास रहता था ना, ये वॉल के पास रहता था, प्रॉब्लम उधर जा रहा है तो फिर मैं मान लेता था, ठीक है। लेकिन जब वो इतना क्लोज से मिस नहीं होता है वो।
I was very much in the camp of like, I mean, I don't think this guy was great on mates. It wasn't somewhere that you had a chance to shine, I'm sure, but the reality was it seemed like a left field pick, and yet I very quickly, and maybe it's just because I love Viper, I love seeing good Viper play, but I very quickly became a massive fan of this man. Vekas has climbed up in my estimation, certainly from when he debuted in the league, which on the other side, for Eternal Fire,
my
it's going
problem
to be hard
is
for Echo to fall. Sorry, to keep up with the expectation he set in those first 2 maps.
Yeah. So unbelievable. And obviously this is a slower performance, but that is across the entirety of the team. A very tough final map for Eternal Fire from what we've seen so far. It's going from bad to worse with the pistol loss, and now a low buy where naturally you play a bit looser, you try to get aggressive, but it hasn't worked out. Yeah, but I'm playing Sheriffs and Shields. Yeah, 11-2 if you're playing the eco, you're a madman. But this is usually just the last breath before death. Let's not judge EF with this map. बाकी 2 map actually अच्छा खेला. Actually
I don't think many are believing at this point. Vakash again. Another on the body pile on the Sheriff. Not so kind this time. He's in a good position, and they are trying to watch for him. But he's been able to slow the plant a little bit under pressure, and the Seas will hold him in place. Nowhere to go, being hit by every single piece of utility. Oh, well, no surprise that Crutchy says an assist on that one. 12 and 2.
Hey, potential
showing up.
जैसे अपन ने EF को top 3 बोला ना.
I think there's going to be a lot of squads now looking at this Lotus and going, yeah,
you
know what, if
this
is a third map or a choice of a third map, I'm not going there.
Let's go anywhere else.
Cake builder bye. Thank you for the members of मेरी channel
today. Teeth on this final map.
Dog के आयरन में नहीं रे बाबा 101% है बाबा सामने था उसके
a comparison of sort of the
1001% है मेरे को समझा तो क्या बोले डॉग का आएगा मतलब मेरे को समझा कि तेरे को समझा कि मेरे को समझा लेकिन तू समझा
plenty of opportunities to do so.
It seems unfortunate that we're not really going to get to see the defensive Echo veto, because even in this round there's no weaponry for him to play with. A Sheriff alongside the utility belt. Neki started off strong. We've seen this already. It starts strong, but it just doesn't finish that way. He's already dropped, and that's the ASAC completely open, a flank coming in, but there is an alarm bot available and walking through the utility. They are just walking to their deaths, it seems. Fabian trying to get back into position. They are checking every nook and cranny. That's one at least, and now timing is there, but it will be Crashies to close. A bit of a peter out.
Sirius bhai, thank you for the 6 cast 10 membership मेरी जान के रोटे आए WhatsApp group में आए
Fnatic's old
हेलो लोले हमने नहीं तुमने जिंक्स किया मैंने कुछ नहीं किया
but at least on the last map they passed
2000 रुपए के कमा ले
some flying colors.
चलो जीत गया
at the peak that we know Fnatic
जीत गया
reach. But Eternal Fire might have went up in some people's estimations out there. They limits on those first two maps, and that very well could have been a 2-0. Fnatic found their footing. The kickoff curse, well, it might not be gone just yet.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a display of how good these players can be. Obviously, they haven't had a massive amount of time with Izzy. That was Echo's debut, and he definitely showed what he can do. And I think for other teams in the group, you are going to have that sort of worry that, these guys are going to push you. They're going to test your strategy. They're going to put you in a position where, okay, you have got a plan and you don't get to play it. And like a team like Fnatic, we've seen, they're very good at adapting. They're very good at sort of finding the gaps and working their way through. I don't know if everybody else will be able to do that. So definitely a good sign. For Fnatic, of course, the main thing, getting the points. Get the point on the board, get yourself closer towards that road to London. That is the goal. They are the team that everybody expects to be there, and they will start their campaign off with a victory.
A very good showing as well. We have many shifts, and when we talk about adaptations, it always is Fnatic.
Actually, would have been a 2-0.
We've called them in the past.
Could have been a 2-0. It hurts. 9-3 comeback हो गया है. But
we've seen some more aggressive stances.
Better early. सारा hurt जो भी early हो रहा है.
Is Viper always fun to
अच्छा
watch.
क्या भी हो रहा है.
I have to say, on the other side of the stage, looking at Echo, that man has shot up in our estimations. His Ascension performance was decent.
Echo का नाम गूंजेगा
but what we just saw in the first two maps there was outrageous. I can't believe what he was able to get away with.
Yeah, he talked smack in the interview, but he also said like along the lines of, "This isn't going to be my last year." So it's just like, and I believe him. Like that was a really impressive display. Sure, it didn't go their way today against tough opposition, and I think Lotus might be one that maybe they look to avoid a little bit because they did get absolutely battered. But I also want to give credit over to Alpha here. I think it was an insane use of that waylay on Vine, even though they lost. Nonetheless, we've got another man down on the stage ready to talk, and that is down with Crashies.
मतलब मैं एक
I got Crashies here. I do have to say, you know, you guys having some pretty close map 1 and 2. How do you keep the composure? How do you push through that when you know now it's going to go to a third map?
I think we're a really experienced team, as we've shown in the past. So, like, these are just kind of small speed bumps, I would say. Yeah. So we're kind of used to dealing with certain things like this. And yeah, we kind of showed that on the third map.
Dude, yeah, third map, okay. You guys came in and you're like, we're not messing around. We want in and out. Why was Lotus just so strong for you?
I think we just came in with like a fresh mindset. We brushed off the second map pretty easily. Fnatic has a really strong Lotus. Yeah, we're just very comfortable on it.
And speaking of fresh mindset, something that a lot of your teammates have been saying is that you guys want to play faster pace, right? You want to hit the speed that a lot of other teams are playing at. We saw that show itself a little bit here in this series, but how are you adapting to that? How do you feel that you've implemented, or is there still more to come?
Yeah, so we showed a little bit of it today. I think it's pretty easy for me to adapt to. I have two very fast-paced, strong duelists, so I can just kind of play around them. They're very easy to set up. And yeah, I think the playstyle is pretty nice for us. Unfortunately, with the nerfs coming soon, like we might have to switch some things up. But yeah, it's been a nice fit so far, I would say.
Okay, and with your opening series, a confidence boost, winning it, or are you still faltering a little bit with the fact that it had to go to map 3?
Yeah, I think obviously we would like it to be cleaner. You know, we showed Lotus when we didn't really have to.
Right.
So that definitely sucks. But I think you know, we got to win at the end of the day. But yeah.
There's a lot of fans, I'm going to say. There are a lot of people. But Crash, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again. A nice way to start stage 1 for you. But for now, we're going to head on back to there, see what they've got for conversation.
Velo Mobile का कुछ सीन पता चला आपको? हाँ, बहुत बड़ा गेम है.
Thank you so much. It's me, Billy, and we are awaiting Alpha at some point will hopefully be joining us. But Billy, in general, I think having a conversation about how this match went specifically for the side of Fnatic. Like, yes, they're able to lock this one down. Yes, they get that point, of course, that one championship point because they win the matchup. But Eternal Fire was able to push them to their limits. They took them to the third map for Lotus, which Crash literally just said they didn't really want to show that already on day 1.
Yeah, I think so. And I think as well, like, Tom kind of summarized the end of that series pretty well in the sense that Eternal Fire have probably gone up in people's estimations considering how they were able to take a map off of Fnatic here as well. And we now have Alpha joining us as well.
Hi, thank you for joining.
So yeah, I think like
Yeah,
Fnatic
hello,
can come away feeling pretty happy about that one.
Yeah,
so far.
are you feeling happy about that one? Yeah. That's good. Let's start things off. I would like to start the discussion off with
ये map
you
जाने दो
particularly
ना, ये
with
map
the
का
roles and
क्यों
the
दिखा रहे हो
agents that you're
stats?
playing, because
ये
we
map
saw
जाने
3
दो ना
maps.
भाई.
You start off with ISO, Waylo, Waylay, Killjoy. It's like, what's going on here?
Like when I play one agent,
Al Bajar bolte.
So my coaches are giving me different agents so I can enjoy the game more. And when I enjoy the game, I play better. So that's what maybe that's why.
How many can you play?
W.
Sorry?
Less
How
than
many
4
can you play?
seconds.
Like,
Less
if you had to
than
give us a
4
rough
seconds.
estimate, what can we expect this stage?
I mean, the meta changed, I guess. So I don't know what am I gonna play, but it looks like 2023. I will be playing Killjoy and Cypher, I guess.
Okay, that's exciting. Do you feel like Killjoy is still a decent enough Sentinel? Because I think that Minnie was kind of quizzing why you were playing the Killjoy on Lotus. It almost feels a little bit, not outdated per se, but I think we're expecting perhaps a Vice or something. What value do you think Killjoy brings?
I mean, I don't know what value Killjoy gets, but I think my Killjoy is the best Killjoy in the world.
Okay.
Probably in a stats-wise, also like that's what I think as well. I think if we can
also because nobody
Killjoy,
else
we
plays
prefer
Killjoy.
to play it because I'm good,
language.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had some plays coming out from you on that Lotus map where you were just completely being able to anchor that site completely from utility as well. So yeah, it's really exciting to see you back on that Killjoy and the confidence as well that you have on that. Where do you feel the Sentinels sit right now in the meta?
Alphager or Piggy?
I think Sentinels are the worst agents right now because like nobody is playing Sentinel
So
right
I can
now.
understand.
Like, they play Vito, but I think Vito is also really bad on this map.
Oh, okay. Why do you think that?
We tried.
Oh, you tried it. Okay.
Tried and failed, but today was a success.
Well, I would like to agree on that.
But I want to talk about Eternal Fire as well in terms of them coming through. They take you to overtime on map 1, then they win map 2. I mean, map 3. You know, amazing from you guys. Were you expecting them to put up such a fight on day 1?
To be honest, no, because they are a new team, kinda. They get easy, and I don't know how much days they've been practicing. But the individual was, I think, some of the rounds they won. They're just individually just killed them. And like Echo on the breeze, he was just playing half time. He was
मैं तो नाट से ज़्यादा परपो का fan बन चुका हूँ. मैं अभी Echo.
Annoying to play against. So I think they are individually good.
मेरे को लग रहा है बार-बार मेरे को WhatsApp आ रहा है.
Took us overtime.
I want to touch on the breeze actually because the defense wasn't looking so hot to begin with. Do you feel like
अभी का मैच ज़्यादा खतरनाक होएगा लग रहा है. अभी मेरे को लग रहा है 2-1.
We saw Kayak pick it up a couple of times but didn't find too much impact.
2-1 liquid लग रहा है
I think
मेरे
their comp it was different than usual. That we didn't used to play against this comp. Like when we saw Kaya and stuff because we've been practicing a lot and we don't see Kaya that much. I think we just didn't know what to do against their comp. It was default comp, but it's also we are not used to play against. So.
Do you think KO is someone that could be brought into the conversation then? Because we've seen a lot of double duelists recently, and we're looking at the Vice, the Killjoys, the stopping power. Do you think that more teams should be perhaps utilizing a KO?
I mean, I think with the changes now, it could be because I think KO is a strong agent, but you just need to know how to play around him. So let's see.
In regards to stage 1 then, now that you've had your first game on the stage, you've gone up against one of the opponents, what are your expectations out of yourself individually for the upcoming matches?
I don't expect anything, to be honest, but I just had a goal that I will be better than kickoff, and I think my stats are in the kickoff are really good. So I'm just practicing to get better than kickoff, and if I can do my goal. And I don't expect anything from me because it's gonna make me pressured.
Okay.
इसके बाद members में भाई यहाँ पे मेरा कमर गांड दोनों दुख रहा है.
That's a high bar to set considering how you were performing. I want to ask quickly about Vitality. I know that you've had a couple of words about them potentially being a Fnatic retirement home. I think was the last thing that you said on this desk. They're obviously the opponents that you face next. How are you feeling going up against them again?
I feel good. I think they're a really good opponent, and it's also like we're gonna test ourselves. Because if we can beat them, it means we are also a really good team. And they have a really young player, Sayonara. And I think, I don't know if he's
down to earth underground, banda.
And he is really good player. And I like him as a person as well. So it's going to be good to play against him.
You've not had a chance to play against him yet, have you?
No, we played with him, but we didn't play against him. I think he is the next superstar. Potentially. Let's see what he's going to do against us. I will be watching them and they play as well, so let's see what happens.
High words of praise. Well, thank you so much for your time joining us. Congratulations once again on winning. That's it from us for now. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with our second match of today, KC against Team Liquid. Stick around.
FNC पे upgrade कर रहा था भाई, कर दिया उसने already कर दिया.
Oh, I love your shoes.
Can I see your feet?
We gotta find this wave.
Find this wave, baby. Come to Papa! Come to Papa! Come to Papa!
आप पहले variety games और talk show करो, फिर मैं upgrade करूँगा.
Alright, now I'm gonna show you I'm the fastest in the north, brother.
मैं दो चीज करूँ, तू एक चीज करेगा. हाँ? तुम भी दो चीज करो. 500 biscuit और upgrade. इक्वल होना चाहिए भाई ट्रेड. ये क्या बात हुई? ये क्या बात हुई भाई? कल ही तो वो टॉक शो वो आया नहीं था ना. हर वीकेंड होता है भाई. W mods. म्यूजिक बोलते. के 1K करा दे बिंग्स भाई. सबके सब कुछ हो जाएंगे मेरी जान के रोटे. कमर और का हो जा रहा है. सायोनारा की बात कर रहा है. सायोनारा का बात कर रहा था. बर्थडे विश कर दो बंग्स भाई. सार्थक भाई मैंने हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे मेरी जान के. आज हमने ग्राफ के साथ आपकी चेयर की कंडीशन भी देखी. बहुत मेहनती बंदा है. लाडले बंग भाई लव यू ऑलवेज. दिल से एसएल भाई लव यू मेरी जान के. लव यू मेरी जान के. दल्ले मॉड से सब कोई टॉक शो नहीं हो रहा है. एक्सक्यूज मी. क्या बोला मॉड्स को? लैंग्वेज पे है डब्ल्यू मॉड. Man down. Binks तेरा एज क्या है? मैं अभी 23 का होने वाला हूँ. Almost होने वाला हूँ.
Right now, come on.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA. We got the second game of today. Liquid against KC. We almost had a guest, but instead, unfortunately, it's just going to be me. Well, fortunately, we have the two of you.
Both are too camera shy.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
Nervous to come on.
He already did his bits. Like he already had the suit and the skirmish, and he's like has it like a, it's like a social battery for everybody else, but it's an on-camera battery.
He was just avoiding me.
That too.
Yeah.
Okay. It's an awkward subject. We don't really
It's
talk
okay.
about
We don't have to talk about it. You know what we're going to talk about instead? We're going to talk about London because, you know, that's what we're looking forward to.
London.
No, I love London. I miss London. I want to go back to London. But the teams here also for sure want to qualify. Fnatic, of course, being one of them because it would mean so much for them as an organization. But also looking at players like Boaster on that roster to go back home to compete on home soil. Like, that's crazy.
It's where we made Summon FC and we started our journey in Fnatic together, so it'd be nice for me to see them there. That'd be very nice.
You're like reminiscing.
So I got to be very mean to them in the entire split.
Okay, but then
so
how
they
did
get
they
better?
get there?
It's tough love.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how it works.
Yeah.
With him, yeah.
I don't know if that like actually works, but then how can the teams get there? Like, what do they gotta do to make sure that when Masters London shows up, their name's on that graphic, their logo is there?
Where do you want to start? Let's go from bigger picture into like more narrow, let's say.
Okay, I like it.
Let's start with getting back to setting the meta. I think that for the years that Mini was coaching, we were known by being the region that actually decided the fate of the game. And it would be nice that instead of being...
That's very nice of me on broadcast.
Do you wanna...
what's to say? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, it feels like we've been behind for a very long time. I think especially this last 2 years, we've been in like always the back foot with things. I think that the last time that we were like more innovative, funny enough, was when KC started playing Gecko everywhere, and then Gecko was everywhere, and that was a very short-lived success that KC had. And yeah, the last time that we were successful as a region, I mean, it was also there.
How long ago was that?
That was so great.
A long time
Are you counting the days? Like, do you have like a calendar in your room where you're like, ugh, still no trophy?
You know how many days?
Still no trophy.
1,000.
Dang.
Why are you looking at me?
Well, what are we doing about it? So we talked about the bigger picture, right? We talked about setting the meta, being innovative, not playing catch up, not being on the back foot, actually coming out with strategies where other regions are like, wow, they can do that. What else?
Yeah, I think it was about like no half-baked decisions. So like one thing we saw at kickoff sometimes was a team kind of, I think Heretics are one of the teams I think of with like the Neon, where like they were kind of doing
Name and shame,
a tiny bit, and then like they would just like back off quite quickly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think that once you have the idea ready, you know what, like it's almost like from an outside perspective, sometimes we know what's better sometimes. Like it's a bit easier. And so, not, you know what I mean? Like sometimes the obvious thing teams don't catch on to sometimes, like come back on Neon.
Yeah.
And so I expect that to become part of their game at least.
Yeah, and I think that we speak about all of the, now, for example, I think that the other side that we have in this matchup that we're about to see is Team Liquid. And something that Team Liquid did do in the kickoff is that the moment something did not work, they did not shy away from going in a completely different direction, quote unquote, for their next encounter. Is something that maybe we didn't see for Heretics. As you're saying, like, come back. He would have been absolutely great on Neon. They changed him, I believe, in like just one map. Oh my God, it was amazing. Like, but how about you try and all in the things that is not only you not only know that is going to be comfort for you and your player, but also you're seeing across the globe that is really working. I feel like we're too shy to make strong and bold statements because of probably the history that we had this past 2 years of being like not very sure.
That's fair. I mean, speaking of strong, bold statements, BBL was coming out with quite a lot of those during the internationals. And if anything, like that's the team that made the furthest run. So you got to back yourself. You got to be confident. You got to lock it in. And then the last one is prioritizing team fighting.
Yeah, I think that was kind of highlighted in the last match where like it felt like Eternal Fire was a team that really understood how to do some of that team fighting. Like sometimes it's about
that's inherent to them.
It's their identity, and then some of our more experienced teams sometimes don't look as natural when they're doing those things. It doesn't seem quite as like just obvious or natural. Yeah, natural.
Yeah,
I think is the word.
I was using the word chemistry in the previous one, and it's weird to use the word chemistry for some of these rosters that have been together for a fair amount of time. But I do think that at some point during the way, they lost that kind of like feeling with each other of just like, I think, you know what, a team that is very good at it? Mates. You know when Bipo and Martin are entering the sides, like there is some kind of bond in there that they, you know, they're going to be
100% true.
Completely complimentalized. And it's just like, I think and I hope that we give team fighting the prioritization that it needs. That doesn't mean that you have to run at everybody and just looking for the duel constantly. It's like you need to learn to make each other stronger when you are going into this team.
EMEA team should basically just be watching like Paper Rex and Hongshin VODs and basically going to any moment that they take a fight and just understanding how quick that decision making is and how they can kind of, can we do that and like train it and coach it rather than
pointless से कुछ भी करते हैं कुछ भी करते हो
I was set them to play ranked literally for 2 hours a day in duos and trios.
Yeah, could I mean, listen, there are other games I'm not gonna name names that I have this exact same issue between the West and, you know, when we're looking at the APAC, and it's also down to team fighting. We haven't cracked the code there either.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what's gonna happen there. But either way, Liquid, however, they are returning from a very swift outing in Santiago. So let's check out how that went.
Question for all the good mods. Can you delete the Nightbot or Streamlabs chat? Yes.
The event, so
some mods
now
can.
It's a second curse to go out of the group stage, so we're just gonna fight until the end and that's it.
T1 versus Team Liquid. The desk was talking about it. So much veterancy, so much experience across both of these squads. Doesn't get the catch munchkin now. Last one, but he cannot make it happen. 15 to 13, Team Liquid change up the comp. And they rattle T1, taking them down in 2-0 fashion.
Nice regional battle.
Only minor damage.
Yes, sir.
Nearly gets the trying to hold his own here. Default on the side. Miniboo, however, from stairs.
You can block that chat, so I will not show to you.
It's the spot out. Wayne will fall. The ace not to be had, but the victory is theirs once again. Starzo.
And Martyrs found them. Gonna go 1-for-1 on the trade.
अरे litmus तो गलती से बन गया था. मैंने गलत क्लिक कर दिया था.
Playing elimination game. Elimination. Why are we saving energy? For what, man? For what are we saving energy? For what? For the flight tomorrow or what?
Now it's a 5v2. Wayne's a formality.
montage में डाल दिया भाई. montage में डाल दिया भाई. क्रिकेट में लोगोस को चेंज कर रहा है. पहले अपना एसएल का स्केच लोगो देखा, फिर आज VCT से सबसे funny PRX का है देखा आपने.
From the side of Liquid, but they managed to go through the lower bracket and kick off. They get this international experience. They hopefully got closer together as a team, and now they can come back and give us better expectations.
The problem is that at some point it becomes a curse, the not being able to make it out of groups. It is good, you know, because at the end of the day you have players like Wayne that have never been to a global event and whatnot, and the experience is definitely there. But I also feel like the change that we've seen in Nats in like the last 2 weeks of kickoff and Masters, like, do you guys remember when he was like, oh, I can see Boaster, like he's doing this across the stage? And now we also heard that speech that turned into a mad Nats that is like, guys, what are we doing? Do you not acknowledge where we are? And probably that is like one of, I'm not in his head, but one of the first show-ins that I've seen in a Nats that is seeing the real gap that is between him and the rest of his teammates, where to him that is a given, but to the rest is like,
I think
we're not that sure.
He's becoming much more of a natural leader, I feel like. I feel like when he was starting off some of those speeches, it felt like someone was trying to give a speech, and now he feels much more natural with it. So I approve of the
like I was hearing that in the speech and I was like, ooh, that's that, yeah. But
I would have cried.
No, I would have cried. I would have cried. I would have been like, oh, I messed up. But in general, like for Liquid, this was a very invaluable experience because, as we already touched upon, some players didn't have that international experience, and now they do, and they have that opportunity to go out together, to bond together. So you're back in EMEA, you've played on the international stage, you've seen how other teams have done it, you've been in that environment. What are you bringing back to the region to make sure that not only elevating yourself, but you're elevating all the other teams with you?
Yeah, I think to some regard, I think that it was. I'm a bit of a hater of Team Liquid sometimes, it feels like them getting to the global event, I think was impressive. Like, they had to go through that lower bracket run. They almost lost to what was off
part of the game.
Who had 2 subs, and they had to come to that finals against Fnatic playing a new composition that they apparently never practiced before on like 2 or 3 maps and won. So a lot kind of went, I wouldn't say it went their way, but like, I didn't expect them to go like deep. So
it was, I guess, in that sense, like the David and Goliath story, and they managed to come out on top. But we also had a chance to speak with Wayne specifically earlier today to see what he took away from the experience of the international and how much he's looking forward to this stage of VCT.
Hi, Wayne, joining me here from Team Liquid. Wayne, I've got to say, congratulations, by the way, on going to Santiago. How was it, your first global event?
It was very fun for me.
Yeah?
I think it was like the first international for me, and the audience was amazing. And like I think the feeling I got from playing on the stage was just nothing I've ever felt before in my life. So I think it's like a wonderful experience for me.
Yeah, and I mean, outside of, you know, being on the stage in front of a lot of fans, how do you feel you grew as an individual and as a player?
I think for me as a player, I learned a lot of things from Santiago. One of the things is how to deal with like the pressure. I feel like going into like the first tournament for me, like internationally, and just having a big crowd and a very loud crowd behind you is very nerve-wracking for some people. And I think after like 1 or 2 games on the stage, you kind of get used to it already. So I think for me, it definitely helped with like a lot of pressure situations. So I think in the future, it'll be way easier for me.
Yeah. So then looking at stage 1 now, have your expectations shifted a little bit of what Team Liquid can achieve?
Yeah, for me,
I don't think so. Cameraman
I
Wayne
really
ko
have
dikha
a
raha hai.
high expectation because
Just saying,
we
IPL
didn't really
cameraman
have
boys.
much time to practice since I came late and I missed the first game as well. And knowing that with such little time of practice and we can actually make it to an international, it definitely changed my expectation. So for now, the goal is to just win the whole thing for stage 1.
Just that simple, just win the whole thing. I love it. Well, it starts with today, right? So how exactly are you feeling? You guys energized, excited, ready to just get in there and play your first matchup?
Amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. I think we waited very long for this
देख रहे
moment to come.
membership तो chat पढ़ता था ये मेरा
some fun
14.
fact is like
Hello miss कर
in
दिया
kickoff,
इसने.
my first game was KC. Like the first game I played was KC, and it's KC again today. So maybe history can repeat itself today.
I love it. You're like, history is going to repeat itself. Where exactly would you rank yourselves in your whole group then, right? Now you've got that confidence coming up against KC as your first match again.
I think in our group, probably first or second seed. I think it's either us or Gentlemates, honestly.
All right, I love that, Wayne. Thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today. Thank you. And we're going to head on back to the desk.
Gentlemates?
Thank you so much, Nat. Valuable insight here coming through from Wayne, but specifically what I kind of want to look into is the expectations that he's now setting on himself. He's like, feels like all the stars aligned. We've been waiting for a very long time to be able to do this. We're going up against KC. We got this.
Yeah, and the other thing is that like they were playing a lot of the way Neon and some Sky, and that now seems quite good. At least into the patch in maybe a few weeks' time. But yeah, so that makes sense. Like I didn't realize how little time they seemingly had. Wayne came in late too, and now the thing that they kind of stumbled on to get them to Santiago is now something that's very good. So the stars are kind of aligning.
It goes with the bold decisions, right? But now that they made those decisions and they changed some of the things, they're in a pretty good spot. You have someone that is comfortable in Sky, you have something that's incredibly comfortable on the Neon, and I'm very excited to see where the rest is going. For Team Liquid, this should...
Oh, okay.
It should be one of the easier stages. Like if it was complicated to get to... Where were we? Santiago?
We were...
Woo! I travel a lot. Anyways. If they were able to make it to Santiago, technically, London should be easier if they are able to master now the meta that they're in, because they have less worries coming into this stage, I would say.
KC, though, has worries, has alarm bells, has changed their roster as well. Shados is out, Narrator's in. Who's IGLing? What's going on? Did something burn in the kit? Like what? Make it make sense. If anyone can like put their hand up that wants to make it make sense,
I can make this make sense.
Go ahead. Okay, Minnie, you want to
Shadows out, Narrate.
I think when Narrate first left KC for Sen, I tweeted that Sen had won the off-season. Like that's how good he was playing for KC. And to be honest with you, they didn't look very good when playing with Shadows. So it makes a lot of sense. The thing that doesn't make sense is that I've heard 3 different names as who might be the IGL. This week,
Sage is what I do. I just go straight to the source because I hear this, I hear that, and I'm like, why not just ask
But
him?
the fact that like I could believe that it could be 3 different people is the problem.
Maybe you're just gullible.
So here's the thing. He is gullible, and it is Abyss. Well, technically that is what the Sage has said. So this brings on the next question onto KC, a team that has sometimes innovated and overcooked. You know, they found a niche, but it was not a successful one. And it was using compositions that nobody else in our region is using and trying to go against the current constantly. The problem is that worked in kickoff 2020. 4, and that is when it started and when it ended. Ever since, I think that we have to change the conversation around KC. With Aves now being on the IGL, first question is,
Sentinel का lineup देखा Indian player है उसमें.
Are we putting too much on Abbas's plate? Is he going to be able to handle everything? Narrate, I think, is going to be great. I think that everybody should be very, very excited that he's back in KC. We always wanted you here. So, yeah, I still think that for this stage, the thing for KC is, what are we keep going to see a KC that is good on one map, like theoretically good on one map and struggles to really find pacing in anywhere else?
I think there's a couple of things I want to see from them. I think that the best they looked was when Magnum was IGLing the team.
Yeah.
And their style back then was just very set strat heavy. It wasn't requiring too much cooling, in my opinion. And I think that would be the route to go with someone like Aves. Just let the kind of creativity shine, because they have the coaching staff to do that kind of creative, just fast strat style. And yeah, the second thing I guess is about like. Honestly, I don't really care what comps they play. I think that me and Eng just fundamentally disagree.
As long as they are happy.
I think I just want to see them look like a cohesive team, because they have the star power in this. They have narrate too. Like this team on paper is ludicrously good. They have firepower everywhere. It just doesn't look like it.
Why do you think that's okay?
There's no synergy. Like it kickoff so far, there was like no synergy between the team. You had Saigetsu winning rounds every time through clutching, you know?
Oh, look at them.
It's a throwback, that's for sure.
It is a throwback. As we're saying, I think that Narrate does improve this, but I think that the question for
Binks
KC is still on leadership, and it's both on the IGL and the coaching staff, because at some point, I know that Eng does this thing where he goes on Twitter and he's like, I'm so sorry, it's all on me, it's all on that, and I respect that. I respect that a lot. Because at the end of the day, he doesn't want his players to be targeted, and he says, just come after me because this is my fault. But at some point, we are also going to believe it is actually his fault. Like at some point, we need to we're going to have to create a separation from like the idea that we had of Eng and what we've been getting this past years.
Yeah, he's had like the keys to the castle the entire time.
ऐसे बंदे को देखकर Binks भाई को अपने subscribers से डर लगने लगा है.
Very bright, but since then we've been asking for more.
So it's more like a honeymoon period that kind of then faded. So for now, KC to actually be able to recreate that success. It's more playing to their strength. So you're talking about playing like a team, having that cohesion, having that synergy.
A strength.
But that would be a strength if they could do it.
Sure. I think it's a very fundamental idea. They have the firepower there. So if they do that, that is playing off the strength of their firepower. I agree. Yeah.
Well, either way, that's something that we're going to want to see. Anything else we want to see from KC? Come on, what else? So we want to see them play together.
Phoenix, I want to see Sky, I want to see Harbor. I want to see a lot of Harbor for them. Now it's the time.
Okay, actually true. Like, finally, we're in a position where potentially they could capitalize off it. But will they be able to do it? We'll find out as we're ready to head into our second match of today. KC against TL.
Oh, तब भी रहेगा वो बोल रहा था. क्या बोल रहा था? La 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 la. Para pa 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 pa. Pa. I never understand our obsession with gasping at every tiny Indian connection we find in foreign places. Cloak 07, let me explain. Somebody who is Indian origin might also be proud that he has an Indian origin. So it's not bad for us to say कि he is Indian origin or take proud in that. क्योंकि उसके मम्मी फाफा ग्रैंड मम्मी ग्रैंड फाफा कोई ना कोई है, समझ रहे हो? तो अगर वो प्राउड फील करता है तो ऑब्वियसली अपने को भी प्राउड फील करना चाहिए, लेकिन ओरिजिन डालना जरूरी है. सिंपल बात है, सिंपल बात है. मेरा सिर्फ पॉइंट ये है, इंडियन ओरिजिन है, ओरिजिन, समझ रहे हो? ये नहीं बोल रहा हो कि वो मत करो. अगर उसको वो ऐसा लगता है कि वो प्राउड है तो ऑब्वियसली अपन भी प्राउड है भाई। ये थोड़ी बोलेंगे चलना तेरे घर वाले तू थोड़ी, ये थोड़ी, खून और जीन्स तो वही है ना भाई। सिर्फ पॉइंट ये है कि इंडियन ओरिजिन बोलने का, बस और कुछ नहीं। है कि नहीं? है कि नहीं? समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो कि बहुत सारे लोग हैं इंडियन ओरिजिन, बहुत सारे लोग हैं। मतलब तुम लोग सोचो कि यहाँ का पॉपुलेशन इतना है तो बाहर का पॉपुलेशन समझ रहे हो है बस वो डालो।
Game, and especially after the break that we've had and how the meta shifted, it's cool to see and get some tidbits about what the region has been up to. Haven being the first map, I think, what is the anger Haven, coach?
Well, this is the interesting thing is Casey, I feel like last split they got flamed a lot for it on Haven playing the Phoenix and not looking great. It feels like Haven is the place where we will see whether Casey are good or not. Like,
Be proud of every human being doing good regardless of the nationality.
Haven, if I'm not
वो अलग
mistaken,
बात है
is
फ्रॉस्ट
the
भाई,
only
तुम
team that
दूसरे बात पे
has
मत
not
जाओ।
played this year, you know, from the ones that have been available. So yes, they could prove that they're incredibly strong, but also they could find a liquid that is.
वो अलग फ्रॉस्ट की वो अलग टॉपिक है।
No.
Oh, okay.
वो दगड़ दे ले, वो अलग है।
You're asking me about something that
वो
happened
टॉपिक
5
अलग है भैया
seconds ago,
जी।
and you assume I have any sort of memory.
Would you want to see Abbas on Phoenix?
Yes.
Is that the strength that we need KC to play to, Aves on Phoenix, while IGLing?
I don't know if it's a strength. Like again, I'm not getting involved with comp discussions with KC anymore.
इंडियन ओरिजिन होके लोग एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते, उनको सपोर्ट नहीं करते।
I don't touch that anymore.
Then second map
तू
was going to
करना,
be Pearl.
लोगों का क्या है? तेरे को करने का तू कर।
A map that
जिसको नहीं करने का वो नहीं
I
करेंगे।
don't think we're very good at, generally speaking.
वो थोड़ी मांग रहे सपोर्ट करो भाई।
Okay, negative Nancy.
Team Liquid had a phase of liking it. And then really didn't like it, and I don't think they were very good at it when I watched them last. So hopefully this we keep calling this the off season, like the 1 month between.
What do you think will win? Liquid 2-1.
Yeah, some people have done some cool things with the time.
I don't kill
fun. No?
What do you mean?
Like not every team is like, you can speak about teams like Pacific who literally had 2 months without doing anything.
You're just blaming me for not doing anything for a month.
What?
But there is no Phoenix.
There is no Phoenix.
Why is there no Phoenix?
There is a Phoenix on the heads of Camel. He's getting back at base. I'm telling you that.
भाई क्लोज जाएगा बे, सारे प्लेयर्स है बेचारे, सारे
heavy players. Interesting. I think that another one of the questions that we have for KC is now that Euro is a little bit more dead. I think that favors Levin. That I think he was struggling a little bit. So unleashing him, putting him on the jet, whereas he's 100% going to be comfortable.
Why not 2-0? Impossible. Impossible 2-0.
That was a discussion all over kickoff. As Levin was farming on that jet every single time, and it feels like an obvious choice in this meta. Going for Fade and Teo together feels like that kind of KC creativity. I don't hate it. I think that there's something there maybe to explore. And the Vikes
FNS
completely counters Neon, and I think very underplayed right now. So I want to see that come through. Team Liquid side is going to be very just all in, kind of fast-paced, Neon, Sky. Like they can't really work the map too much. I don't think they're going to just be aggressive in your face. So let's see if KC's double initiators are going to be able to play the map a bit more spread, a bit more kind of diligently, and that might come into play stylistically.
But do you think they will struggle with the aggressiveness coming in from Team Liquid? Because like, especially from the defense, if you want to take advantage of that.
बहुत से इंटरव्यू है, अच्छे कंपनी में हो गया तो 1 साल का मेंबरशिप डन है, डन सीन है।
They have a lot of information and they have a lot
I
of
know. Brother,
in regards to both of these teams going for the compositions that they have today, which is not necessarily what we've seen from them in the past, do you think the time off has been well utilized?
We'll have to see.
For KC specifically.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. Well, I guess we're going to see as we're ready to head into our first map of a series with our casters, Kenzie and Hybok.
Binks VCT made teams don't
a lot of question marks for me here, Mike, if I'm honest.
How would the scene grow?
It wouldn't be a KC series and it wouldn't be a Liquid series actually following an international without that.
I don't know where we stand because, okay, for KC1, I'm really excited for the rate. I'm really excited for the role changes. I'm excited for that leadership. If it stays, Liquid, I mean, gotta hope. I don't know where we're at with these teams. It's waiting, right?
Yeah, I think to come to KC, it's another turning point for them, right?
Yeah.
But again, we haven't really had many good turning points for KC over the last few years. I think this is probably one of the more positive ones.
I agree.
I actually love Bayer touching on the fact that Levin's going to be able to actually come back into very much comfort-oriented gameplay. That was obviously an issue previously.
Hello, मैं हर एक को नहीं तोड़ता हूँ भाई. Hello, ये क्या image है मेरा?
Well, especially with Narrate coming in on the initiator slash flex.
I'm a good guy.
Initiation.
It looks like obviously it being us, we are going to have a small delay. Small delay.
Yoru कोई खेलेगा कि नहीं? जो Yoru खेलेगा land.
Nobody looks ready right now. I'm looking.
No.
I'm looking.
I reckon it's Narrate getting used to the EMEA setup.
Who is Indian origin player here?
Camo's got issues.
Technically सब लोग हैं.
Aren't we all, mate?
Technically देखा जाएगा तो.
Schooling he got from Zaysh.
हमारा history
so yeah, no, myself.
इतना बड़ा है कि हो सकता है.
Let me get the.
I had the same issue out there actually for skirmish.
It's
I don't know
weird.
if you want to look
Mouse
into
के लिए
that.
एकदम अगर depth
it's not working for me. Let's kind of then touch base, because if people didn't watch Santiago, one, you missed out. Two, let's kind of talk about what we took away with Liquid. I guess let's start there, right? Because I know, but it's better than KC, Michael. So for Liquid, it was once again a group stage exit.
Do you know what? I'll backtrack a little bit. For me, there were some positives. Again, I think it's very easy to slip into the normal assumption, which is they continued on the trend that they started testing within kickoff, right? When everybody was talking about win rate with Neon and Mini Boo doing really, really well, and even coming back to some of those interviews at kickoff with Lohan saying we are trying to double down and go quite deep into
playoff matches कब से start है? I think 9th
को, 8th या 9th को. Now you could argue results based, yeah, it wasn't a good showing, but for me there were positives. One of them being Purpo, alongside the other.
Now that, yes.
The other changes, Purpo for me really impressed me. We saw glimpses of it at kickoff, but there were series in Santiago where he was delivering rounds by himself, which again within this roster is
भाई तुम लोगों को एक example देता हूँ.
It certainly is. I think my bigger question with Liquid we'll find out throughout. Obviously this split.
Viper जब भी बहुत बाप था, तभी एक बंदा अस्कांडे था, जिससे Viper nerf हुआ, सीधा diamond, almost plat जाने वाला था.
Obviously Liquid on the defending side, and we jump back in. We don't dump.
We don't dump yet.
Oh,
hey, मेरे कुछ
ऐसे
नए members.
Let me just turn up that
मेरे कुछ नए members हैं ऐसे.
As we are bursting towards the B side, nice and easy stuff to
nerf
begin
होने के
with.
बाद लग जाता.
Again, I just want to kind of get the lay of the land of these guys. You know, what's the form of the in-house KC looking? And Nats with a lovely bit of timing and position.
Nats बोलते हैं,
but it's just down to Narrate. Welcome back to EMEA.
Start with a clutch for him.
He's क्या मारा?
He's got to prove this man as well. Obviously, after the rather arduous path he had to walk over. Yeah, I think is the best way to put it. Moderate, I'd say. Moderate turbulence reported in the area. But coming back here into what should be a very different look for him, I think. Again, I'd imagine he's gained a lot of, I don't want to say necessarily confidence, but just capability throughout that time. Transferring over to NA, now coming back around. But if we're going to walk away with the first, happy enough with that, and that's with that lovely bit of timing. Just
serious question, what would be your favorite 5 lineup if you would construct it? I don't want to construct.
Great pivot here from KC. Unfortunately, Nat's able to slip into the smoke right behind them. All right, unfortunately, then forced out by the dog. Can't really.
अगली बार मोटेटो के नियॉन नर्फ हो रहा है.
We arguably should have.
इससे केक नियॉन मेरे गेम में आया था यार.
Well rounded purchase actually around 2 for Liquid. No investment on the side of KC. So I try and brute force something.
Wayne के 2 kills है chat.
Wayne should catch
2 kills है.
Just out of sight. But still catches the headshot.
My God, भाई क्या मारा उसने?
You've been on the Wayne train for some time.
Hello?
I actually have. I can't
like, I'm not even saying you
deny
up,
it.
bro. Like, you get back in this, dude. I'm trying to support you here. That's crazy work from you.
But also, he did really impress me in Santiago.
Yeah.
Individually, looking so comfortable, especially with the first.
Ahead of his years.
Yeah, first few series. And did see some clutches. But yeah, for me, certainly a highlight for Liquid coming back to EMEA here.
Yeah, I hope we see build. Right? I hope it's positive steps on Santiago. I just don't want it to feel like Liquid have plateaued. I don't think that would be the case. So for me, I do want to see marked improvement, right?
W Amisha ji, W le construct kar diya le.
Once again, firing on all cylinders. Everything lined up. You know, the purple from purple we saw from Santiago. Those sort of things would be lovely. This is a bit of a cakewalk. No problems there.
Yeah,
as Narrate once again after live, formality found. Easy stuff. Liquid keeping 5 alive though.
Floor Santiago will set them off perfectly in this first half.
Who won the last
Again, to come back to the Vita, a chance here to maybe show something unexpected.
Why Vice is no longer used
Unexpected
in
being it's only 30% diffused
some
there,
maps,
I think that was just a little
maybe some maps
with the HUD
Abyss,
is a flawless
maybe,
nonetheless.
Corrode maybe. तो कुछ players कुछ teams
try कर रहे हैं
लेकिन obviously बड़े match में
go go nice good job guys
बड़े
comfortable start here. Nats 4-0 already. It's gonna be Camo though, just one away from the ultimate here. In the fire round and Narrate.
Happy
Americas.
birthday बोल दो. My name is Krishna. Many happy returns of the day, Krishna. Bye.
Okay. Well, that's certainly going to add a little something to the mix, but the aggression not really stopping. A 4-1 split for the defending side, putting all the eggs down towards A. You're right, you were liking that before. The landing here, obviously a little bit more on the line this time around.
That's got to be careful here that he's not pinched from ROG. It looks like he might just tuck, but they don't actually plant it, and that's going to catch two.
Oh my god, this guy just gets gifted timing so often. And now Narrate to get to in a spot of bother, man. This is meant to be a bonus, and it's a lot more than that. What are you meant to do about this one? Spike where it is. It's not insurmountable odds, but it's certainly not looking good. And if you're Team Liquid, I want to freeze. I want it to be clean.
Maybe a misread on how well invested that A long take was. It meant that they were waiting for somebody to swing onto B site here when they tapped the spike. But
I hope they do good.
Very bizarre to see KC call a very solid audible and then
competition or some aside
kind of lose themselves in the chaos. But there was no chaos. No, I'm going to say chaos. There was nobody there. They were trying to bait a peek out from somebody. Nats is stuck behind Garage and unfortunately no pinch at the same time. Said Sugetsu was tucked outside doors, but
Sida save.
Oh, the HUD's really having
Nats around,
Nats a lot of time to kill.
Is this Fnatic?
Oh,
137 पढ़ने को motivate करो यारो. कल सुबह पढ़ो.
Production, I'm sure they're looking into it. They're on the case.
We did have a liquid logo about 30 seconds ago, so now we've got that.
I did really wonder why the HUD looked weird. I was going, it looks a bit different, and I don't know why. It's been a minute since I've casted since Santiago, so okay, we'll fix it. We're on it. We've got our best people on the job. Mitch, man. We've sent him out there. Yeah, I mean.
You see, against stuck outside, it's, eventually traded, but I think it's just a misread on how many bodies are invested towards A that causes KC to second guess themselves or hope to catch that anchor somewhere. I mean, anchoring is a task in itself.
6-1 by the way.
Problem ये था कि वहाँ पे 3 angle था.
Still got 2 of those weapons to bring across here, and some pistols invested here for KC.
अभी normal
approach here. Similar setup once more. Nats to hold down the fort on this side of the map. Does have a rifle this time around though. U2 has been removed. Does he get a chance?
We're gonna watch this. We're gonna turn and keep an eye on that. Sugetsu, considering calling up his own number there, a bit risky considering he was one of the only few players to have that rifle, but that's job done. However, Camo coming back around. We are down to a 4v4, but keep in mind the weaponry. 2 sheriffs, a slightly upgraded pistol with Doja, and then obviously Narrate. That's still there, and the bulk of it coming towards long. I mean, I don't think play well here. That's lovely work from Mini, but he's isolated. There was no trade capability. There was no pressure from sight. Neven and Aves very behind the curve here. This will take some big boy shots. And Neven's got one. A couple more of those. And few and far between. Team Liquid navigating the waters well. Looking unfazed.
In case they have an opportunity to read this situation really well, even with Sugetsu catching an early kill here, but then being found so early here means again they don't really need confirmation from the utility, but it just kind of bolsters that backline hold.
जो टीम बनेगी
And of course, there's minimal support for Narrate. He's got an Odin, he gets stunned out. And what it's Sheriffs from sight to try and offset that. Really awkward spot to be caught in, but Liquid will find number 4.
किस बेसिस पे फॉर्म करने वाला है
now.
और ऐसा कोई भी मैंने जाता है मेरा क्लिप जाए
Sugetsu not confirmed just yet though.
But I like a little bit of pressure coming out from Liquid, you know, just kind of coin flip an aggressive round, get in their faces, touch, take a risk with Minibu, you're up 4-0, why not? It's actually about to go back for seconds, you got the spam towards window, I mean, it's pretty big, but Narrate fine to handle it, Camel on the quick trade, gonna keep control of Garage. And again, you're looking at where these fights are happening. This is just negative space for KC. They're still not even working towards a site. Still controlled by Wayne. It was a bit of an out of the ordinary approach from Minibu. Play a little bit more aggressive, take a risk. It's left for KC behind the curve.
Take here onto A site. Still, man advantage for Liquid. You have a paranoia to invest here. Nats.
लगता है इस बार Nats का return rate नहीं लगा. Language.
That early exchange, so won't have it here for the retake. Again, looking at a little light in terms of util for KC here.
भाई ये Liquid जीता तो 2-0 भी हो सकता है.
It's down to 33.
2-0 होगा.
A squishy target for Liquid.
ये लोग वाइप में आएगा तो ये लोग मारेंगे बे. सारे इमर्स तो है बे. सारे इमर्स है वो लोग में.
Again. It's Levin who's done really well.
क्या था 2v क्या था?
Push and pull crossfire there between the two. Doja and Levin actually finding great synergy on the site.
Initially a few kills going through for KC and it just nobody from Liquid able to find an angle to even trade that off.
Molly वाला बंदा नहीं गिना
fall into the molly for free. I didn't even see where that. Yeah, right here onto graffiti.
Technically two. Technically two.
Paranoia, I believe.
Technically देखा जाएगा.
Great hold here. Nice! Snappy shots coming through. We'll find KC there first on Haven. Brainstorm in hand, Sugetsu. So just one, actually a couple of players. KC just one off and again going forwards.
Levin both mobile और PC है.
To remove his head here with the Bladestorm.
वालों में बहुत mobile कौन से international वालों में भाई सिर्फ चाइना में है लो.
On the prowl, you're gonna know he's close. Camo though tries to go hunting, gets massively denied by Narrate, who's just brute forced their way up sewer.
Attacking
Cleared house plants on the cards.
हो गया next round जीते comeback है 4-4 बाद में 4-5.
They found a little something.
बस मैं gaming YT चलाना है but पता नहीं लग रहा है.
2 members left for Liquid.
Focus crew like ज़्यादा time नहीं है. दोनों तो shots में जाओ या long videos में manage करना मुश्किल है. BT start तो करना है. थोड़ा guide करो.
Viraz Gaming by Joe pacey take here and only really rides on the fact that Minibu ever so slightly off with the operator.
Successful YouTuber है ना जो भी
at the start of this round.
मेरे को नहीं लगता किसी ने उनको guide किया रहेगा.
Wayne's just given up the angle.
सब लोग अपने मर्जी से किए हैं. जो लोग वाइप कनेक्ट किए वो लोग ग्रो हो गए.
I'm gonna be a little bit more critical than I think I have been in a minute. And I want to be on kind of maybe watch. So I feel like since he's joined this roster, we gave him a little bit of room to get used to, the new team, new calling structure, everything like that, right? You come up from like Heretics, right? Santiago didn't impress me. Others stepped up to that mark.
I think he's struggled massively with the pacing in a lot of series. You saw Liquid, it's like, yeah, great, Liquid are embracing this double duelist and more aggressive playstyle and stuff, but it was Minibu who looked like the outlier in a lot of those situations. And again, when you talk about some of the teams that they faced up against, it's not necessarily black and white, right? They are the tough opponents to obviously take that to an international stage and repeat what you did here domestically. But I'm kind of with you here.
Back into regulation at least. I do want to just kind of touch on it. Not as a main focus, we know they've got firepower, but again, just in that capability showing. Just a little bit of a form watch. Obviously, a little bit more room with KC. Brand new real approach here.
Lockdown here though.
Yeah, very early. What's the plan here? This is going to put the calling under question.
It's important here. Sugetsu survives. There's 4 Liquid members walking mid here.
Oh my god, this is going to be either a movie or an absolute nightmare. Nightmare it is. Okay, Minibu going to pin down Sugetsu, but quick trade for Arvez, and they now know there's more here. Levin quickly clearing Minibu, but look at Camo's position. Again, Levin so quick to this. Keeping it a 2v2 is highly impressive.
Close
here. Paranoia in hand for Dosia.
But in 11 games, not be appointing a coach for every game and they will be selecting the team according to rules.
30 seconds left.
To try and swing things in their favour here in this 2v2. Still, health advantage ever so slightly in Liquid's favour.
It's that contact on the Odin. Oh, just turning eyes. Yeah, back to business though.
Last player standing.
I mean, Nats, come on, that was wild to get a trade for this little duo.
Close
This Levin and Doja duo doing wonders for KC. Keep in mind,
I guess maybe
on the first rounds it really got back
get
into
it.
was that
Bhai,
crossfire on the side. Seeing it again here, this is very good stuff from KC.
I mean, again, it's very risky to go back through and re-clear this space after Sugetsu falls, because it's the first person to take contact finds him. KC take a huge risk here. Does confirm a lack of presence on C side. Allowing them to transition into a post plant. Still rifles in hand here. Some ultimates to play with Camo, Wayne and Miniboot. On the other side, it's Arves, Sugetsu and Dosia. Arves investing just here to clear out C side. Nats tries to still catch one, but Levin they capitalise on the paranoia.
I mean, Levin's putting in a shift so far. Sugetsu gonna get that crossfire. Oh, sorry, crosshair placement pulled away. Miniboot gonna get the kill. So again, you're kind of looking at the plant now coming into play. 4v4. Couple of ults actually with Liquid. Camos, Waynes, and Miniboo's. Narrate's positioning with support should be where this kind of starts and ends. And I think, at least for the first, but Alves a little late on the trade here, going to give a bit more room for Purpo. Next up.
Oh, Camo's reset on long here now after the ultimate Levin. Missing slightly.
Right now, yeah, Levin's gone down, and he's been the kind of game changer, right? Bit of a difference maker in this. The time is late.
Bro,
Ticking away.
Surely not,
Camo
right? Surely not, right?
Down. Someone denies him. It's Doja in the end.
Oh my God!
And the knife.
That's a kill with everything he had. Bringing into that round, tied up 4 apiece. Liquid continuing to roll the dice a little bit here. I mean, leaving Nats on, like KC have already figured out that he's hard anchoring this side of the map. As soon as they figure out this A aggression, KC have just not really deviated away from pressuring towards C side. Maybe to find success once more.
Jeez.
Well,
fairly polarizing here. Liquid to call
it's
the first
time for it's time,
so
guys.
Not really catching much in terms of this A aggression. Obviously, Miniboot's been shut down previously.
Next
with the operator, another bold play to
close the round.
Yeah.
Try and piece together, but like I said, as soon as KC have kind of figured out what the setup here is, Nats being relied on so heavily. KC have been able to overwhelm him. Situation here, obviously Liquid aren't going to be able to purchase. Let's come back out of this timeout. A couple of stingers, a guardian, maybe Miniboot to invest the ultimate, but KC have got themselves right back in this.
They certainly have. Between Levin and Doja, starting to really find what they were looking for, and obviously Liquid left on 4. Great start for them, but as you said, once that understanding has dropped for KC,
missile deployed.
Pretty solid. Now, problems, Levin. Gonna have to try and back away. He does get to keep his life. You can see what Liquid are working with. Not a great deal.
Potential to piece something together here. Miniboot's able to invest.
No way.
I mean, he's tucked up. He is ready to come out swinging here on the back of contact. We have a paranoia set up as well from Sewers. It's Purpo to maybe catch this. But Miniboot's confirmed. It's Purpo to find the first though.
Bloody hell, all right, Purpo. I mean, there were so many blind players there, Wayne.
Another catch there,
Get away. Yeah, I don't know how we're at a 3v3. If I'm KC, I'm getting a bit nervous about here. Wayne's still looking for it, man. Has to back away, going to be noted on the horn, which is great for KC. That should allow safety for the plant, but look at his HP.
Yeah.
It ain't pretty.
And they've got the upgrades here.
Doja's found instantly. That's so quick to clear. They were fast to this. Great follow-up from Camo. And it is just stunning. It looked like Casey just couldn't find any comfort in that post plant.
Unfortunately, enough chip damage done here. Great work from the front line of Liquid again to thin the numbers as best they can. I mean, almost effectively winning out in that engagement. Even with Miniboo being identified first, but a great catch from Purpo. It's a little chaotic here. Even worse for KC considering.
Hey, ult-wise. Looking at KC, they still got a couple to bank on. Getsu's got his, Doja and Levin. But beyond that, it still feels close, right? This still feels pretty close between these teams. Again, they want to just draw on this A side. Miniboo this time with an operator though. And Purpo just, I assume straight through smoke on Levin.
Yeah, as soon as he popped the Blade Storm as well.
All right, not bad find as well. Good follow-up here. Now they don't need to overstay their welcome.
Well, ये लोग ये नहीं जाने वाले वो लोग वापस अभी गराज टू सी या बी से सी या फिर सी ये लोग का हो गया है ये लोग का ये हो गया अभी
even with Camo looking back for a lurk
अभी लिक्विड अकेला एक बंदे को यहीं पे रखेगा हो गया वो लोग का भाई
holding a flash ready for Nats
कुछ भी बोलो पर it doesn't work like that
it's just a miss from Miniboo.
Let's see there. That's kind of a sitter.
Close.
All right. It's given them the foothold, or at least the first step towards taking this A site now. Has to play on a slightly deeper angle. Still trying to hold by that side step in case Doja does want to go forward. He's going to take the TP instead. 5v3. Couple of tools still in the
arsenal. With this much util, if Liquid don't find this retake successfully. A major concern. Seeker's invested now. Doja able to slow things down. The paranoia potentially though. Narrate's found the first.
Yeah, Purpo does fall. Good trade for Nats, but Doja and Alves. Great flash, but Doja still holding this corner. There's only so much one man can do. He tried. In the end does fall, so the fuse is there. Taking away 3 players is pretty solid work, honestly. So Camo and Wayne will survive. They get to pick up the operator. There's a hands of Miniboo, so no loss on that front. And they have kind of corrected the way things were going.
Another great catch from Purpo. Start of this round. Liquid switching things up ever so slightly in terms of this A long hold or this aggression. Of course, a timeout here ahead of round 11 from KC. Again, have probably read the situation now that Liquid has switched things up a little bit. Don't have that same point of weakness for them to exploit.
Love you, Binks. Bye. Aap Ghost Shimmer love you, today.
Still got a little bit of money in the bank. We're going to see Arvez bringing a Bulldog into this round.
Up timeout leke kya fayda?
Still going to have the operator on the other side
Ek
of the
knife
board.
kya karne wala hai.
Look to re-explore, maybe a little slower towards Garage. Again, they haven't really got confirmation on Camo being the one that's missing in the early round.
Yeah, I do wonder if they're even going to be able to find that one out, really. Again, at this point.
Binks by W streamer with beautiful hairstyle.
6-4. Respectable enough. Do you see this going through maps?
No.
Binks by Liquid 2-0 जीतेगा. ये मैच जीता तो actual में 2-0 जीत सकता.
Well,
yeah, 0-2.
0-2.
Right, possible तो है क्योंकि उनका मैच
2 against Liquid losing once with KC and once with Sen.
वो लोग पढ़ लिया मतलब कुछ
Probably a fairly exclusive club of teams that lost to Liquid Internationals. When the rate's in it.
There.
That's a short list, isn't it?
It is. It really is. And I hate the way you've dragged me into that. I'm on your side, Liquid. I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
Bizarre smoke to open things up. Miniboo still trying to find something on the other side of it. Will be punished here. So I was looking for a slower exploration here. Miniboo reading into that perfectly to put the operator here. But it's textbook from KC.
Oh, all right.
Oh, one way
catch both there depending on time.
तो left right हुआ, लेकिन क्या प्यारा smoke था.
Now we'll get the confirmation on 2. Yes, he will.
Both. Okay, so where do you pivot to? Straight towards B, it looks like. Still a little bit of a setup there to clear through, but that's fine. That's been handled. You're looking at now the connector side. Layering to this. Now going to force the fight through, and was Momo fully fine during that? I guess so. As Camo, the last one alive in a 1v2. Doshi trying to make the run. He's done just that. Camo, though, clean player. Brutally hard retake to pull off. Sugetsu just shouldering this corner. Very disconnected from Doja, though.
Very bold to be shouldering this the way he is.
Yeah, okay. Just don't need to play on our own here. Camo still with a little bit of kit. Trying to work his way forward.
Respect shown here.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, you're willing to shoulder that corner, and then you're going to pop the ult. That's a strange succession of actions there, but hey, it's job done, I guess. Tick the box,
down,
right?
crossfire
on the board.
Yeah, take those.
KC looking to push closer and closer to a tied half. He's actually catching Mini B. Transition back through. Purpo just catches a glimpse ahead of the near side taking effect. Can't really even fault KC for the timing there. It's what slows them down. Doesn't amount to anything that KC still posting around victory. One around here, Nats down on a bucket. Not sure if he has got another weapon elsewhere. Yeah, all the way down. 3 members down C long here. Almost a complete mirror of the earlier setups here from Liquid.
Just slightly inverted, right? Okay, and again, this B approach, it looks like they still want to try and commit through that connector towards the A side. Miniboo's back to the back lines, but heads to, and big impact for Miniboo. I asked more from him. He certainly brought it that round.
Over to the other side of the map and executing perfectly when KC get an initial read into the setup.
blind था ये क्या है?
Wait for the second half. We're going to take a moment to hear how Levin and Rate are finding life on KC.
बोला था 7-5 मैंने बोला था I'm always right, baby.
I wasn't feeling comfortable that much. I just talked with my teammates and coaches. I just explained my problem, how I'm feeling, and they understood me and they instantly take reaction. After 2 games, I felt pretty good. I was feeling more comfortable while playing. Losing not that bad sometimes if you're fixing your problem.
I think what makes Karma Corp the right move for me, it's just a team that supports me, and the fan base obviously is amazing. I just think the overall structure of the organization is great. Team right now is very good overall. Like, it's just a good place for me to be in.
It we feeling upset, but that's normal. You just lost game. But right now, I think everyone more confident.
I think my role on the team, obviously, since we have players like Levin and Aves who are newer players to the league, you would think that I have to be some sort of mentor to them, but they are very experienced players compared to me. Even with all my officials and the amount of years I played in VCT, I still probably have less officials than these guys. They've been grinding the game since the start of the game, and they have a ton of experience under their belt. I think my role is to give them as much confidence as possible and make sure that they're just playing the game that they want to play. I think the fans of KC are obviously amazing. They do such an insane job supporting us, and obviously in person, coming to the arenas and participating in the crowd, it's amazing to see. There's obviously a little bit of pressure, but I think it's like motivation, not like pressure. Pressure that comes with it is just part of being with such an amazing org and such an amazing fan base. I want all the pressure on us. If you're not gonna win with like the lowest pressure, how are you gonna win with the highest pressure? So
I'm always trying to improve myself day by day. I'm always trying to be better than yesterday. I'm doing my best. What can I do? I don't know. Sometimes you cannot control everything. Sometimes
you are saying after today,
we will do our best to win. We will do our best to win trophies. Our expectation, as always, no matter what, being champion. If you don't believe, you cannot.
I think if it all clicks, I think it all comes down to performing where the stakes are the highest. I think this team has such an insane ceiling, and if we reach that ceiling, we can win anything.
What's interesting there is to hear about the pressure, right? There's got to be, I mean, fewer teams you put ahead of in that list in terms of stepping into a roster, right? To come to KC and have to be the player that arguably is the focus now, is it because we've seen another turning point, right? Is he one that can fix KC?
Language styles, language.
So that's really interesting to hear.
Yeah.
So obviously the fans can be fairly unforgiving. And I've had certainly a rough go of things. Speaking of, Levin straight down mid here, isolated by
Oh my god, the blind though, that near sight. Just taking everyone out of the equation, and that had nowhere to go to, right? Choose or pick your poison. And it's a brutal start to things.
Just still swinging.
Doja's got 3 kills.
Hello?
Doja might have more.
Teen mara?
It's gonna be heard here. Camo's gonna creep back through the... Oh, I thought he was gonna follow through that.
Dangerous.
Can't risk it.
Hello?
Camo.
क्या हो रहा है?
And Purpo left to try and recover this.
क्या हो रहा है मैडम?
You don't want to make a mess of it.
Part will come through.
मेरे को हंसने का आवाज क्यों आ रहा है?
Indosia is tagged up a little bit. And silence falls upon Haven. No information here. Total clean slate here for both teams, but Camo with a great catch.
Yeah, right to the side of the dome, leaving Arvez in a 1v2. Flash still with Purpo. Dog being sent through. Arvez looks dead to rights here, but gonna give it a go. Double swing. And goodbye, Liquid. Picking up the pistol in the second.
A little bit of a gap here to start the second half.
मेरा एग्जाम ने भी मेरे ऐसी मारा लैंग्वेज जस्ट जिम को लाइक करो मेरी जान के डटो
just way more than he should have in this situation. That's obviously forced out of a position, only on 10 HP, but Miniboot just desperate to get back behind that.
Let's go, bro. I wanted to say it's obvious you cannot shoot.
Huh?
Oof.
I mean, 2 to 11, man. Be nice.
Yeah, come on.
Minibu, you sit middle of the table at 9 to 10. Minibu, you bring that energy, I'm going to bring it right back.
Yeah.
That's He's dangerous. But classics out, so...
क्या आवेश भाई मेरी दोस्त का याद दिला सकते हैं मुझे प्लीज?
You could able to scale up behind that as well. It's Harvez, unfortunately, on the other side of it once more, which I think is going to spur Minibu on a little deeper here, but does catch a tag here.
He can shoot then.
Yeah.
बोला था
Minibu, you chasing him down?
that he can't sit in them.
Didn't fancy it, he's going long.
Solid setup here. You can already see KC just having a discussion around even giving across the old progress.
Probably a fair shout.
Just let
that one simmer by. Let's just send Alves in for a kill.
Of all the people, yeah.
अच्छे तो करते हैं लेकिन ये बहुत ज़्यादा है, बहुत ज़्यादा.
I've seen you win these.
Only really Purpo, I mean, Camo's the one to consider it now.
Yeah, he is actually going forward.
See what's required for his ultimate. That's a clean catch here from the right.
And that's a bulldog.
A bulldog on the other side, yeah.
That, bloody hell. Good flash. Camo. Oh, there's a little trap.
There's a firing squad.
Purpo might be screwed as well. Okay, they've done a bit of damage on this, honestly. Not the worst in the world. Ooh, there we go, okay. Just going to give it up, clean slate.
Good damage though.
Yeah, so really good.
Heavy damage.
Key pieces of weaponry here, denying Camo from finding anything more than just the 1 point.
Membership Lily, hope you get your 4 brain cells back. Love you, Armajan.
Considering that purchase now, actually. Alright, back on an Odin.
अब क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? Liquid ही जीतेगा रे. Either 2-0 or 2-1.
Yeah, no.
Not for you?
No.
No.
I can respect people being good with it.
Yeah.
But I don't enjoy watching it.
No. Fair point. Fair point. Okay.
अभी लोग को long और short दोनों बार-बार देखते रहना पड़ेगा.
Focusing through garage to
See
start with a little exchange.
ये नहीं छोड़ सकते.
I'm telling where that power's come from,
yeah. Okay, Alves can shoot that time, but not going to be able to follow up there as Purpo's going to find him. Doja, though, go walkabout. He gets both.
Bro, ये निकाल रहा है भाई.
Pull away with that unscathed.
भाई rounds निकाल रहा है भाई दोस्त.
Go unanswered.
Have the spike.
Wayne and Miniboot left to try and recover this. Miniboot's found some space towards A. And a little bit deeper hold here from KC. How far does he go exploring? Actually does bait out a couple of shots here, so very telling. Issue being Wayne is a million miles away here. And potentially trying to bait something towards A. Draw an extra body potentially.
Drawn 2.
Has. Leaves it wide open.
I mean, they can just play retake if they have to
Yeah.
as well. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't necessarily want to see them get themselves
left.
into a post plan here, especially with Minibu catching an upgrade. Gotta win
Gets
this.
this.
Oh, कितना close था.
That aim punch.
The fuck?
Obscene. Obscene.
Just, all right, crosshairs in the sky, man. Sick. Wayne 1v4.
Now, he's been good for a clutch.
This would be quite.
This would be one.
Lock in.
अगर blind करता तो शायद कुछ chance होता है blind करता तो शायद.
Smooth start from KC.
उसके अलावा तो कुछ.
Well handled here in the end. If Minibu is able to,
I think blind commit कर
potentially
सकता था. वो
changes
एक
the
या दो
outcome.
game गिरा सकता था. Possibility
Said
तो
the
था.
bigger hurdle here is getting themselves into the post plant. So, unfortunately, he doesn't win out in that situation. Great catch on that. So,
I was just having a bit of a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quietly in some of these rounds, still posting 3Ks here and there. Up to 17 and 8 for KC.
Anas bhai, many happy returns of the day मेरी जान के day. एक अच्छा budget mouse काफी सारे.
Rifles back
कोई
in
भी
hand
gaming
now.
company का तुम लोग के budget के हिसाब से.
Both teams, Ultras Wise Camo just one away Purpo. One off the Seekers as well.
उसका एक bullet तो लगा रहेगा ना. हल्का सा लगा उसको.
Side of KC, it's only really Narrate that's made progress outside of the TP for Dosia, but Liquid once more dipped their toes into Garage, but kept it bait.
Minibu को insert करके
For the
रखा
time
है.
being,
अभी ये लोग
don't
वापस
want to
यही
risk giving away a
जाएंगे.
first blood this time.
Yeah, good little draw of the util though, and look down C long. Space already taken there, so as much as they're feeling this pressure through Garage.
Yeah, they don't have to make moves in Garage, yeah.
Yeah, they're solid
वो
where
लोग
they are.
वापस
So
यही जाएंगे. वो
kind
लोग
of
को पता है
addicted
last
is going to
time
end towards that
Minibu
B
की
side,
वजह
or
से
maybe
कि
even
वो लोग
shifting
जब
towards
भी
A if given the
ये
opportunity by
हरकत किया
Minibu.
था वो
But
लोग
it's
ने
to get
एक
to.
खाली छोड़ा था करके.
Oh my god, the timing.
Both missing the time in there.
Yeah, Minibu, protocol, you know, you check to the right, you check to the
Turns a
left.
flash,
I
nice.
mean, well done by him there. Wins that 1v1 and opens up the site. There is Narrate waiting, there is an Odin. He's only going to find one, so trading well and keeping the spacing right. They get the A site.
Blind dodge करके घुमा के मारा
Did
भाई.
catch a headshot as well, I believe, onto Wayne
और
there.
उसका पूरा
In the
setup
back line, so
था.
KC now, a 3v4 retake to try and piece together.
I've got your trail.
So question marks here. Seekers invested as well on top for Liquid.
What does Snowball
Don't have to take any
Binks?
risks here. Levin already popping the
Snowball
dash, so has to try and make a move here.
means
Nats
back
immediately
to back
on the back of that though,
around
going into the
जीतते
back
रहते
lines.
Oh, okay, hold on, but they're trying now springboard in towards the site. They're trying to play through the smoke.
Snowball कैसे आगे जाता रहता है?
Doja up to the task again.
So it's a back to
This
back to
guy
back to
looking
back to back to back to back to
lethal.
round.
He is still doing damage, but do you
जीतते रहता है.
predict this positioning? Won't even get the chance to harp
Nats
it.
बोलते
Nats
हैं,
is
close
there
गया
as the
लेकिन
insurance policy
considering.
as ever.
Close गया.
You think there's a chance,
Back
but
to back.
again, you don't consider that. Nats just toying with the information given by the Seekers.
ये मेरा mouse क्यों बंद हो गया?
So you're going to follow up on that.
RVK भाई. अल्ट तुमने मार रहे हो गाली मुझे पड़ रही है. थोड़ा सा शर्म आता है. हाँ. उधर PRX की टीम एलेक्स भाई को टिल्ट कर रही है. इधर मेरे प्लेयर्स मेरे को टिल्ट कर रही है. ये अच्छा लगता है यार. बता. बट ये गेम होते रहेगा. पूरा हाफ तीसरे राउंड पे जब भी एग्जीक्यूट हो रहा था, चांस नहीं मिला. मैं भर दूंगा. चांस नहीं मिला. कैसे चांस नहीं मिला? जब बी एग्जीक्यूट है, 2 बंदे बी में घुस रहे, और जब सी एग्जीक्यूट है तो ए से जा रहा है. कहां से चांस नहीं मिला? सेकेंड हाफ में तूने अच्छा मारा, 2 अल्ट मारा, कांग्रेचुलेशन. नेक्स्ट मैच में मारा, लेकिन चांस नहीं मिला. गलत है. स्ट्रीम देख ले, वॉट देख ले, तेरे को 3 राउंड प्रॉपर चांस मिला.
Haven't checked this in a minute. This was
101% chance
happening in those previous rounds. He didn't find much, but Levin only here with that Sheriff. But still
They
holding a lot of
struggled
space.
to dig him out last time.
यार वो सिटीज फोन से रोटेशन देने तो प्रॉब्लम हो गई. नहीं, जब बी एग्जीक्यूट हो रहा था तो ये पे था.
Can't find one.
Doja
Flash
here
to
though.
come through here.
Minibu is affected by that. And it's going to slow the roll. They've kept
क्योंकि
control
तेरा
of
बी
C
पे
with that
बहुत
paranoia
प्रेशर आया
here.
था.
Wayne looking for an opportunity on that B site.
उधर
But might
ओमेन
just caught
फ्लैश
glimpses.
रिकॉन में बेचारा वहां पे ही खड़ा है.
Yeah, a little bit of trade of information.
ले
They're heading
लौड़े
straight
लग गए
towards
करके.
A.
थोड़ा बचने का ना तू मरा तो मरा इन्फो मिल जाएगा वैसे भी तू ए साइड पे तेरे को अकेला छोड़ देता है
Yeah, that's really nice. Calls it out to Alves. Lovely, just to not give away the game in case they will continue and scale through C. We see where Team Liquid are heading. However, it's only Wayne now. KC with a lovely bit of heads up play here. Wayne
begins to go through the smoke.
Came into me, my team said no one in. तेरे को खुद यहाँ से साउंड आएगा बी का बेशरम. My team said no one in.
It didn't feel.
सारे यूटिल्स का साउंड तेरे को यहाँ मेरा कर्सर दिख रहा है.
Everything's fine.
मेरा कर्सर दिखता है क्या? शो कर्सर से कैसे करूँ मैं?
KC will find a response here.
Oh, that's a
back and forth.
Out, yeah.
मैं मैप में दिखा सकता हूँ.
Alves doesn't have to shoot.
इधर है तू इधर.
Great placement there.
Not in B.
To catch
Next
Camo
time
on the retreat.
instant सोआ भाई simple है simple. सोआ alt आया मैप देख ड्यूलिस्ट जिधर है पहले कांटेक्ट में alt खींच simple. एकदम B पे खेल.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I was like,
A पे है तो alt मार, C पे है तो alt मार.
The mini Odin.
और कोच ने बोला मैंने बोला था यहाँ से मत खेल सॉरी बोलो.
I don't understand what I'm seeing.
Aries moment.
Sorry मैं भूल गया था.
Oh, they're up against pistols, mate.
Well, the issue being, Wayne had a rifle. Now it's behind enemy lines.
और पिच ऑफ से कर दो मैं नेक्स्ट टाइम. डन से.
That's nice. That's nice.
लेकिन इको है. लेकिन वार्म पूरा.
Go on, do it again. One more. Una mas.
Another two-piece.
You want both?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he might be listening. Miniboo, you wanna?
Sexy मारा भी वाला.
Come on.
Don't pick Levin. Head somewhere else.
I'm going to see.
Actually, W plays है. मजा रहा था लेकिन किसी और के वजह से 4 जन के बीच में आरवी की को पड़ रही थी ना.
You two invested here, going to be fairly telling from Miniboo. The flash comes through to get to on the clean-up here. Find KC number 8.
सबसे बेस्ट आरवी के तेरे को पता है A1 के एक राउंड में यूवी को पता था ये शॉट एक बंदा है. टक्ड इन उसने ना तेरे पे विफ किया तेरे को उधर मरना था. उसको पता है लेकिन वो एंगल पहले तू खाली कर सकता है. वो तू जब ये लॉन्ग जा रहा है वो ए शॉट पे जो क्लोज लेफ्ट वाला एंगल है वहाँ पे यूवी उधर एम लगा के बैठा है तू इग्नोर करे लॉन्ग क्लियर करने चला गया. तेरा एंगल पहले था वो क्लियर करने का.
Got it now.
Yeah. Okay, down to 4. At about the 1 minute 28 marker.
Do they check inside the smoke? Yes, they do. Sugetsu's, he's stunned.
He's dead. He is dead. Okay, C is open, but can you make it through garage? Yes, you can. Okay, a little help from that utility from Nat's going to make sure that passage is safe. Right, looking to backfill the space, but Doja going to be working through as well. Come on now. Stands tall on one. Good trades for Liquid here. Keeping the numbers favourable. Even Doja and Levin.
Levin, though. Is he going to be able to find one? No, Liquid actually taking the back of sight.
Hello, भाई वो लोग ने expect भी नहीं किया. What the fuck?
Absolutely perfect.
बाप रे क्या timing पकड़ा.
Playing the timing to perfection on the lockdown.
Fuck, bro.
Absolutely beautiful.
Watch this one again. That was outrageously good.
See as well, catching Wayne smoke in hand. Nats score out. No cover to find here. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, this guy's something else, man.
Bro, ये crazy था. ये crazy था.
Yep.
ये crazy था.
23 and 9.
Abhi Nats plays like that. Please सुना दो, please.
You don't see that at this level. You really don't.
Sucker punch, man.
Whew.
And this
please सुना दो, speed सुना दो.
There, it's like almost playing that to perfection, taking the back of sight, mitigating the risk.
Maybe,
of a flank coming through, which they didn't know yet.
Sexy timing था.
Like that. Doja actually might be one of my favorite players to watch recently. Genuinely.
Now.
बहुत sexy timing था यार. Fuck. मजा आ गया.
I mean, for someone who wasn't on my radar, I know he was for a lot of people, to be fair.
Yeah, no, rightfully so. At kickoff, a couple of question marks.
Yeah, it was like, okay, does it translate well?
It's a bold move. It suits
These
KC.
are not player because language.
Yeah.
Suits KC.
Yeah. It's cut above the rest, man. Actual standout player.
Boom, 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 boom.
Please just get
boom, 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 boom.
Was he looking to spam back through again from position a little differently here, looking to maybe spam through a smoke.
अभी भी जीत सकता है.
Switch up once more of the defensive
attacking side पे
formation here for KC.
Tough हो गया suddenly.
Maybe being the Levin's on an operator here, going to go deep towards C long once more.
कुछ होएगा क्या crazy alt?
Out of a spam here early on, doesn't want to take too many risks.
Vice के setup में कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा.
Trade out here of info. They're just going to roll through here on the back of Minibu's ultimate. Perfect, take it. He's going to get a second as well.
That is such a well-crafted side take. That is lovely to see. Arvez has to back away from this, though. They know there's follow-up to this as well. But the site's getting closed in on. Look at Levin. Look at the rest here. They'll give up the plant, obviously. This retake has a little bit of momentum to it, potentially. Doja still breathing, still a threat. This time goes down. Arvez just gets to drop towards Wayne. No trade those sidelines. But it's all on Arvez. He can't quite convert it. Liquid. Showing a little bit of something there.
Minibu over-delivering in this situation.
कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा भाई. तुम लोग अगर knowledge नहीं है ना game के बारे में, please चुप बैठो भाई. चुप बैठो, बेइज्जती कराने से अच्छा तो प्लीज चुप बैठो. नॉलेज गेम का नॉलेज मेरे इतना नहीं है. कर पाएगा.
Right, unfortunately, just
Neon है भाई, normal
trying to pin him down.
Neon है.
It's a little dicey here when you're seeing a free drop from heaven and
no one else able to see it. No crossfires on it. Gets a little unnerving, but hey.
Liquid up to 11.
अच्छा okay ठीक है. That's not how it works.
Point away from another ultimate. Purpo, Seekers in hand, who again today has looked sharp individually.
Yeah, solid. Hasn't had to overshine, it feels like, but just kind of doing that role. Doing it well.
I've got your trail.
Progress made through sewer at the same time. So Sugetsu better be prepared for this. Pressuring towards that B site, kind of feigning that attention.
Sugetsu stayed on A site though.
Yeah, but they've crept up sewer pretty cloose here. He might get caught off, but actually it's them to get caught off. Great timing, but a really big trade for Minibu. That has to cause a reaction now. They have to respect the space he's taken. Prowler goes towards it. He tries to play ahead. He's been caught. He's playing a very risky game at the moment.
Bro, kya blind bhai?
Apparently, I mean, Arvez just going hell for leather on that one. Hell bent on trying to close down towards him, but Nats in the meantime doing what he does best.
Cue the Maroon 5 meme.
Sing it.
Nah.
कसम से
third for him.
Angle लगा के
It's been a problem. He's kept the two players dedicated towards this, and they don't really know what's behind it, right? Now they can clear the site, and they know there's no one really around.
Left. He's going to set things in motion to find a plant on
B
here, but Liquid's still just waiting for somebody to overstep the mark. I'll get a confirmation here, so Purpo goes for the plant now.
Blind नहीं है, ceiling देखेगा.
Operator in hand, 11. Have a rifle.
दोनों बंदे एक-एक चीज देख रहे हैं.
Free almost.
आवाज दे दिया उसने.
TP in here.
यहाँ का close खाली किया. उसने बोल दिया close left नहीं है. Lune का भी close left नहीं देखने गया. Backside clear करने
Levin's work doesn't get any easier. It's comfy for Nats, right? They tried to make something happen. It didn't really land. Liquid playing the post plant very, very cleanly. Those are going to get one on the way out, but it is on the way out. So whether or not he gets to keep this operator is pretty much in the
stat padding. It's crazy.
Minibu.
Crazy work.
There we are, Minibu. Lovely round from him, actually. If you're looking at that, A-take that he pulled up, he commanded that space really, really well.
Binks को पूछो अगर कोई हो तो क्या चीज? क्या पता?
Coming out. This will see a KC timeout. Pretty late in the day.
मेरा गी खत्म है. मुझे गी दे दो. Excuse me.
To make something work. Obviously, Haven being KC's choice here. Haven't seen it from Liquid this year. Maybe being caught off guard ever so slightly. Or even so, this isn't necessarily KC looking sloppy. Liquid have looked pretty well refined in terms of the approach to the second half in particular, which I think is where the focus lies for Liquid.
Yep.
Especially in some of these.
Bro, love you. Rahul, hope तेरा rank up हो जाए.
But it's just different comps for them.
and I do want to highlight as well, as much as I've been on the Miniboo watch, I think I've seen him do much better here on this attacking side. Looking like he's able to kind of call his own number up a little bit as well, finding his own form, pressure that A side on his own back, and then as we've seen, kind of hunting those players down in the end. This is really good to see. Just gives that a little bit more option to Liquid, not having to be solely dependent on the likes of Camo or Nat or Wayne on Purpo. It's good to see Miniboo finding his own sort of space here. And this is what I'm looking at. On those attacking sides, especially in this Neon role, how diligent, how well settled he is now. And on the other side for KC, looking... Again, they don't look terrible. They look pretty solid. It just... They could look a bit better.
What games do you play? I play a lot of games, a lot of variety games, a lot. At night I play horror games. Afternoon I play story mode, which goes till evening.
Almost kind of running it down in some situations. Here it's a little more concerning to see that. Obviously alongside Sugetsu as well. So you're just saying kind of numbers wise is what's the issue for KC. I'm not that concerned really in their first showing with the raid.
All right, off we go. Can Liquid close out cleanly? 12-9 the current score.
Oh, shit.
Oh, come on. He's just opened everything up. Doja desperate to try and claw back into this, but it may be too little too late. And that's his position. Doja?
What?
Doja, how's he got it too? Nats, he can't stand under the pressure. I need to see that back because he had no right to do that. Purpo called upon. The HP is low. Levin down low. Doja below half.
He could line him up here.
He certainly could. Still has a flash to play with too. Trying to split the corners here. He's going to find one. Low flash swings it. Gets caught out and run down. Doja is the X factor that KC have been waiting on.
Ultimate Nats, I think looking towards A-Long, and he didn't catch it. It was behind window though, and things just spiral out of control. There's a turret here to prevent this from happening. Not prevent, but at least notify them it's happening. But Doja continues on that, and Nats unfortunately can't convert the first. Tries to transfer onto the second and gets shut down.
Let's go!
Liquid. I can't believe that round. Yeah, a round that was teed up.
Camo gets you two. Sight clear. Brilliant. Cool. Oh, careful of the crossing carriage.
Even there with Camo falling, it's like you can still recover from that situation.
By 28 or 12, by 28 or 12.
Is it a death rattle or maybe the way back into this? Still a buy in hand
28 or 12, bro.
Flash, similar scenes here. No ult this time for Camo, obviously.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, no real way out of that. And in the same time, though, in the same breath.
No, take it. 28 or 12.
Walking up long, off angle for Sugetsu suits him down to a T.
Huh? उसका मतलब ये तो नहीं है भाई.
In case Liquid looked to springboard off the back of that.
कोई सीन नहीं.
To slow things down a little bit.
नहीं चाहिए तारीफ तो बता दो मेरे को क्या.
Now Sugetsu much deeper position now. So could concede the site. Well, they're now just opting to cater towards a retake. Sugetsu with a spot there.
It's a big ult.
Very shallow investment though.
Yeah. Oh, Camo, so heads up. Arvez.
Oh my bro.
I don't think that was necessary. You still have two other players nowhere nearby. They were trying to maybe thread the needle on timing, and it's just gone terribly. KC. I need to get on the same page there, it felt like, and obviously Liquid. Lap that one up.
काटे में खड़े रह के पीछे wall trigger होके
अटक के. Right now looking for something back outside this smoke.
बता के मारा उसने दो.
Paved the way, going to take down Camo. Levin flashed up. Does get to keep his life, which is more surprising to rate this time.
एक सेकंड मत रुको. पूरा सुनो ना. पागल वागल हो क्या पूरा सुनो ना. एक सेकंड मत रुको.
Get the job
It's
done.
GG.
KC showing signs of life. I mean,
Nards का हो गया ये.
that was a formidable performance, but not
Nards
enough
वाला
to
दो और
change
ऐसा
the
गेम खेल में
outcome.
retire.
Haven going to be falling Liquid's way, of course. Pearl on the horizon, and I think we're actually going to be hearing from Camo in just a second's time. So we're going to hand it over there, down to the stage.
All right, I got Camo here. We thought there was going to be a Phoenix in this series, right? Coming up against KC, but you yourself pick it up and you pop off on it, man. Where was it? Give me some.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
How it came about.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, on kickoff, I was mainly playing Yoru. I would say Riot kind of killed the agent, so we tried to find an alternative for it.
लेकिन क्या ये तू बोल सकता था? That is the question.
Popped off on it. just like
I
this
think
game.
इसके लग गए.
Yeah, this game was all yours. Easy, you say. We'll see if it's just that easy, though, because after this break, they got map 2 that they need to win to close out the series.
I think इसके लग गए, boys. क्या बोला राइट को तूने? हाँ?
No.
जिस थाली में खाता है.
Wow. Yeah. Boys, your IGL is cooked.
Well.
Hey!
Hey, what's
I
up?
was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
टिल बहुत स्लोपी खेल रही है किक ऑफ के कंपैरिजन में. नहीं मतलब ये भी तो हो सकता है कि किक ऑफ के बाद दूसरी टीम भी अच्छा खेलने लगे. ये भी एक पॉसिबिलिटी. मतलब ध्यान वो लोग ऐसा खाना खाने तो नहीं आए.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
ये वाज व्हेन कहां से
Arming Corp,
आज कितने मेंबर्स बने बताओ. 10. वो भी मैंने गिफ्ट किया. कहां से हाउस.
Red Bull gives you wings.
मेंबर्स ओनली स्ट्रीम होगी. मेरे को आइडिया नहीं. मेरी गांड हेवी दुख रही है. हेवी 2-0 होएगा तो देखते मैं बताऊंगा. लेकिन मेरा गांड बहुत गंदा दुख रहा है. एक्चुअल में नॉट दाब लेकिन लोअर बैक थोड़ा लेग्स में मारता था.
Take it to the back of Binks. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a backup lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. First say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shorty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought. Yeah, if I want it, I'ma get it. Yeah, I just talk the way I live it. Yeah, I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. With the fashion, now broke, so me in a past tense. Yeah, going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect, got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah, I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe lie. Yeah, going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey.
make sure. I don't know.
Okay, that was the first Evan of the year. Why do you guys like the Neon plus Phoenix pairing on it?
I think it's because, I mean, it's a comp that it's more around our strengths. We're still playing our double duelist comps. We enjoy it, we like it. It wasn't the cleanest from us. Still a bit shaky for the first game, but I think the boys did a good job. But yeah, that's it.
You're right, the double duelist coming through from the side of Liquid and it paying off very well. A Phoenix on Haven regardless, even though it wasn't KC's side of things, which is really funny, Billy, because coming into today, we're like, yeah, what we really want to see from KC is, you know, stick to the wacky picks that we've known them for and that they're always used to do. But wouldn't it be crazy if they don't end up picking them now that it's actually a good spot to do so?
Well, I think for KC, I want to see some cohesion, and we got to see some glimpses of that throughout the map, I think. But one of the things that we have to highlight here is those thrifty rounds that Team Liquid were able to pick up, as well as those 2 pistols. I think KC winning any kind of those rounds could have made this a different scoreline.
Yeah, even though it was 13-10, I feel like KC played pretty well this game. I think that if a pistol went a different way, even the anti-bonus went the wrong way, I think that it could have been a lot better for them. I don't think that it was, I think Lohan's right, it wasn't a particularly like clean game from Team Liquid, and KC didn't capitalize on that.
Yeah, there's a saying in Dutch, and I actually have no idea how to translate it, but
useful.
So,
that's really useful, actually.
I don't even think I'm gonna drop it, but it's basically like als is verbrand hout. So we're sitting here like if, but that didn't happen. Okay, like KC didn't do it. They didn't capitalize off it. Yeah, sure, it wasn't clean, but it's Liquid at the end of the day that does well with that win. So for me, then the question becomes, like, what did Liquid do correctly to actually not allow KC to capitalize off the comp that they had locked in?
I think the comfort in their composition and the way that they're playing it in the very aggressive way. We saw at Santiago at times that they went so aggressive that it almost looked a bit of a meme. But like in this game, it was playing with aggression, but like pulling it back when they needed to. So here we see like Haven, a great map to push out and get those flanks going. You see it here from Miniboo. It happened all over. It happened out of C, out of A consistently, and that was really nice to see.
Yeah, I think consistently for them being able to do this on the defense, I mean, look, you can see a triple lockdown C here, right? Just being able to push and pull and create question marks across the map for KC made it very difficult for them to kind of adjust. I think as well, when we look at Team Liquid's composition, they don't necessarily have a recon per se, rather than just the sky. So I think that kind of played a part in knowing how to play this composition, particularly on the defense.
Yeah, I think going forward with Team Liquid, I'm going to be interested to see if they're going to continue to run the double flash. I think it's just a comfort for Purpo to go Sky, but I would prefer overall for him to be like a Sova or Fade. That's a more traditional way to round out that composition. So that's something I keep my eye on going forward with them.
I think as well, like, I'm happy that they're leaning into that double duelist strength, but I wasn't quite expecting them to pull out the Phoenix. And I think as well, things that we saw Team Liquid play so well in the past was having that kind of double dive with the Yoru, with the Neon being able to get into sight, and Camel being able to kind of help support Miniboo in that sense. But of course, with Purple jumping onto the Sky, it meant that we were having to see that synergy between those two, which we kind of hadn't seen so much during kickoff. So it's nice to see that kind of developing.
Yeah, it feels like they are finding, as every single game goes on, it's more of like an identity and what they're comfortable with and what they want to move forward to. So for Liquid, like, from the side of KC though, there are still question marks, especially because we're now seeing Aves on the IGLing. We're seeing, especially when it comes to these mid rounds, it's not necessarily hitting the marks that we were hoping for.
Yeah, so it was just early in this game that if KC'd won this round, they could have been in a really good spot. So we see Team Liquid, that activity that we saw earlier, and KC's response is they've pushed A. We know Team Liquid are A. Let's run up to B, open site. But here, and that's a good reaction from Aves, but here we see them going through this C link into the tiny choke, and it gives Nats, who's got like a slightly weaker weapon, to just do his thing here, and just running into him in a way that's like kind of unnecessary. In that instance, just go B plant or just go C plant. Instead, they kind of slightly overcomplicated, and I think it's those crucial little moments that is sometimes going to happen when you have someone new IGLing, and it allowed Team Liquid to go into a snowball 4-0 up. And from there, like in a 13-11, like that's everything. Or 13-10.
I still think in that round in particular, Benny, like it was nice for them to have the initiative to push out that space, right? And I think as well, like, you know that there's only going to be one player there, right? They want to try and isolate Nats, and I think that that's when, again, we have to question and start looking at the cohesion. We said it looked better, but ideally, you want to be able to take Nats out there. So yeah, I think again, it's like a question of cohesion. it did look better, but there was moments where, like that round, it didn't look so good.
And now it's a question of whether or not they're going to replicate something crazy on Pearl, or if we're sticking with what we're used to. Camo again on the Phoenix. We heard him say in that interview check-in with Nat earlier that, you know, Yoru ain't it no more, so this is the replacement.
I mean, I disagree with him on this map in particular. I think Yoru is still phenomenal on this map. I think if you play it correctly with some sort of like pushing those extremities and then leaving the Neon there and TPing to the side, I still think it's great. And Casey's comp on the flip side, I think now it seems like Casey's identity is going for this double initiator, the Fade tail together with that Vice. I think on Pearl, that's a very good pick. I think having two initiators on such a wide map to clear all the spaces is really strong.
I think starting on this defense as well with that composition is going to be key for KC here. I think that on the attack, the Teho was a little bit of a question mark for me, kind of struggled being able to utilize it properly, but of course, this is something that they leaned into during kickoff as well, having Aves on that Teho, and I think with him picking up the calling, it makes sense for him to lead into an agent that he already has experience on.
I think it's weird, it's like Team Liquid's comp theory now is like the Phoenix Neon. I think that was better on Haven, not as good on Pro. KC's now got that, you know, double initiator and it's better here. So it's almost like I favor KC now coming into this map, even though it's Team Liquid's pick.
All right. I mean, I think that's a fair statement to make when we're looking at it, but for me then it's also going to come down to if Casey's going to be able to actually play according to this composition, and if the mid-round calls are actually going to be there, and if, you know, being on sync is going to be there, but whether or not Casey has found that missing piece and is able to reset after that first loss on map 1, we'll find out as we're ready to head into our second map of the series with our casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, I guess map 2, how do we feel coming into this? Because I think it ended up being a pretty close affair. As I said, there were some messier rounds on the first map, some opportunities that were going unpunished, but...
Certainly an opportunity for Casey to show us something that we want to see, that synergy, right? We want to see the fundamentals look much better. We want to see them kind of all on the same page. I'm glad Mini kind of picked out the same round I did, because that was quite telling early on. There was like, they second-guessed themselves in a situation where you want to look towards, yes, somebody taking up the IGL mantle, but looking solid in terms of confident mid-round calls that we commit to. Again, coming here, composition-wise, it's certainly teed up for KC to show us, obviously, a slight rebrand, right?
Yes. I'm just looking at Doja. After map 1, eyes on him. Show me a little magic here. All right, so KC defending side, Liquid on the attack, and well, going hella aggressive here, and Aves has already gone down. I mean, Purpo's just brutalizing them at this point. It's looking too simple. And even Barracks looking a little bit behind how quickly that happened. Doja, I was saying I wanted to keep eyes on him, but not. And the observers weren't even watching. It's crazy.
Besharam Pro Max se be wo.
Love you, observers. I'm sorry.
4v1 में कहाँ पे बैठा देखना नाट से एक बार.
And he's revealed.
Info नहीं है करके hello.
And Nats again going to look and try and get behind this, even if Dosia lets this run a little longer. Liquid though will find a confident pistol round win here. Purpo to bulldoze his way through this setup. No real resistance on the way in here. Just able to throw bodies on this angle, especially with Levin recalling so far away from this. I'm not sure who was caught actually in that initial exchange of utility.
4 million पे 100k UPI.
Fairly similar here in terms of the approach for Liquid once more.
I guess no need to deviate from plan, especially against the buy that you're probably coming up against. As long as you don't walk into a blind stack and you kind of, I guess, don't cross the T's and dot the I's.
But at least ये लोग एक round में एक नेड के साथ
gets you towards the backside of the side,
joined fight करके और ले सकते हैं at least.
The side by, I mean, 3 players at this point actually. Doja's there, Levin's there, so everyone coming on over. In the meantime, you do look towards what's happening on B. That is going to be Nats taking a bit of a deeper look down there. Wonder if he calls for rotation or if they're just going to take their time. Again, in reality, they should make it past this. Oh, maybe that's at least 2 or 3 weapons.
At least, shoulder the angle, bay out some shots here. Nats not making moves immediately on the back of that. Now obviously trying to fake a little bit with these smokes. We'll keep KC interested at least, but yeah, Nats finally spotting Aves. Conscious of a second, but Aves not going to know there's this many players now. Here's the utility.
Yeah.
We'll have to peel away a little bit.
In the meantime, was Minibu trying to, I don't know, farm it up, I guess, trying to get that ult going early, but that's going down. 4v4. Plants in though, so by all rights it should be a round win. Easy said.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough, even with one upgrade here to pick up Minibu's weapon. It's going to be really hard to crack through.
You don't lose this.
Nah. No, you lose a player.
मैं खुद मेहनत करूँगा सर. W मेरे जान कट है. मेहनत करनी चाहिए.
Comfy.
Curious if we're not going to go forwards, but they're just going to deny some progress here early on. Liquid will be set up once more to find a comfortable start to the half. Doja's missed the timing here at least. Camo will find it regardless.
कुछ तो try किया उसने.
Big zoom.
Longest pan out of B site I think we've seen in a long time.
To this day, look, I've annoyed the observers.
वो मेरे को बोल रहा था मेहनत करो सब करो मैंने.
So.
क्या लगता है बोनस भी निकालेंगे क्या ये लोग?
Follow up here with KC back on a buy, but I mean there's two bulldogs.
अब अपने बेटे को सैलरी कितना देता हो उसको मेरे को देना चाहिए.
Purpo already though.
Ultimate
in hand.
Yeah, that's happened pretty fast.
Knuckle raid.
4-0 start for him.
Trophy भी वो लाए. Raid भी वो मारे. मैं खाना खाने बैठा हूँ इधर.
Got the weaponry to fight it. Deep wall for Sugetsu.
Hello.
Oh, Knuckle bhai. From Team Liquid, it's Minibu who's basically playing.
मैच होते रहेगा. मैच होते रहेगा. मैच होते रहेगा. नकुल भाई मेरी जान के रोटे. Thank you so much and congratulations, congratulations, congratulations मेरी जान करते. congratulations नकुल भाई ट्रॉफी आ गई है. गर्लफ्रेंड अभी तक नहीं आई. congratulations, congratulations मेरी जान करते. अप्रैल फुल नहीं था, खत्म हो गया अप्रैल. आज सेकंड है. लव यू मेरी जान करते. लव यू चैट. नकुल को प्यार दो. काउंटर तू खुद ले रेड ऐसा करके काउंटर प्यार दो और बहुत सारा प्यार दो. बहुत ही हम्बल आईजीएल है. बहुत ही हम्बल आईजीएल है. उसके 8 गर्लफ्रेंड है सच्ची. ये तो एक्सपोज हो गया. हाँ ये एंटरटेनमेंट जाते जाते गांड मारी उसने मेरी. ये क्या बात हुई. लाइव पे करने का ना, आपस में बातचीत करते. लव यू नकुल भाई. थैंक यू सो मच. लव यू मेरी जान करटे. लव यू लव यू लव यू मेरी जान करटे. एंड कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस वंस अगेन. 5वां स्टार आ रहा है. ऑन द वे है, ऑन द वे है, ऑन द वे है.
Looking to get early momentum in their favor and absolutely succeeding.
मैं तो रियल लव दे रहा हूँ ना लेकिन.
Looked a little awkward here with the exchange when, especially if KC finding so much success at dismantling that deep trap play on the back of the flash. The safety
MC मैच देखना. तेरे को सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था. देख तो तू पा रहा था ना. हाँ कि बहरे तुझे देख नहीं पा रहा था.
So Nat's going to have an opportunity to
नहीं ले सकते थे के साथ.
Really punish this purchase now. Minimu's still tasked with at least puffing the chest up a little bit here towards A. Doesn't want to entertain a scrappy buy though. Actually, Narrate did get a bucky late on into the purchase.
Jinx mat kar. Excuse me.
Liquid anticipating some aggression elsewhere. We'll get an audio cue here at least on the back of Arvez's utility. Drone doesn't spot anyone, I believe.
Nakul or Joker bhai, ये दो cuties लगते हैं मेरे को.
Liquid just going through the motions now, but have waited out that initial wave. They have themselves a very favourable engagement here towards 8.
Yeah, the gates are open, right?
Oh shit! पूरा एक खाली है chat.
But they're so far away. I mean, this map is long rotations on the best of days. Sugetsu, you're hoping for the best, but probably expecting the worst. Lucky. Even be alive that long.
अब क्या फिर से स्पाइक से मरेंगे लोग? कुछ ऑप्शन नहीं है. वरना और भी देंगे.
Hard to break back in here. Yeah, I think Narrate's got a sheriff behind this bucky, but I'm not entirely sure actually.
At this point, That's Minibu's position. Going to get played in the more and more they just pass.
Well, as well as global event now in PUBG Mobile, मेरे को नहीं मालूम.
You're going to take away Minibu. Don't know if he's going to be able to get much of an upgrade, but maybe they don't need it. Wayne might be the checkmate though. There's no way you check on this. Doja, you've been brilliant, but sadly that positioning just too strong there. Very heads up work as Alves. Two to find. Almost no chance to do it here.
आवाज आ रहा है bro?
Utility just stalling him out.
2
second by second.
1 नहीं किस जगह पता है वो डिफेंस
He's had a lovely life, Alves, and he's not going to get much
Shot!
more. There we are.
He's looking deadly in some of these scrappy situations, though, particularly in the approach to another retake where this time around they haven't got lesser weapons, dismantling them.
Shot, baby.
To find the first here. Again, looks so good for KC on the initial approach here, but Wayne being the anomaly in that situation. Liquid up to 4 in the blink of an eye.
Back
in hand for KC. Doshi 11, 1 away from ultimates.
Decent progress elsewhere, but chat में बहुत cuties है. Language.
He's already passed halfway.
My ultimate's ready.
Camo.
अभी कोई तो chat में है. ये सब बातें बाद में करो please.
Rotating, but easily going to make it up towards pillar here. You can see where that spike does continue towards, because there's still that little bit of hesitance. It feels like they just leave Minibu on these kind of individual exploration missions, which, as it stands,
फिर से जाएंगे कमोल्ट के साथ.
But you can keep 3 interested
yeah,
here.
That's
They're
fine.
actually going forwards.
Oh my god, I thought he might have actually had him then for a second. Going to dive back towards pillar.
Yeah.
But they've seen there was nothing behind it.
क्या है ये?
Issue being though, they're going to try and find space towards double doors now. Top of the ult from Camo to try and go through, base out a ton of util. Dealt with, yes, but doesn't get punished on the recall. A huge exchange of utility here. Minibu looking to pressure even further now. Does catch him eventually.
Excuse me.
I mean, he just feels like the one-man band at the moment, doesn't he? Hey. God, I got a bit nervous then on that, but gonna get the job done. That's Camo gone, leaving Wayne and Purpo.
बस सब एक दूसरे के पीछे क्यों है?
20 seconds.
And look at this towards top mid 11s.
Oh, shit. Shot.
Just gonna catch him on the run. Great. Done it. Lovely. Lovely, KC. There they are. Kind of not falling. Maybe starting to understand what Liquid have been trying to do with these sort of trickier plays, leaving Minibu alone, reading into it well, and then, well, Doja also just having a round.
I mean, my
just saying this
Liquid kind of leaning too heavily into kind of this bait and switch across the map, trying to create some space, and unfortunately when you're trying to do that, you can't be caught with knife out running back through towards mid. So yeah, KC will find this one, but is that repeatable? The Liquid seemingly aware of what went wrong there.
दो heavy retake अल्ट है. वो लोग को सिर्फ B retake करना है और कुछ नहीं करना क्या. Heavy मतलब heavy retake अल्ट है.
2 posted up towards Art, 2 towards Con. Working towards double doors here. 11 going to be checked on early. Bit of a trade out of info, but again, just testing those waters.
Info भी trade हो रहा है, utilities भी trade हो रहा है.
Big investment here. 11 to come through, but shut down immediately.
Yeah, Minibu just going to instantly deny any sort of scale behind that. 11 gone. That should... Oh my god, Nats, come on, bro. You can't keep doing it. KC, when will you realize? He left the door open for a second, and he sliced on through. Doja, again, brilliant player. This time, I don't think it's going to matter much.
Oh, did he get spotted down?
Please.
I mean, it's a full 1v5. It will take an ace, a Liquid feeding into this. He could even find something. The bait hit. Oh my god.
Stop it.
Oh my god. I was going to say, I'll take an ace. It might just take a bit of misdirection.
There's no audience to give this away. Normally, I'd be pleading with them to stay quiet.
There's a star down on the spike.
There is a world where this might happen. The closest player, I believe, is going to be Purpo.
They're coming back to check.
They are coming back. Something doesn't feel right, and that's the reaction as to why. But okay, yeah, he's fine. He should be caught. He's checked on. It's all good. You saw the stars aligning, though, quite literally in some moments there. Handled in the end. Liquid instantly.
Second NT.
just bizarre to see KC with the way Liquid are playing, almost roll the dice here with this set piece towards mid.
Nice try.
Second entry tha.
Bravo.
Just friendly. Congratulations.
Yeah. I thought Doja did to you on map 1. I'd be
after the skirmish.
Language, Arang bhai.
A very comfortable start here.
Yeah. And it feels like they're just in kind of comfort mode the way they're playing too. Everything seems to be going right. There doesn't feel like there's much kind of coming back at them.
Which with this approach here is a little more, I don't want to say it's concerning, but it is a little bizarre to see what worked in kickoff, the approach they took into Santiago. And I feel like it was almost just, I mean, it's results-based when you say they were unsuccessful in Santiago, but it really worked for them in kickoff. Slower, more reliant on kind of Nats and Wayne finding space in certain situations, Miniboo being posted up as a solo in some of these, which again, are they leaning too heavily into it? Double duelist comp, we show a duelist and KC are going to react.
Yeah.
Almost like this knee-jerk reaction sort of expectation on the side of Liquid. That's not necessarily what's working here, but Liquid kind of sticking to that. Wayne and Purpo both with ultimates. Levin, operator in hand now, so another hurdle to overcome here. Probably indicative of a slower approach to some of these defensive early rounds for KC. At least we'll just leave him to anchor towards B now.
Okay, this time going to challenge into the util. A lot less freedom here. Could potentially catch Nats. He's not going to get timing again on these guys, is he? No. Okay, Doja and the Prowler both very much on duty, but this leaves that A site a little bit lighter. Narrate again, keeping position and keeping bodies dropping for them. So Getsu's timing here is, ooh, it's a bit messy. Purpo should be dead though, right? Purpo should be dead. Camo is, so how is Purpo breathing? Still living for a second longer, but KC finds some rhythm.
Dysfunctional here when you watch some of the engagements being taken, but KC able to weather the storm here. Liquid a turn of pace. Start this off. Miniboo just getting caught off. In terms of the timing here, it's a bit awkward. They've not even really made the progress they need to be able to balance that through main. The divide, unfortunately, doesn't lock KC out of the site.
Good job,
The numbers still suiting them. Purpo still sitting on ultimate. Miniboo now with
love you, Blaster Bhai. Listen to.
Dosha and Sugetsu have to continue potentially with this pace, at least initially here to take control of
the लोग free में और farm करने दे रहे हैं जबकि ये लोग बस ते हो है
to be doing too much. Doja's starting to clear in middle. Be careful not overextend. Obviously there are 2-3 players there. And Nats deeper on this. It's Arvez gonna get traded out on, and you can see where the weight of KC's players reside. It is still towards that A side. You've got to push up towards B long though. Levin going to take great deals of space. And kind of removes rotations here later into the round. Now we're going to see if this site can be held.
Oh, Miniboo. Just right in it. It's not going to be effective as well. You can go back in the rate. Finally shutting him down. There's a 2v3 here. Liquid with the numbers advantage. They won't have noticed Levin with Nats falling so early on.
Leon कुछ crazy कर सकता है.
Oh, the timing and the positioning really good for Levin. Almost an impossible obstacle course to clear, but
30 seconds
Purpo's
left.
the one with the spike. That's the bigger problem. He's got to be careful. And look at the push up on the other side. Narrate also getting active. And a bit of safety to slip through by those double doors. The plant should be on the cards, but B long certainly isn't.
That's going to be a weird plant. And with where Wayne's set up here, should be able to
normal city plant here.
Hold on to this initially. Not going to be any challenge coming
city
through from long.
Oh shit.
Actually able to get themselves a more traditional position here for this post plant. Levin just unscoped.
उसने क्या मारा लेकिन
That roll of the dice felt almost unfavorable, but now Narrate has to deal with the 1v2 and look at the positioning. One long, one towards elbow, really hard to get in between here. I think he knows it. Obviously, we know where they are. He doesn't have to go through the list of potentials and possibilities and probabilities. The check on the spike, noting he's no longer on it. The time is going to become a problem, and the positioning's great. Liquid again showing some real versatility now.
भाई क्लोज था बे व्यू नहीं कर सकता था जो कर सकता था
find themselves a comfortable cushion to really start leaning on now. The pressure is on KC to really take the fight to them.
some balance. क्या मारा ना
And
उसने
get some rounds up.
क्या मारा बे उसने
I mean, looking at the buy here, it's
huh?
Yeah, bro.
Nicosia finding a bulldog.
They are mine.
The money's not necessarily going to be there, especially now with a back and forth
ये
exchange.
फैंटम में कौन सी skins लगाते हैं जो उनको पसंद है
Alva's looking to invest here.
Okay.
How much does he go forwards?
I guess he had to, right? To an extent. Maybe the timing could have been a bit better for him, but the firing squad was there.
कुछ option ही
I
नहीं
guess it
था
works.
Yeah?
Good tail. A weird sentence to say.
Why are you so apprehensive to say that?
Because I don't think I've said it before.
Liquid recover now in a 4v5.
Purple is really good.
Nats one away from the lockdown. Finds a kill, could find them a clean sight take.
Ah, big fan.
And lucky Wayne's not noted on this jump, but
Team
Arvis still
bade
shouldering
lag gaya
towards
na.
his position now. See Nats need a kill. To get an orb and clear out the B site as best he can. Now Minibu finally scaling up with this spike all the way through connector.
Yeah, they left that hella late. Narrate even was trying to have a little look above it just to see if he could catch anything.
30 seconds
Sees.
You get the part in the initial.
चलेगा spam
I
नहीं
thought the
लगेगा
timing maybe on that C's coming in and Arvis' utility could have worked a bit. But
around the world.
डिले करने के लिए है
Very
They have. Minibu looked a little asleep then. He had a chance on that, but not being
कुछ भी
active on the
delay करने के लिए
angle.
है
Opens up the floodgates, and now we go. Tap on the spike, and then Purpo strikes. Back and forth. Nats and Wayne, what are you meant to do here? Wayne has to deliver massively. And now, well, the position's noted, and the spike's not for it. There's not much more he can do but watch as they defuse. KC given a third there.
Wayne, unfortunately, not able to make enough progress here with the divide being invested so early. He can't just charge all the way through spawn. KC given.
Worst ulti in
Given. They took a round here in the retake. Crucial kill. Like you said, Minibu maybe just a glance elsewhere. Look like maybe he was favoured in that engagement with Sugetsu. Still trading back and forth here. 6-3 the scoreline. Your team able to really stabilize off of one of these victories.
Assault कैसे use कर सकते हैं X दबा के
on the defense, but Camo.
Oh
and Minibu doubles down on that as well.
Fights.
Yeah,
Cool. Yeah, well,
इतना अच्छा round के बाद ऐसा round
so
जीते
that's
हो
fine. And as long as you win, everything's fine. Plant should be up next. They got 5
दो
standing.
solo infight
3
जीत
for
गया
KC. Just got contact hit through middle.
अरे did language
Even KC expecting more layers. There isn't.
language इतने बड़े singer हो के 150 का membership नहीं है बेशरम बा
All three through the same angle, I guess. Minibu looking to be played in here. Anyone still semi-dedicated towards site itself. Obviously the rest repositioning, taking their time. Minibu does get cleared. I don't know how the hell he got that kill, if I'm honest.
रिवील होने के बाद जो तोड़ने के आपने भयंकर वाली कोशिश की मजे आ गया क्या हाल है बाजी बड़े हाल है बाजी दिवेश भाई
Just too much time has passed. Right, and Sugetsu will have to watch this
one
conclude.
loves you to मेरे जान कर रहे
We'll be able to hold on to rifles elsewhere. I mean, yeah, just above 1,000 credits each to be able to enable a repurchase. Camo, ultimate available here. Purpo, Wayne just 2 away.
बहुत अच्छा नहीं है.
Decent position to be in coming
नहीं,
into
लेकिन
round 11
उसका फिर भी
here.
यूसेज है ना. अगर 1v1 में पोस्ट प्लांट है, तू लड़ सकता है. Time buy कर सकता है.
Liquid not shying away from this fire when there's been a couple of set pieces invested here from KC.
Cypher ult ऐसे है कि तू ult मारा.
You're right. It seemed a little
early अगर कोई pick हो गया उसके बाद ult मारा तो लोग time लेके reposition
pretty dry engagements, yeah.
Because again, the counter swing from Arvis, I believe, all the way bottom.
या फिर उल्लू बना के भी मार सकते हैं. Smoke में जगह निकाल तो swing मारा उधर है ने right आ गया.
Back in. It looks like Liquid is starting to flex a little throughout this map, but See what we get
कुछ
now.
info plus कुछ होता तो फिर
alert down by
अच्छा
Connector
लगता
after that.
Well, the issue being now they can rinse and repeat with Camo's ultimate.
Certainly can. See if they smoke.
Sky also is ना.
There's the ult. This time actually more
अच्छा है.
util.
Sky.
And it actually goes worse. Less util is better. But also preparation and understanding what's coming your way, probably the bigger factor.
I mean, Levin taken down to 8 HP, so he can't really stay posted up here. So they will give up this space. Sugetsu, a full setup here towards A side.
ये गया बे.
Actually, my mistake, still one invested elsewhere, but the wall of flash. Something to slow down Liquid. It's not going to slow Nats down, though.
He's done really well to find this space. They might assume that was just...
Well, they didn't. They wouldn't have heard a jump, whether or not they read into the fact that he slipped the net.
भाई वो अकेले इतना सब बकचोदी कर रहे हैं क्या है?
Still need to win out one of the sides, though, and Levin just holding the line. Even on 8 HP, outdoes Miniboo. So now they look to depend back on Nats' progression on the A side. Potentially, the spike is coming this way, and that's why he's going to dig him out of pit. A little time towards Secret. Arvez working his way around, but eats that flash. He's dead all day long. KC slowly just being worn down, it felt like, as the trade. I mean, it's not the way you wanted to go. Yeah, that's it. There's only too many ways you can cut it. And Nats is on 4 kills here, and Levin's 8 HP.
And immediately heads the other direction.
Yeah.
I mean, brilliant round again. Just as much as the wall was there, paying no eyes towards it, putting no mind towards it until he's already passed through in that next smoke. He basically single-handedly got them that option. You look on the other side of the map. I mean, Miniboo didn't get past towards 11,
gaming
right?
and content
So
creation
they kind of needed that to go right.
Yeah, and the issue being Nats has got so much time to explore some of these angles that he figures out as soon as Arvez is crossing back over, somebody is there to play or counterbalance the site. So gets unfortunately shut down 4-3. Liquid up to 8 now. Very concerning situation for KC. See what the last round purchase looks like. I'm already seeing a stinger in hand for Arvez, so see what they can muster together. Narrator unfortunately just gets caught. I think, yeah, taking the attack. Molly to finish him off. Oh, my bad.
Oh, sorry guys. Sorry, got excited. My bad. Oh, poor Camo. That's actually brutal. Oh, okay. I'm still grinning about that. Luckily they didn't go much further. They got 3-4 players about to go walking in middle. For now, though, it's with the fight on the side. Camo succeeding on the first, going to open up the space. The trade there, good for Purpo, and now they can build off the back when you look towards the plant. Sugetsu tries to, Narrate tries to slip in towards that, but I don't know what the plan really was here. That felt, it felt like they're mentally checked out of that one.
Urban last alive again. Identified here, gets the spin on Miniboo, but Wayne to shut things down for a 9-3 half here for Liquid.
Yeah, it was what, 7-5 in the first map, 9-3 now.
We are close to 5 kills.
A little bit dreary towards the end. I want signs of life. I want them fighting. I want a game.
अच्छा गन स्विच किया था उसने. EF वाला comeback नहीं, not possible. लिखते दे रहे. इसके बाद गेम प्ले होगा क्या?
Women will.
Yeah, members 6 आ रहा ना. W.
Have a break.
W.
Have a Kit Kat.
W.
Wingman World while wanting a well one break. Vamos.
Huh? Well. क्या बोले मैडम? Vamos, बेशर्मो. अबे 6 में आ रहा. जक्रिम को पूछता हूँ. काम आ गया बोलता रात के 2 बजे.
Time 3, Michael. What do we make of this? I hiccuped. Don't giggle, man. Don't giggle.
Zakri mara hai.
I mean, I think they just follow with what we were just saying. It's a concerning situation to be in here. I think with map 1, first showings for KC, it's obviously a positive. But on the other side of things, Mini Boot obviously picking up where.
UV Nubi, excuse me? Excuse me? Are you saying 18-year-old kid is a noob? Are you hating on a kid? Mr. NQQ Vice?
We're working on a kickoff.
Excuse me?
It's the focal point of a lot of that.
Yeah. So we'll see. Again, it's going to be a work in progress for me to keep checking back in, seeing how he's looking, keeping a very active eye test and speaking of.
After this play, we eat some street food again.
Saved you. You had a second breath. I think he thought he was dead.
Well,
now,
this is
for others, he might be dead.
GG boys.
Purpo does back away from that. Does catch a glimpse of Arvez though, so the confirmation is there now.
Let's eat together. Done.
Spike.
Except for RVK.
To whittle away 3 members of Liquid. Stays on the angle, tagged out 9 HP though.
I mean, he's doing something.
Will you show me good street food places?
Thank God Wayne's able to get out of that.
I'll show you excellent places.
Isolates beautifully.
Oh my God, what is this dish?
The cleanup is there.
I don't know.
To find double digits already.
I'm also eating first time.
You're right. What a flash over the top here from Camo. It's like a fairly rehearsed pistol round actually for Liquid in terms of
valid advocated.
Yep. But yeah, look how close it is for Wayne to get out of that.
Not even close.
Well, wow.
Bro, people are telling.
That was another sorry moment.
Him to alt in tweets.
Ace, sorry. Any do you want to judge? 11 down. Oh. Okay, judge gone. I mean, they're buying around this, right? Casey, you kind of have to do something, right? It's Stingers out, it's Sheriffs, it's what can you do to recover? 3 rounds ain't enough.
What a map it was, even nice play. Yep.
In this second round.
Both QTs are good.
Yeah, 3 Spectres and a Sheriff, so they have to respect this.
Even Rossi told him mid-game the same thing.
Here, 11. Let's have a rechargeable, so on 25 HP, but does have a little bit of a buffer. Not much.
No, not much at all.
Unfortunately, going to be looking fairly dry in terms of util to follow that up. Nirei actually does get his hands on a judge as well.
NG, can you go back and check Haven's 1v1?
Slow and steady.
I think it was 1v1.
Just shouldering this.
His recon in A side.
Just shouldering.
30 seconds left.
25 seconds.
Absolute cinema lineup recon.
You can still just die to Camo though. There is every. Oh, there it is. Yeah. And Camo's got ult. He's got his flash, and now he's got so many players to punish. Brilliant work between Camo
yeah, that round. 2v1.
Cool.
Insane.
Kept their composure.
Insane recon.
Shining.
In our language, we see that recon and we say unbelievable.
KC to maybe stick the landing. Especially with an advantage.
It means even our balls can't believe this.
Beautiful reposition from him.
So
Snappy
nice.
with the Spectre.
But also great to see Purpo diving in there, right? Making sure he's got bodies on towards it.
Revealing the roof.
You could never do this on Phoenix.
Revealing the roof.
So you're looking to set a precedent.
Yeah.
Down on the stage.
Yes, on by. Thank you for the membership.
Liquid opportunity here to follow up on that purchase. With KC forcing, still going to see the investment here, obviously.
Yeah,
Mini
never
mind. Again. Shut down here in the early round, brings Arvez to 6 HP.
Still alive though.
Still alive. Liquid have to
Hello,
win out another 4v5 here. Don't necessarily know about the rest of the buy either.
We've seen this one before, haven't we? Narrate's going to have to dig out a couple of players on this A side if they do want to continue on this. He's already doing some great work.
Oh shit, chat.
Got a clear camo. He was a problem before,
shit.
and he might just be a problem again.
थोड़ा patience. वो लोग round निकाल देते, fade rotate कर दिया.
Oh, the timing.
Ayya.
Camo, time to work again. Oh my god!
Oh, low XP था वो.
Two
I tried
kills
Pani Puri
against
and
the
something
one straight
with potato.
back in.
Pani Puri is
But
good.
it is
Pani Puri
even
is good.
3v3 to a degree, right? Weaponry around the same point,
Yeah, I mean, it's the
barring
Guardian
purpose.
that's concerning now.
Something
Sugetsu,
with
the one to go
potato
forward with
will be.
They're not for the plant initially, waiting for a peek out
Vada
elsewhere.
pav.
Finally, we'll get it down.
Something with a bun.
Plant as well, having to pull in the players this time. You have to play up on site, but I guess that's the weaponry you got, so you got to play around it. And Narrate desperately trying to be a problem, right?
Shit.
Be a nuisance, get involved, get active. But he, well, he's on the receiving end. Wayne,
Hello?
does he get to play Sugetsu? Oh, no, he doesn't. Sugetsu sharp with it this time. Purpo, the one with Vandal. Meant to be the bigger danger, but Dozier going to extend play. Keep KC in the matter.
With a bit of a weird exchange in terms of the
Something
finances.
though,
Still,
PRX
Liquid
man.
going to come back in.
Language.
A majority rifles. I mean, Miniboo will be one that obviously struggles.
Potato
the first two
and
rounds here.
crackers. Something like that.
AC can't necessarily
Potatoes
stabilize
and
off of that.
crackers?
But good progress on ults at least. Don't want to piece together a comeback. Miniboo looking a little flustered. Unfortunate to be shut down once more. We'll be on a judge again. AC looking to pressure towards a, at least fend off any proactivity here on the side of Liquid.
I guess they've kept them back.
Is it a street food or?
Again, Camo's been getting twos every
Like-
time. Fast on the
Yes,
angle,
Shivpuri.
11.
Oh.
Others gonna have to commit this to clear close. Make sure to check.
Do you like
the camo
deserts? Do you like
system. Conditioned
deserts?
them to this point now. You can
I'll
play a
make
little
you
bit
try
deeper, a little bit more
casualty.
tricky. Miniboo's gonna be the problem. And they keep him at bay. Camo wants to get in, try and get involved, but he's being held back. Slowed down and denied. Can't really do what he wanted. Oh, gonna come down. He still
Oh
has
my
one. Get
god,
one.
bro.
I
Why?
can't believe it. Alves desperately trying to hold some control here for KC. Miniboo just caught off guard. I don't know where he thought he was.
Yeah, they would have
Yes,
punished the
that's
backside
it.
of the
After
ultimate.
the split,
After split, we'll go boot camp.
It's a
we'll
2v4
make
here
them
for
try
that
all
someone.
deserts
the-
and
Try and
We'll
recover.
shoot one video.
Save
Getting
there.
reactions
Looks
from
like
them
fans considering.
vomiting.
Let's
No,
wait
we'll
and
make
find
them
a
eat
freebie
10
there. They
dessert,
can't
they'll vomit.
really warrant
not
throwing these
10
rifles
We
in.
can make them have chips also.
In a bit
No, we'll
closer.
give 10 desserts,
We'll
not
give
full.
them dhokla also.
Hang on.
Direct.
Ah,
Rasgulla, gulab jamun,
Yeah.
kaju katli all at once.
last time we saw like a proper ninja defense.
Savory,
Player standing.
Okay,
Huh?
Alaz,
Okay,
what the
Alaz.
hell?
savory and dessert.
The guy that can't shoot, by the way.
Savory
apparently.
and dessert.
Almost on for the ace.
Yeah.
Done.
Almost had you.
Done. We have a
How did
plan.
he get into?
We have
I
a
mean,
plan
he
after
finds the
split.
kill onto Purpo, right?
I was
as
so
well
confused why Miniboo was behind him at
Yeah.
one point. I'm just like, I'm lost in the source.
I think Miniboo just thought, I've got to judge. Like,
We'll do one
something
thing.
weird exchange
NK
here,
will
I
do
have
one thing. We'll do one thing. We'll shoot one video with you. Okay. And we'll shoot one video with Zexar. And you can upload in your channels. And we'll do a snack taste test with him maybe, and one dessert taste test with you. Something like this. Something like this. Something with the food. What do you say?
Give them a economical advantage here. Like I said, certainly advantage in terms of the ults. How they will lie early on in this half.
And I like this little
Or you
switch
can
up.
collab now on
Mainly
YT
gonna
with
be
their
just
channels to
hammer day
differ.
back to
Oh,
back to back.
sorry.
Put Levin on
We
a bit
can
of
all
an
do a
island,
collab
sure.
together.
You wanted him maybe to do a bit more than that.
That's a
maybe
new
not just
feature.
go down as the
I'd like to
distraction.
apologize.
But you have pulled the players off of the site, so you will
I
get the
didn't
farm,
mean.
but oh, that's concerning.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a wall here, and Camo's not going to find the kill.
Okay, so that should be
Spike
ringing alarm bells.
planted.
But he can just be a problem in the back lines,
But
right?
we
You
लोग
then
को
draw your
पूरा
players back
clear
to deal
कर
with him,
देंगे.
but then we can site hold, right? It's a little bit of a resource management game at this point.
Alarm bot.
For Liquid, though, they do need to start building from the other side of things, start pressuring as well.
They have to find a way.
Oh,
And, well,
shit.
he tried to keep cool on that second fight there, but Narrate going to be called off by Purpo. It's Doja to find Camo. So that's at least the back line clear. It's the pack of three starting to go hunting. That could be a problem. Purple on the trade again. Still looking to do some more here, but that defuse is an issue. Ults to deny, and not much to be done for Wayne here. Just has to stand and stare. There's another round gonna go for KC.
Bigger picture.
Come back, boys!
Able to draw out Arvez's ultimate in this situation, force the hand of KC to continue investing. Going to be a long way back into that ultimate. We'll see a Liquid timeout to follow this. 3 rounds found by KC. There's still positives here for KC in terms of piecing things together early on. Not much margin for error. And once these ultimates start coming online for Liquid, we're already seeing Purpo, Wayne just one away.
2 off from Miniboo as well, so it's knocking at the door, right? It feels like that checkmate round is on the horizon.
यूवी के साथ मजाक सेट कर यूवी के साथ इतना कंटेंट बनाने का मन नहीं है 10-0 एक पोकेमॉन ने इसको पोकेमॉन की तरह मेरे पे फेंका
Gassed him up a little bit.
Yeah, mock all us. Idiots.
But again, even in those situations, it's tough to see somebody really go forward and try and embrace, obviously, the elephant in the room in terms of how people view this role in particular at the minute. It's not necessarily even with what Liquid did at kickoff. I don't want to see them really drill further or go further down that rabbit hole.
Sure.
आरवीके के साथ उसको तो कुछ और मिलेगा स्प्लिट वन के बाद.
Adjustment for them to delve even deeper into Miniboo just being required to do.
Street food के जगह पे house food. तेरे को बुला के कुछ दूँगा उसको.
Yeah. Okay, 3 in succession now for KC. But after a timeout, obviously Liquid are very close to having some big boy ults on.
पहले राउंड से उसके बाद वो
ult risks here, and the first time they've had a free start towards A, not checked on over towards main. And no late presence either.
Liquid read this now that something is going on.
I have no hunter.
Hello, right place. Going to be slowly filtered back. Good scaling up from KC. I don't know what the end goal is though.
They're painting a little bit of pressure, but they're able to actually wrap all the way back into connector here.
Haven't really seen this look towards B before. Clear of the util. Still looking like they're
yes, in B split, no aim in control.
I think, again, the position of Camo, consideration is there for Liquid.
Hey, you
and they stick the landing.
Nade, Vele goes in, comes back, they go B.
Massive question mark here once it actually transitions into a
Nade,
site
Vele goes in, comes back.
Hear a rotation or something though, right?
Go B.
You're still going to know there's going to be presence on that B site, be it 1, be it 2. As it stands, they're not moving, they're holding their ground. Levin's going to put his life on the line, he gets one but it gets traded. Miniboo there, and now the pressure starts building towards that other side of the map. It's Nats who's a problem though, to get to an Arvez. Trying to stick the landing, but they are now up against it. Nats can buy time, he needs to play safe. And he's doing more than that, he's got a body to bury. Nats, wondrous at this good anchoring of the site. And with 10 seconds, Arvez, a brutal outcome for them.
The crucial thing here is the timing to catch the player on B long. That's what sets Liquid up for success here. When there's so many question marks across the map. Yeah, I'm not even sure actually the kill feed. Who was it? Yeah, it was Nats to catch Dosia. That's the crucial kill.
Nice!
मैच एंड होने के बाद रिव्यू करो ना लिक्विडिया में VCT रीजन एंड टीम लोगोस आपका रिएक्शन देखने पर्सनली पेयर एक्शन लोगों पे मैच एंड क्या मैं भी
transition towards B. Again, the timing of Purpo's ultimate as well, even though it catches nothing, that's very telling.
Yeah,
because Arvez has dumped a load of util, and then you've got Levin flying over the top. They know then.
Yeah, it all starts falling into place. So timeout for KC.
You can!
Give it one last real go of things. Still a purchase to be made. It's not going to be perfect, though. Will be lacking in certain areas. Seeing a Stinger being toyed with as well. Ult there for Sugetsu. One away from Doja's. One away from Levin's. A couple of pieces, but we were talking about on the horizon. There was Wayne one away for a minute. Miniboo 2 off. Now they've got them ready. This is where it gets really, really tough, right? You've got some big boy ults in place.
It's gonna match
like just got the read of things there. Does KC then fall back to what was working? Those A-site takes that actually looked quite good with them.
Don't expect Miniboo to be going forward as aggressively now when he's on
the
the right.
India से
doesn't have the ultimate, so
क्यों नहीं और if जाना है तो कैसा जाए
Seeing him position towards Art here.
पहला तेरा second question पहला होना चाहिए.
Like crunch towards A main.
उससे तेरे को मालूम पड़ेगा कि second question ऐसा क्यों है.
Time for a field. Getting close, isn't he? Time out. And they are battening down the hatches.
यही problem है ना तब तक कोई नहीं जाएगा.
A side hit coming their way, 4 players. The defending side.
तब तक टाइम है.
Ready for this. That reposition towards Art is
जब तक तू समझेगा नहीं ना तेरा पहला क्वेश्चन दूसरा क्यों होना चाहिए, दूसरा पहला क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए. तब तक बहुत टाइम है आगे जाने को.
Miles off.
तब तक देखो मैच.
Yeah, they're gonna get
playing well for 1 week such as best agent explain to सबसे best switch.
Alves is noted on that sound cue.
कोई भी मैप लो, बॉल तोड़ो.
That's a lot of bodies. Sugetsu's going to be maybe a bit of a hero here. That's a lot of players. Do not mess this up. He doesn't. Sugetsu, safe pair of hands. Taking away all that threat. Left's taking the site. So they should be able to ferry that spike closer. The last two really forced to save.
Big brains.
See a moment there. The Camo's looking back towards spawn again.
Save.
But they just give up the angle, even cutting the sight lines here on the back of Minimu's utility. Almost their own demise to allow Sugetsu to backstab. And KC, a 7th round.
The frustrating part is that was a lot of players there for KC, and you had the util on top from Natch. You had a lot of tools there to handle it, but won and lost on that positioning from Sugetsu, who I genuinely believe was too far away. Absolutely not. Right place, right time. Wayne and Natch just looking to keep hold of these rifles, if at all possible.
You'd really hope.
Best is Fred or Oman, दोनों का रोल ही अलग है भाई.
You see Minibu's.
No wonder if first मेरे chat में इतना गाली खाता है.
Papa's going to struggle though.
Yeah, he is.
KC clawing their way back in here.
Slow and steady.
5 more to find.
And
this is the catch. And, like I said, it's Camo. You saw the X-ray previously was looking at this way.
Of course he'll have a look.
Of course we'll have a look. Nearly catches the adjustment actually. Sugetsu just waits. Lines them up.
Can we end this, please? Liquid.
Ultimate's here for Wayne and still. Nat's Camo, good progress.
Ooh.
What feels like
they're starting to just throw it at the wall and see what sticks. That concerns me a touch.
भाई लोगों को connector तो easily मिल रहा है लेकिन.
Wayne's gone checked already. He is in danger. They are hammering down towards the side. The Prowler going to lead the way. Do they find him? Do they clear him? Shorty in hand. Seas comes out. Wayne, I don't know how he's alive, but he's still got one.
Still got a shorty.
Levin's dead. Wayne
couldn't
get another body.
Bro, so close. Shot. Oh my god. Come on, let's go.
Try and get involved. Narrate instantly deals with it. This is just so precarious. I think the numbers now might just tailor the outcome. Doja, you've been brilliant, but this is not your day. Team Liquid.
Crazy और पेड़ का सीज बाप रे भाई sexy backup.
Solid showing from Liquid overall here. More so in the second half, like I said. For me, KC. Again, I don't want to be too harsh and say that the bar's so low, we're just expecting positives, but for me, really impressed actually.
ऐसा लगा नहीं था Fnatic will go 2-1. Fnatic 2-0 होना था technically, but it went to 2-1. And KC should have been a 2-1. लेकिन KC तो 2-0 हो गया. क्या हो रहा है भाई? क्या हो रहा है? Harsh bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी join कर today. क्या हो रहा है भाई? 400 लेवल हो गया वैलो में, लेकिन सिर्फ 4 एजेंट खेलने को आता है. सोवा, सेज, ब्रेम, तेहो. दूसरे एजेंट्स हार्ड लगते हैं, स्पेशली रेस, सैचल. कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. तू 2 एजेंट भी खेलेगा ना तो भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. सामने वाले क्या एजेंट क्या करते हैं और तेरी गाफ कैसे मार सकते हो, तू बच कैसे सकता है, ये सीखेगा तो भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. कोई टेंशन नहीं है भाई. आई एम थिंकिंग एक क्रिएटर बनूं फॉर वैलोरेंट, और इफ चांस मिले तो इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करूं. गाइड कर दो. अब बड़े हो काफ़ी इसलिए पहुंच रहा हो. देखो आप जैसे लोगों को मैं गाइड नहीं कर सकता, जिसको क्रिएटर बनना है लेकिन मौका मिले तो देश को रिप्रेजेंट भी करना है। वड़ा पाव खाओ, सो जाओ, समझ रहे हो? प्लीज इस मैं गाइड मैं कर ही नहीं सकता गाइड। हाँ ऐसा चलते चलते ऐसा मौका मिला तो रिप्रेजेंट कर देंगे, ऐसा चलते चलते। मजाक हो रहा है इधर। रोड चलेगा, एटलीस्ट वो सही रास्ते पे जाएगा कि तीसरा रास्ता चूज
we got a lot of good answers and we got punished a lot there, so we learned from that and we know what we need to be working on right now, and yeah, we're using it.
What was the biggest takeaway there? What do you think was the thing that was the glaring issue that you've worked on the most?
I think the fact that in kickoff we managed to find something and we managed to make it work in a short amount of time, and for Santiago we didn't manage to like had a lot of depth on it and that kind of play style, and that's why we got punished there. So we worked on that. We worked what is their strengths for us and what we want to use in the future, and yeah, for now we're trying to implement it.
I mean, it makes sense. We see Camo pick up the Phoenix for you guys, but yourself personally, you run the Killjoy back-to-back in these maps. What is it about that agent right now that you're enjoying, and why didn't you switch it up between maps?
Why didn't switch it up? Because Sentinels are unfortunately not greatest nowadays. The game is about only duelists, unfortunately. I hope Riot will change something and the game will be not just flying agents all over the map and the Sentinels cannot do anything. But yeah, unfortunately there is no variety nowadays. It's like even if
भाई सिंपल बात है, पांडा अभी सो रही है, उठ के आके मार देगा, मेहनत नहीं करने वाला है वो। एक बार आराम कर लिया तो आराम कर लिया, सिंपल। हैशटैग ओपी, हैशटैग ओपी। आवाज आ रहा है? हेलो हेलो, आई थिंक दरवाजा बंद है। कोई सीन नहीं बॉयज, कोई सीन नहीं, आ जाओ। एक ने मेरा रैंक पे हंसा है, बड़वा रैंक पुश करते। आ जाओ, बाय 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 बाय, आदियोस चिड़ी में, आदियोस, टेक केयर, सी या, बाय बाय, टेक केयर, बाय बाय, सी या, बाय बाय, चटकोस चटकोस चटकोस, सी या, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट, बाय बाय, बाय बाय।
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah, it's only a dream, it's how I feel. You deserve better than me. Somebody be so beautiful, yeah. deserve better than me. If I was smart, I'd find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel, that you deserve better than me. Nothing I can do, I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel, that you deserve better.